Chapter 1444. I don't believe it. I'll make you explode. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he threw out all the blood in the devouring space. More than 100,000 bottles. This was a hobby he had to pass the time when he had nothing to do while on the road. Now, he was actually using it. The Flame Devil Emperor's eyes lit up when the 100,000 blood bottles were thrown at it, and it once again moved forward. The blood bottles that Yi Xian had given it had increased its strength by quite a bit. If it swallowed another 100,000 blood bottles, it might be able to directly reach the fourth layer of the Profound Life stage. Fourth layer of the Profound Life stage. The Flame Devil Emperor went crazy as it swallowed all the blood in the bottles, and its body rapidly expanded. There's no more. If this doesn't kill you, I can only run. Yi Xian helplessly said in his heart. In his eyes, the Flame Devil Emperor swelled once again after absorbing the blood. Its body had doubled in size, and the deep red flames on its body were extremely berserk. Woo woo woo, the Flame Devil Emperor suddenly let out a strange sound as its body paused. What's going on? On the other side, the Mo and Nalan clan experts were all extremely shocked. The Mo clan had a grudge against Yi Xian. After all, if not for Yi Xian, the Mo clan ancestor would not have been blasted into ashes, and not even his universe ring would be left behind. As for the Nalan clan, they naturally hated Yi Xian to the bone, as Nalan Xinghui had died at the hands of Yi Xian. As for Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, they naturally hoped that Yi Xian would die at the hands of the Flame Devil Emperor. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was still alive, and the Flame Devil Emperor had undergone some changes. Rumble. Under the gazes of the experts from the three camps, the Flame Devil Emperor's flaming body suddenly exploded, turning into countless flames that spewed into the sky like a meteor shower. As expected. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian immediately laughed out loud. A mere third layer Profound Life stage Flame Devil Emperor actually dared to swallow so much of his blood. He had two types of immortal bloodlines in his body. One was the immortal Phoenix bloodline, and the other was the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. These two bloodlines were both of the fire attribute. The Flame Devil Emperor must have exploded from overeating. It was courting death. If it had slowly refined Yi Xian's blood, it would have been able to break through to the fourth level of the Profound Life stage. Unfortunately, it had wanted to eat until it became a big fatty, and had ultimately died from overeating. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out, and Yi Xian's killing intent inexplicably skyrocketed. However, this made sense because the core of the Flame Demon Emperor's body had already shattered. This was considered a solo kill by Yi Xian, so the killing intent points were added to him. However, even Yi Xian did not dare to neglect the rain of fire that filled the sky. Wei Zhentian, old tree, I'm counting on you. After Yi Xian finished speaking in his mind, he hid Luo Luo in the planting space, and then broke open a void door and entered. The rain of fire after the Flame Demon Emperor's self-destruction crazily fell. The Mo and Nalan families' teams were originally defending against the attacks of the surrounding Flame Demons and the Flame Demon Emperor. Now, they had to dodge the flames, which made things worse. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree both had the immortal Phoenix bloodline, and their resistance to fire was not low. Even if they were grazed by the rain of fire, they could quickly recover. Yi Xian had already broken through the void and arrived at a safe place. Using his ability to share vision with others, he saw the Mo and Nalan families' battered appearance. I wonder which side obtained that treasure, Yi Xian thought in his heart. He did not hear the conversation between Nalan Xinghui and Nalan Yongjia, so he did not know that the life and death plate had already disappeared. However, at this moment, his expression changed. This was because the Mo family's number one old ancestor, Mo Shimen, had been blasted into pieces by the Flame Demon Emperor, and even his Qian Kun ring was destroyed. What if the life and death plate was in this Qian Kun ring? This is bad. What if the treasure is in this Qian Kun ring? Now that the Qian Kun ring is damaged, wouldn't it fall into the spatial crack? Yi Xian had a panicked expression. That treasure could allow those who had not reached the samsara realm to reincarnate. It was definitely a heaven-defying item. If he obtained it, he could at least break through to the profound life realm, or even the profound death realm. Now, if it was gone, wouldn't it be a tragedy? If the Qian Kun ring was destroyed, the items in the Qian Kun ring would fall into a place called the spatial crack. It was said that only Heaven Ascension realm experts could tear through space. Their attacks had the effect of tearing through space and were extremely powerful. No matter how tough one's body was, it would be useless when there was a spatial crack. Sigh, treasures have always been obtained by the fated ones. If it's gone, it means that I am not the fated one. Yi Xian shook his head. He was already very calm when it came to such matters. After all, his main target this time was Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie. He hoped that Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie would not die under the rain of flames. Through the vision of the old tree and Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian saw that Nalan Bing and the others had burned their life force and killed their way out. The ancestor of the Nalan family, Nalan Xiong, did not die, so everyone in the Nalan family managed to escape. However, the Mo family did not have such a good fate. The 3 first-level profound life realm experts all died under the rain of flames. Their Qian Kun rings also fell into the infernal inferno. Not only that, even the old tree and Wei Zhentian were smashed to death by the last round of rain of flames. When the experts of the Nalan family saw that Yi Xian had left, they quickly led their men and retreated. Then, Yi Xian broke through the void and returned. Although the Qian Kun rings fell into the infernal inferno, the temperature of the infernal inferno is not as high as the rain of flames. The Qian Kun rings might still be there. Yi Xian immediately turned into a stream of light and entered the infernal inferno. As for the old tree and Wei Zhentian, they killed the geocentric flame demon above. Soon, Yi Xian found 2 Qian Kun rings and devoured the items inside. His cultivation base increased by a lot. Unfortunately, he could not find the 3rd Qian Kun ring. After he left the infernal inferno, a fire devil overlord attacked him. The fire devil overlord was at first level profound life realm, so it was not difficult to deal with. Wei Zhentian, kill it. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian was at immortality realm level 9, but he had not reached the peak. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use this opportunity to help him reach the peak of immortality realm level 9. Chapter 1445. Furthermore, Nalan Bing had the Nalan family's number 1 ancestor, Nalan Xiong, with her. With Yi Xian's current cultivation base, he would not be able to fight them head-on. Hence, he had to break through. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Although the geocentric flaming demon was a fire-type creature, Yi Xian's unicorn vital energy had the ability to burn everything under the heavens. Using fire to burn fire was nothing. Huff huff huff. Yi Xian killed a level 9 golden flaming demon, and the geocentric core fell into Yi Xian's hands. Not only could the geocentric core increase Yi Xian's cultivation base, but it could also increase Wei Zhentian's cultivation base. Most importantly, it could be used to restore the cooldown of Unicorn's descent. As expected. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that his guess was right. He had stayed behind to test out the effects of the geocentric core. The cooldown of Unicorn's descent required the corpse and soul of a heaven-reaching beast to restore it. Since the geocentric flaming demon was an exotic beast, its geocentric core might be able to do the same. Now, it seemed that Yi Xian could not only be used to break through, but also to reduce the cooldown of Unicorn's descent. There were countless powerful geocentric flaming demons in the infernal inferno. If he could kill all of them, breaking through to level 9 immortality stage would not be a problem. Immediately, Yi Xian continued his massacre. Previously, there was a flaming demon emperor in the infernal inferno. Now that the flaming demon emperor had self-destructed, there were only a few level 2 profound life realm flaming demon emperors left. In Yi Xian's vision, there was only one flaming demon emperor, which was still very far away from him. Apart from the profound life realm Flaming Demon Emperor, the rest of the geocentric flaming demons could not withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. One by one, the geocentric cores were devoured by Yi Xian. As Yi Xian and Wei Xintian's cultivation base continued to increase, the cooldown of Unicorn's descent also continued to decrease. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang. Yi Xian glanced at it and realized that his killing intent had increased by a lot this time. He narrowed his eyes and took a look. He discovered that Wei Xintian had finished off the first layer Profound Life Stage Flame Devil Monarch. Wei Xintian was on Immortality Level 9. It was all thanks to his immortal Phoenix bloodline and his fire resistance that he was able to kill the Fire Demon Overlord. At this moment, Wei Xintian had already transformed into a sky dragon. He was holding a core of the earth and swallowing it into his mouth. Well well. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Wei Xintian has broken through. Currently at the first level of the Profound Life Realm. Kill Wei Xintian was no longer shackled. He could take the lead in breaking through the shackles of the major realms. However, he could only reach the first level of the Profound Life Realm and could not advance any further. Kill. Not bad, not bad. Unicorn's cooldown has been reduced by 5%. Yi Xian was very satisfied. If he could eliminate all the geocentric flame devils and flame devil overlords in this area, Unicorn's descent would be off cooldown. Immediately, he increased his speed. Wei Xintian, I'll leave those Profound Life Stage Flame Devil Emperors to you. Yi Xian said to Wei Xintian. The latter had already broken through to the first layer of the Profound Life Stage. Hence, it would be even easier for him to deal with the Flame Devil Emperor, who was also at the first layer of the Profound Life Stage. As for Yi Xian, Old Tree, and Luo, they continued to kill the smaller geocentric flame devils. Time slowly passed. Soon, half a day had passed. After Wei Xintian killed a flame devil sovereign at the second level of the Profound Life Realm, Yi Xian heard another system notification. Ding! The host has broken through and is currently at Immortal Level Rank 9. Finally, he had broken through to Immortal Level Rank 9. However, after Immortal Level Rank 9, there was still the peak of Immortal Level Rank 9. Before he broke through to the peak of Immortal Level Rank 9, Yi Xian did not know if there would be any requirements to break through. However, this was a topic for another time. Anyway, he had broken through to Immortal Level Rank 9 and his strength had undergone a qualitative change. At the same time, Yi Xian made a decision. Ding! Are you willing to exchange 1,500 years of your life for one devour point? The system notification said. Previously, Yi Xian had exchanged his life for 2 devour points, which were 500 years and 1,000 years respectively. An Immortal Level Rank 9 would have a lifespan of 3,000 years. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably die after exchanging for 2 devour points. However, Yi Xian had more than 1,500 years of lifespan as he had consumed the Eternal Youth Spring Water previously. Moreover, he still had 100 years of Eternal Youth Spring Water in his Qian Kun ring. Even if he exchanged for 3 devour points, he still had 100 years of lifespan left. Hence, he was not afraid. Ding! You have exchanged 1,500 years of lifespan for 1 devour point. After the system notification was heard, Yi Xian glanced at the panel. Indeed, there was an additional devour point. If it were before, he might have saved up the devour point. However, he did not do so now. Ding! Unicorn Descent has been successfully upgraded. Another system notification was heard. The first upgrade of Unicorn Descent only required 1 devour point. Hence, Yi Xian chose to upgrade without hesitation. After the upgrade, the power of Unicorn Descent had increased. Moreover, it could be used twice in one cooldown. However, there was a time limit. It had to be used twice within a certain period of time. Otherwise, it would be useless. However, there was another disadvantage after the upgrade. The number of corpses required for the cooldown had increased. At my current level, if I use Unicorn Descent, I might be able to kill Nalan Xiong. Yi Xian thought to himself. He glanced at the death hunting order and realized that Nalan Bing and the rest had already left the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. He guessed that they had returned to the branch in the land of reincarnation. 2/3 of the geocentric flame demons in the Infernal Inferno had been killed. Among them, none of the fire demon lords of level 1 or level 2 profound life realm were left. That should be enough. Let's go and kill them all. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and broke through the void. TSK, are we finally going to fight? Old Shu's remnant flame flashed over, passed through the void door, and arrived outside the Scarlet Flame Mountain range, which was near the Shadow Fox branch. Although he had joined later, he knew about the hatred between Yi Xian and the Xian Ming duo. Now, it was finally time to settle it. Among Yi Xian's group of 4, other than Luo Luo, who had almost broken through to Immortality Realm level 9, the rest had already reached Immortality Realm level 9. Among them, Wei Xintian was even at Profound Life Realm level 1. With their current strength, it would not be a problem for them to challenge the entire Shadow Fox family. Chapter 1446. After his Eye of Perception was upgraded to the Immortal Eye level, his range of perception had greatly increased. In addition to his killer instinct and spiritual sense, he could scan the experts from the Nalan family from afar. Previously in the Scarlet Flame Mountain range, other than Nalan Xiong who was at the 2nd level Profound Life Realm, Nalan Bing, and Nalan Jia, there were 2 other 1st level Profound Life Realm experts. In addition to Nalan Yongjia, there were a total of 6 of them. Woo, I'm only at the 8th level of Immortality Realm. It seems that I can't participate in this battle. Luo Luo, who was in the planting space, said with a crying face. No, I'll do it alone this time. Yi Xian lightly smiled. Then, he approached the Shadow Fox branch and explosively shouted, Nalan Bing, Nalan Jia, get out here. His voice was deafening, and it spread to the elites in the branch. Who is so bold to shout the names of the 2 elders? It seems to be an Immortality Realm level 9 expert. He's courting death. Go, capture him. Immediately, a few Immortality Realm level 8 experts rushed out, ready to capture Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they were killed by Wei Xintian and the old tree as soon as they appeared. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased a little. However, in the 9th level of Immortality Realm, he didn't want to increase his killing intent to the upper limit because it was a waste of time. Even if he killed all of these people, he wouldn't be able to reach the upper limit. Seeing the 2 helpers of Yi Xian, the group of people was shocked. They wanted to surround and attack Yi Xian, but they didn't expect to be killed in an instant. However, the main character had finally arrived. In the distance, a few figures flew over. All of them were at the Rebirth Realm. Among them, 2 were Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie. As for the first elder of the Nalan family, Nalan Xiong, he was naturally among them. 1 at the 2nd level of the Profound Life stage and 5 at the 1st level of the Profound Life stage. This was not a weak strength. But Yi Xian just stood there, motionless. Although he had Unicorn's Descent, which was an explosive skill, it was better not to use this godly skill. Who knew what would happen next? It was better to keep it as a trump card. You actually walked right into the trap. Nalan Bing couldn't help but ask after seeing Yi Xian. No, you used the wrong word. I'm not walking into a trap. I'm going to exterminate your entire family. Yi Xian shook his head. What about the little fox? Nalan Jia asked. Nalan Bing needed Lualua's body so that she could break through quickly. At that time, Nalan Jia would also find a body with good qualifications, and they would soon surpass the peak. If you want to know where Luo is, kill me. Yi Xian replied calmly. Since the other party had the ability to search his soul, he would be able to find out after killing him. Previously, he had searched the souls of those on immortal level rank 9 because he had the spiritual eye. Of course, the ability to search one's soul had different levels. Now that he was at immortal level rank 9, whether the other party could search his soul or not was still a question. Boasting shamelessly. Today, I will avenge my elder brother. A rank 1 profound life realm warrior from the Nalan family stepped forward. He was Nalan Xinghui's younger brother, Nalan Yonghui. If you want to touch the young master, you have to go through me. The old tree suddenly appeared between Yi Xian and Nalan Yonghui. How dare a mere demon act so presumptuously in front of me? Die! Nalan Yonghui immediately dove down. Facing a rank 1 profound life realm warrior, the old tree didn't panic. When the other party approached, it suddenly unleashed Remnant Flame. Remnant Flame Doppelganger. In an instant, an afterimage of the old tree condensed behind Nalan Yonghui's back. Then, the old tree rapidly changed its position. What? Nalan Yonghui was shocked. He quickly defended himself, but unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Bang! Nalan Yonghui's entire body flew towards Yi Xian. At this moment, an air-piercing sound was heard. Wei Zhentian, who was at the first profound life realm, suddenly transformed into a giant dragon. Its giant claws seemed to be able to cover the sky. Wei Zhentian was only a divine weapon. Even Nalan Bing, who had seen it a few times, thought that it was controlled by Yi Xian. However, this wasn't the case. Wei Zhentian had its own consciousness. Before Nalan Yonghui could react, he was caught by the giant dragon claws. Presumptuous. Seeing this, Nalan Xiong also roared. Every profound life realm warrior was the backbone of the Nalan family. They had already lost one in the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, so they couldn't afford to lose another one. Nalan Xiong immediately made his move. At the same time, Yi Xian also secretly made his move. Deity's Eye, Soul's Eye. From the moment Nalan Yonghui made his move, he was already using his Soul's Eye to attack. He was currently at the 9th level of the Immortality Realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to control a first profound life realm warrior. However, this required time, because Nalan Yonghui had lived for more than 2,000 years. Immortality Realm warriors could live up to 3,000 years without burning their lifespan. Once they broke through to the profound life realm, their lifespan would instantly increase by 500 years. In other words, Nalan Yonghui, who was at the first profound life realm, had a lifespan of 3,500 years. Next, from the first profound life realm to the second profound life realm, one's lifespan would also increase by 500 years. A 9th profound life realm warrior could live for more than 7,000 years. Nalan Yonghui had also used up a lot of his lifespan, but he had lived for a longer period of time. The strength of his soul was extraordinary, so it was more difficult to control. If he dares to come over, I'll blow his head off. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly appeared behind Nalan Yonghui, who was being squeezed by the dragon claws until only his head was exposed. Hearing this, Nalan Xiong's figure immediately stopped. What do you want? Nalan Xiong gritted his teeth and said. He didn't expect Yi Xian and the others to be able to resist his will of charm. It was too unbelievable. Nothing much. Yi Xian smiled indifferently and secretly used his Eye of Soul to attack Nalan Yonghui. The latter's mouth was being squeezed by the dragon claws, and he couldn't move. During the conversation, Yi Xian had already used his Eye of Soul a few times. Ding! Control successful. After the 6th Eye of Soul, Yi Xian successfully controlled Nalan Yonghui. Then, he began to act. Bang! Nalan Yonghui suddenly burned his lifespan and shattered Wei Zhentian's claws. Old Tree pretended to not be able to react, allowing Nalan Yonghui to escape. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Nalan Xiong didn't suspect anything and directly rushed down. Good timing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he faced Nalan Xiong. He raised his hand and slashed down. A huge battle broke out. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. Chapter 1447. Under normal circumstances, Profound Life Realm experts wouldn't care about Immortality Realm Level 9 experts. Immortality Realm Level 9 experts were like ants in their eyes. However, Yi Xian's strength couldn't be described as ordinary. He had the ability to kill Nalan Xinghui in an instant. Rumble. A wave of air swept across the battlefield. In Nalan Bing and the rest's hearts, Nalan Xiong would definitely be able to capture Nalan Xinghui. However, the scene they were expecting didn't appear. Yi Xian was actually evenly matched with Nalan Xiong. Go! Seeing this, Nalan Yongjia also rushed out. Nalan Bing, Nalan Jia, and the remaining Profound Life Realm expert also rushed out. Nalan Yongjia and the other person went to kill Old Tree and Wei Zhentian. As for Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, they went to help the first ancestor, Nalan Xiong. However, at this moment, bang! Suddenly, a sound entered everyone's ears. From the corner of their eyes, they saw Nalan Yongjia's head suddenly explode. His corpse fell from the sky. What happened? How did Nalan Yongjia get killed in an instant? When they saw clearly, they discovered that the one who attacked was actually Nalan Yonghui. Nalan Yonghui killed Nalan Yongjia. How was this possible? Yonghui, you, the other Profound Life Realm expert from the Nalan family, was shocked. He would never have thought that Nalan Yonghui would actually attack his own people. However, they instantly reacted. Nalan Yonghui must have been charmed. However, Nalan Yonghui was a Rebirth Realm expert. Although he didn't have 6 tails, he wasn't someone that Yi Xian could control. If it was an ordinary soul eye, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to do it. However, he had the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline in his body, so he could barely do it. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Nalan Yongjia's death gave Yi Xian a large amount of killing intent. At the same time, it also increased his strength by 30%. This was because Yi Xian had already started a killing feast. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, Nalan Yonghui, kill the last person. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the 3 men. With the 3 of them working together, even if the other party were to burn his lifespan, they would still be able to deal with him within 3 moves. Not good, Bing, Jia, you guys go and help. Nalan Xiong's face changed, and he didn't have time to be sad and hurriedly shouted. When Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia heard this, they immediately turned around and left, but it was useless. Residual Flame. In the blink of an eye, the Old Tree arrived behind the last person and threw out a punch. This move of Residual Flame was simply too powerful. It was simply impossible to guard against. Bang! The last Rebirth Realm expert couldn't help but be blasted forward. He knew that he had to go all out this time. However, the other party was 3 against 1. Even if he burned his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. What's more, Nalan Yonghui was also burning his lifespan. In less than 3 rounds, this person was directly killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. With his death, Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, the Feast of Slaughter also increased by 30%. However, this was not the most shocking part. Rip! With a crisp sound, Nalan Yonghui's sword pierced through his own heart. 3 Rebirth Realm experts had fallen within 5 seconds. This allowed Yi Xian's Feast of Slaughter to double. Double! Old man, you're dead meat. Just as Nalan Xiong was in shock, Yi Xian suddenly launched an attack. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. A golden flaming dragon roared out. Nalan Xiong was obviously slower by a beat. However, he was still a 2nd-level Profound Life Realm expert, so he was able to defend himself. Unfortunately, this attack had triggered an effect. 1 hit 1 kill. Ding! Host has triggered 1 hit 1 kill effect. Yi Xian's golden flaming dragon instantly broke through Nalan Xiong's defense. It didn't consume a single bit of its power, allowing Na Lan Xiong to completely absorb the damage from the golden flaming dragon. The blazing flames instantly melted Na Lan Xiong's muscles, bones, skin, and flesh. In the blink of an eye, Na Lan Xiong was incinerated, leaving nothing behind. He didn't expect that after burning 20 years of his life, he still couldn't block Yi Xian's attack. Not only that, even Yi Xian didn't expect his attack to trigger one-hit one-kill effect. Although this effect wasn't applied to Na Lan Xiong's body, it easily broke through Na Lan Xiong's defense. Therefore, Na Lan Xiong was instantly killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out, and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. With Na Lan Xiong's death, only Yi Xian's trio and the mysterious underworld duo were left on the battlefield. First Elder, this is impossible, Na Lan Bing and Na Lan Jia were shocked. Na Lan Xiong was the strongest in the Shadow Fox clan. Even when facing 5 first-level Profound Life Realm experts, Na Lan Xiong could handle them with ease. But now, he was actually killed by Yi Xian in an instant. Just now, that golden flame dragon flickered. I'm afraid that the power is not something we can withstand. The sharp-eyed Na Lan Jia noticed this, but he didn't have time to think too much about it. With Na Lan Xiong dead, the Na Lan clan only had 2 Rebirth Realm experts left. They couldn't fight Yi Xian at all. Sister, let's go. Na Lan Jia immediately left with Na Lan Bing, but before they could turn around, the old tree and Wei Zhentian had already intercepted them. Yi Xian had been chasing after Na Lan Bing and Na Lan Jia ever since he was in the Nether Passage realm. After that, he went through the Fulfillment realm, the Fragmentation realm, the Nirvana realm, and the Immortality realm. During this time, the mysterious underworld duo and Yi Xian had been in danger many times. Now, it was finally time to put an end to it. Mo Shui, wait for me at Huang Quan's place. Today is the day I avenge you. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. His words fell into the mysterious underworld duo's ears. Mo Shui was their enemy. Although he died at Yi Xian's hands in the end, Yi Xian had made a promise to kill the mysterious underworld duo before he killed Mo Shui. After today, Mo Shui could finally rest in peace. Let's go. Na Lan Jia didn't say anything else and left with Na Lan Bing again. He knew that they had to break through Wei Zhentian and the old tree's blockade. Otherwise, they would die here. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian instantly turned into a ray of light and swept towards the two. After Na Lan Xiong's death, his amplification had increased from 2 times to 160 times. His speed had far surpassed Na Lan Bing and Na Lan Jia. In the blink of an eye, he intercepted Na Lan Bing and Na Lan Jia. You can't escape. Give up resistance and say your last words. Chapter 1448. However, even if the one-hit kill effect was not triggered, Nailan Xiong would only be able to block the attack. At that time, Yi Xian would only need to use the Death Hunt command and the Eye of Assassination once more. Nailan Xiong would die sooner or later. Even Nailan Xiong could not avoid Yi Xian's butcher's knife. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia could not. I just want to know who you are. Nailan Bing gritted her teeth and asked. In her opinion, Yi Xian could not be an ordinary person with such talent. It was very likely that he was also a reincarnator. I remember that you have asked this question before. I have also answered once. I am not a reincarnator. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he slowly raised the scarlet flame sword in his hand and said, If these are your last words, then please accompany Mo Shui in hell. After he finished speaking, the wind whistled. A huge golden flame dragon swallowed the two of them at a speed that they couldn't dodge at all. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 2 system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia were finally killed by Yi Xian. Mo Shui's death was finally avenged. Ding! Host has completed a random task. Host has learned the Void special positioning. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but smile. It seemed that Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were really dead this time. At that moment, he used the void's special positioning to mark Wei Zhentian and then used the eyes of the void. In the next moment, he appeared behind Wei Zhentian. The void's special positioning was actually a moving void special positioning. From now on, Yi Xian could freely teleport to Wei Zhentian, the old tree, or Luo Luo's side. Then, he cleaned up the battlefield. After he collected all the interspatial rings and checked them, he found that there was no treasure inside. That's strange. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia have successfully taken back their bodies. That means that they should have gotten the treasure. Why is there no treasure? Yi Xian was very surprised. He continued to check. He guessed that the treasure was something insignificant that he did not find. However, at this moment, a strange energy suddenly rose from Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia's bodies. Young master, look, the old tree suddenly reminded him. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked to see white smoke rising from Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia's bodies. This is, the reincarnation's will. He raised an eyebrow. Previously, when Mo Shui died, a strange big eyeball suddenly appeared, similar to the Eye of Death. It was said that it was called the Eye of Reincarnation, and it specialized in absorbing the will of reincarnation. The reincarnations to reincarto to reincarnation. Now that the reincarnation's will had appeared, did that mean that the reincarnation city master would come again? Before Yi Xian could react, a gigantic eyeball appeared in the sky. Looking at the patterns on the eyeball, it was indeed the Eye of Samsara from that day. It really appeared. Yi Xian did not know if this reincarnation eye belonged to the reincarnation city master. After the reincarnation eye appeared, the reincarnation wills of Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia floated towards it. However, at this moment, another huge eye appeared. What? A second reincarnation eye? Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, there was an reincarnation eye on his left and right. The two reincarnation eyes suddenly looked at each other. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia's reincarnation wills stopped rising. They were sandwiched in the middle. Both sides are fighting for the reincarnation wills. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and immediately understood. Young master, I want to see too, Luo Luo hurriedly shouted in the planting space. Hearing this, Yi Xian did not hesitate and let Luo Luo out. However, after Luo Luo appeared, another reincarnation eye appeared in the sky. A third one. Oh my god, I heard that the reincarnation eye is an extremely rare eye in the world. It can absorb the reincarnator's will and feed it back to its owner. Now, 3 reincarnation eyes have appeared at once. This is too scary. Yi Xian could not help but shudder. The 3 reincarnation eyes were like 3 legs of a tripod, opposing each other. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia's reincarnation wills were sandwiched in the middle. The 3 sides did not seem to be moving, but in fact, they were secretly fighting for the ownership of the 2 reincarnation wills. Both of you, there is a first-come first-serve rule. You are violating the rules. Suddenly, the reincarnation eye that appeared first condensed the image of a man. After hearing this voice, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. He recognized this voice. The reincarnation city master. You can't say that. I need this too. I can't give it to you. When the second eye of reincarnation appeared, it also formed the shadow of a beautiful woman. After seeing this woman's appearance, Yi Xian and the others trembled violently. This woman was from the Fox Charm clan. She had a pair of fox ears and 9 fox tails. However, her fur was gray, which was relatively rare in the fox tribe. At the same time, after seeing this woman's image, Luo Luo's blood started to boil. Luo Luo, what's wrong? Yi Xian sensed Luo Luo's abnormality and hurriedly asked. I don't know. I don't know why the blood in my body is boiling. It seems to be caused by this woman. Luo Luo hurriedly shook her head. This was the first time she had seen this beautiful woman's face. However, she felt a sense of familiarity towards this woman. At this time, the third reincarnation I condensed a figure. It was a white-haired elder. Reincarnation City Master, Reincarnation Fox, both of you have been in the land of reincarnation for countless years and have absorbed countless reincarnation wills. Isn't that enough? The white-haired elder said. Ha, Reincarnation Venerable, if we were in different positions today, would you give up? The Reincarnation City Master suddenly laughed. In that case, let's compete fairly. Reincarnation Venerable snorted. All right, fair competition. The man and woman looked at each other. In the next moment, the two reincarnation eyes above their heads suddenly turned around and focused their attention on the reincarnation eye above Reincarnation Venerable's head. What? Reincarnation Venerable was shocked. His image shattered instantly, and so did the reincarnation eye above his head. We were tricked. Ha, 3 people, 2 reincarnation wills. This is impossible to divide. However, 1 less person is enough. Chapter 1449. Okay. The beautiful woman nodded and absorbed Nalan Bing's reincarnation will. Nalan Jie's reincarnation will was absorbed by the Samsara City Master. They could split it evenly. There were only 2 of them in the land of reincarnation. The Samsara supremacy had only risen in recent years. How could they split it evenly? At this moment, the Samsara City Lord glanced at Yi Xian's group of 4 from the corner of his eye and raised his eyebrows. Young man, we meet again. How long has it been? I never thought that you would actually improve to such an extent. After Mo Shui's death, the Samsara City Master didn't form a phantom and only spoke. Yi Xian remembered that the Samsara City Master said that he didn't reincarnate. This meant that there were only 3 possibilities. 1. The Samsara City Master sensed wrongly. 2. Yi Xian's achievements would surpass the Samsara City Master's. 3. Yi Xian's body and soul would be destroyed or he would become a ghost spirit. Now it seemed that Yi Xian's achievements would surpass the Samsara City Master's. Greetings, Senior. Yi Xian cupped his fists. The reincarnation will from last time and this reincarnation will are related to you. If you have the chance in the future, you can come and visit me. The Samsara City Master smiled. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian thanked the Samsara City Master. He estimated that the Samsara City Master was at least a Samsara realm expert. This was a super expert who surpassed the profound death realm. The Samsara City Master nodded and looked at the woman. Xing, this little fox seems to be related to you. I'll take my leave first. Okay. The woman nodded. The Samsara City Master and the eye of reincarnation above his head turned into nothingness. Now, only the reincarnation fox was left. She had noticed Luoluo from the beginning, but she was busy fighting for the reincarnation will. You're finally here, the woman looked at Luoluo and said slowly. Luoluo asked in surprise, Senior, do you know me? Yes. The woman nodded. Not only do we know each other, but we're also very familiar with each other. I was the one who reincarnated you. As soon as these words were spoken, whether it was Luoluo, Yi Xian, Old Shu, or Wei Zhentian, they were all extremely shocked. Is Luoluo also a reincarnator? This, Luoluo didn't dare to believe it either. However, after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was possible. The bloodline in her body was simply too noble. She was probably one of the best in the fox race. Furthermore, she was born with an extra tuft of golden tail hair. This was very strange because she was a white fox. Previously, she thought that it was because of her ancestor, but now, it seemed that the tuft of golden tail hair was probably done by this woman, because she was the one who helped Luoluo reincarnate. But why did Luoluo want to reincarnate? You probably have a lot of questions in your heart right now, but it's not time for you to know them yet. After the woman finished speaking, she gently waved her hand. In the next moment, the 9 tails behind Luoluo suddenly unfurled. This scene frightened the Shadow Fox clansmen who were watching from afar. 9 tails. The little girl that they had schemed so hard to catch had actually grown into a 9-tailed fox. However, this was nothing compared to the woman with the eye of reincarnation. Whoosh! At this moment, the tuft of golden tail hair hidden in Lualua's tail suddenly appeared. Then, it directly entered Lualua's body. What? Yi Xian was shocked. The golden tail hair entered Lualua's body. Could it be that something bad had happened? However, he was overthinking. After the golden tail hair entered Lualua's body, Lualua's tail started to mutate. During the previous mutation, Luoluo grew 9 tails, and one of them turned golden. And this time, 2 of the 7 white tails actually started to turn golden. In the end, Luoluo became a fox with 3 golden tails and 6 white tails. It looked a little strange. Your realm is not high enough. This is the only way. The woman sighed. This time, although Luoluo had mutated, Yi Xian's immortal eye unicorn bloodline didn't change. For some reason, he didn't know. However, Luoluo had improved by quite a bit. Ding! Luoluo has made a breakthrough. Currently at Immortality Realm Level 9. Ding! Luoluo has made a breakthrough. Currently at Profound Life Realm Level 1. After 2 consecutive system notifications, Luoluo's aura suddenly increased by more than 10 times. This scene shocked Yi Xian. Luoluo had suddenly jumped 2 levels. However, this wasn't what shocked Yi Xian. Yi Xian was currently at Immortality Realm Level 9. Other than Wei Zhentian, Luoluo and the old tree couldn't surpass the Immortality Realm. However, Luoluo had broken through to Profound Life Realm Level 1 just like Wei Zhentian. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at Luoluo and realized that Luoluo had also broken through the shackles of the realm. In the future, when Yi Xian broke through to Profound Life Realm Level 9, they could break through to Profound Death Realm ahead of time. However, they could only break through to Profound Death Realm Level 1. We've made a profit. Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Ah, the bloodline density in my body has increased by a lot. My ability to absorb and refine Yuan Qi has increased by a lot. Luoluo's eyes lit up. Suddenly, her fur flashed, and she turned into a golden fox. This was a transformation. Luoluo has merged with the golden tail fur. Now, Luoluo can transform freely. Yi Xian was extremely shocked and hurriedly asked in his mind. Young master, I can transform freely now. I don't need to use the golden tail fur anymore. However, there is a time limit. Luoluo replied. Previously, the golden tail fur was a consumable item. Every time it was used, it was gone. Now, it was equivalent to a skill with a cooldown time. Luoluo's strength had increased. However, at this moment, the lady suddenly said in a strange tone, "That's strange. Why is she only at Profound Life Realm?" These words caused Yi Xian and the others to be extremely shocked. Why was she only at Profound Life Realm? Could it be that the lady could directly raise Luoluo's strength to Profound Death Realm? Or was it the Samsara Realm? Heavens! Yi Xian wanted to kill himself. If he was at Profound Life Realm Level 1, wouldn't Luoluo be able to reach Profound Life Realm Level 9 in an instant? What a huge loss. Forget it. Profound Life Realm it is, the lady shook her head and said, "It's not time for you to know about your background. Come to the 100 Fox Manor in the west of the land of reincarnation. I'll wait for you there." 100 Fox Manor. When Yi Xian and Luoluo heard this name, they couldn't help but look at each other. This name was extremely unfamiliar. However, the 100 Fox Manor was in the west of the land of reincarnation. Previously, they had gone to find old immortal Tianju. The latter had said that if they wanted to know about Luoluo's bloodline, they could go to the west of the land of reincarnation. Chapter 1450. I'll wait for you. Before Luoluo could ask, the woman suddenly said these words and disappeared. The three eyes of reincarnation had all disappeared as if they had never appeared, leaving behind Yi Xian and the other three dumbfounded people as well as the corpses. Yi Xian was also helpless. Since they knew each other, why didn't they give her something good and just leave like that? However, he felt that the relationship between the fox of reincarnation and Luo Luo was not that simple. At the same time, he was also surprised that Luo Luo was a reincarnator. I didn't expect this little girl to be a reincarnator. I wonder how powerful she was in her previous life. Old Tree was also very surprised. Who would have thought that a 16-year-old Luo Luo would have such a background? However, it made sense when he thought about it. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline was so powerful and there were so many fox clan members in this world. How could she be so ordinary? No wonder I have inherited memories. I'm a reincarnator too. However, why don't I have memories of my previous life? Luo Luo asked curiously. Most reincarnators would know their previous life's identity once they awakened their inherited memories. However, Luo Luo's inherited memories did not contain any memories of her previous life. There were only some martial arts skills and some knowledge. This was a little strange. Maybe the fox of reincarnation sealed it when he helped you reincarnate. Don't be afraid, we will know when we reach the 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian said as he stroked Luo Luo's hair. After knowing that Luo Luo was a reincarnator, he felt that he had hit the jackpot. Perhaps Luo Luo was a super powerful Samsara realm expert in her previous life. However, when he formed a contract with Luo Luo, he was only a supreme being. He was still a supreme being's 3 sovereign disasters away from the manifestation realm. At that time, he would never have thought that Luo Luo had such a background. If he had known back then, his heart would have probably broken from fear. However, Luo Luo's change this time was out of everyone's expectations. Yi Xian originally thought that the eyes of reincarnation would disappear after absorbing the reincarnation will. 100 Fox Manor. I've never heard of it. The Fox of Samsara seems to be a Samsara realm expert, but he's still very far away from us. The old tree shook his head and said. They were currently only at the profound life realm. Only by reaching the 9th level of the profound life realm would they be able to break through to the profound death realm. Only after breaking through to the 9th level of the profound death realm would they be able to reach the samsara realm. In any case, they were still too weak now. Let's take it one step at a time. We just need to ask around along the way. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. However, right at this moment. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air fell into everyone's ears. Bang! After this sound, there was a loud noise. What's the situation? Yi Xian and the others suddenly turned their heads and saw a pillar of light soaring into the sky. This pillar of light was rising from the Scarlet Flame mountain range, piercing straight into the clouds. Young master, it seems like a treasure has appeared. Luo Luo's eyes lit up as she happily said. Today, it was really a happy day. Today, Yi Xian and the others' strength had improved qualitatively. They even killed Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia to avenge Mo Shui. Even Luo Luo had changed again. Most importantly, they had confirmed Luo Luo's origin. Now, another treasure had appeared. It was really a happy day. Young master, you didn't find the treasure in these people's interspatial rings. Maybe they didn't find it either. This time, the treasure has appeared. Old Tree narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, Yi Xian had also thought of this. He immediately broke through the void and said, let's go in and take a look. How could they miss the treasure that had appeared? Originally, Yi Xian wanted to perform a soul search, but it would take too long, so Yi Xian decided to take a look first. If it was really the treasure that could allow people to reincarnate, it would save them the time of a soul search. Immediately, Yi Xian and the others came to the Scarlet Flame Mountains again. The light beam was nearby, so Yi Xian quickly rushed over. However, he was blocked by a layer of milky white light film. What a strong aura of life! If an injured person entered, their injuries would be healed instantly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This layer of light film was the mysterious life qi. However, because it was too strong, he did not dare to enter because he was afraid that he would explode like the flame demon emperor. Young master, I'll go in and take a look. After the old tree finished speaking, it directly rushed into the layer of white light film. However, before it could go far, Yi Xian heard two system notifications. Ding! The spirit of ashes is dead. Ding! The spirit of ashes is resurrected. Sigh, it really exploded because of the strong mysterious life qi. In this case, how can we go in? Old tree said helplessly. It was not a good thing that the mysterious life qi was too strong. Not only that, but there is also a layer of mysterious death qi behind the mysterious life qi. Even if we go through, we can't enter. Yi Xian could not help but say. The mysterious life qi was healing, and the mysterious death qi was rotting. Yi Xian was almost certain that the treasure that was unearthed this time should be the treasure that could allow people to reincarnate. This treasure must contain both mysterious life qi and mysterious death qi in order to balance the mysterious life and death qi in the body and allow people to reincarnate. However, how was he going to get close to this place and obtain that treasure? Could they only wait? By the way, you can exchange for items that collect mysterious life qi and mysterious death qi. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and spent a large amount of super-devouring crystals to exchange for something called the Life and Death Retriever. This Life and Death Retriever could collect mysterious life qi and mysterious death qi and use them for cultivation. Then, Yi Xian took out the Life and Death Retriever. This Life and Death Retriever was like a vacuum cleaner. Once it was activated, it began to collect mysterious life qi. Wow! There is so much mysterious life qi. If I have it, my cultivation level will increase rapidly. Luo could not help but exclaim when she saw the speed at which the Life and Death Retriever was collecting mysterious life qi. Wei Zhentian was an omnipotent weapon and did not need mysterious life and death qi. The old tree was the spirit of ashes and did not need mysterious life and death qi. Yi Xian relied on devouring to level up, so he did not need mysterious life and death qi. Therefore, only Luo could use mysterious life and death qi. The mysterious life qi interacted with each other and was quickly absorbed by Yi Xian's Life and Death Retriever. Next was the mysterious death qi. If a person below the rebirth state touched even a little of this mysterious death qi, they would be turned into ashes, let alone so much of it. This mysterious life qi and mysterious death qi are enough for Luo to cultivate for a long time. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Soon, the mysterious death qi was collected and Yi Xian put the Life and Death Retriever into the devouring space. Young master, there is someone. Chapter 1451. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head and discovered a few figures with his eye of revelation. They are at least at the third level of the profound life realm. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. There were a total of 3 people, all of whom were at least at the second level of the profound life realm. The leader was suspected to be at the third level of the profound life realm. Where did these people come from? They should be from a certain faction in the land of reincarnation, Yi Xian thought to himself. These 3 people should have been attracted by the light pillar that appeared when the treasure was unearthed. No matter what, even if Yi Xian was at the 4th level of the profound life realm, he had to obtain this treasure. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately led Luo and the other 2 towards the light pillar. At the same time, the people in the distance did the same. They had also noticed Yi Xian. Kill them. The long-haired man in the lead shouted. As his voice faded, the 2 experts at the second level of the profound life realm behind him rushed towards Yi Xian and the other 3. You are just a speck of light, yet you dare to compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian sneered. Although he had yet to reach the profound life realm, the second level of the profound life realm was nothing in his eyes. Not only could Wei Zhentian fight one-on-one, but so could Luo. Even the 9th level of the immortality realm old tree would not be a problem. These two people would be left to Luo Luo and the other two. Yi Xian immediately used the death hunt command to mark the long-haired man in the lead. He then crossed a large distance and arrived behind the long-haired man. In this world, killing others to obtain treasures was a matter of course, let alone a treasure that had just been unearthed. Eye of assassination. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flame dragon slash. The combination of the death hunt command and the eye of assassination greatly increased Yi Xian's attack power. However, this long-haired man was indeed at the third level of the profound life realm. Furthermore, he had a strong background and would not be killed so easily. When Yi Xian's figure flashed behind him, he had already reacted. Bang! The long-haired man defended against the peerless true flame dragon slash. The power of the attack was comparable to his full-strength attack. Was it really possible for an immortal level rank 9 to do that? The long-haired man was surprised. No matter who you are, this treasure is mine. The long-haired man's eyes flickered and he suddenly attacked. I'll show you the true strength of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was determined to kill, so he immediately used his strongest move. Unicorn has descended. In an instant, a flaming hoof appeared above the long-haired man's head and slammed down. What? The long-haired man was shocked again. This time, the power of Yi Xian's divine ability was beyond his imagination. Boom! Before he could react, Unicorn's flaming hooves stomped on his body, breaking his defense in an instant. The power of Unicorn's descent had increased significantly after its upgrade. Moreover, it could be used twice within a certain period of time. The long-haired man smelled the aura of death, so he burned 100 years of his life to block the attack. Even so, he was severely injured by Unicorn's hoof. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. One more time. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Another unicorn's hoof stomped on him. Boom! This time, the long-haired man was trampled to death, leaving only his Qian Kun ring. Unicorn's descent was indeed a divine ability. It was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. Yi Xian had no choice but to use his trump card to obtain the treasure. He was afraid that more powerful people would arrive later. Senior Zhang. After sensing the two powerful auras, the other two could not help but glance at them from the corner of their eyes. Both of them were stunned. Senior Zhang, who was at level 3 profound life realm, was killed instantly. How was this possible? Tisk, TSK, TSK. You two brats, don't be distracted during the battle. Old Tree's voice was suddenly heard from behind one of them. That person's body trembled violently. He heard that the source of the voice was less than half a meter away from him. Bang! Old Tree threw out a punch with all his might. It landed directly on his opponent's head. The scorching flames immediately burned more than half of his opponent's head. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian, who was far away, heard 3 system notifications consecutively. It turned out that Luo Luo, who was at level 1 profound life realm, had already killed the third person with the 9 reincarnation flashes. The 3 of them had died unjustly. They did not even use 3/10 of their strength. Due to their carelessness, they were killed by Yi Xian and the other 3. Wei Zhentian did not even have the chance to attack in this battle. It was a pity. In the previous battle, Yi Xian's spoils were not enough for him to break through to the profound life realm. However, after obtaining the 3 Qian Kun rings, it was enough. Ding! The host has reached the peak of level 9 immortality realm. Another system notification sounded. Yi Xian knew that he needed to break through to the profound life realm. Mysterious life energy. It actually needs mysterious life energy. I'm really lucky. Yi Xian's eyes could not help but emit 2 rays of light. The mysterious life energy needed could not be refined by others. It had to be naturally produced. On the other hand, he had just collected a large amount of mysterious life qi. Wasn't that a stroke of luck? To break through from level 9 Immortality Realm to level 1 Profound Life Realm, one would need 10,000 Mysterious Life Energy. This 10,000 was fixed. Yi Xian did not know how much, but he knew that the Mysterious Life Energy in the Life and Death Recycler was enough. At that moment, he used the Mysterious Life Energy in the Life and Death Recycler to break through. Ding! The host has broken through. Currently at level 1 Profound Life Realm. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Currently at level 1 Profound Life Realm. Finally, he had broken through to the Profound Life Realm. Now, Yi Xian could be considered as a Rebirth Realm elite. His lifespan had increased by 500 years. As for the Mysterious Life Energy, the 10,000 points that he had consumed was like the tip of an iceberg compared to what he had just collected. Ding! Would the host like to use 1,500 years of lifespan to exchange for one Devour point? Yes. Yi Xian made the decision without hesitation. Previously, he had used his lifespan to exchange for 2 Devour points. He had used 500 years of lifespan and 1,000 years of lifespan respectively. This third time, he had used up 1,500 years of lifespan. Level 1 Immortality Realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Every breakthrough would increase one's lifespan by 250 years. When one reached level 9 Immortality Realm, it would be exactly 3,000 years. As for the Profound Life Realm, each breakthrough could increase one's lifespan by 500 years. Hence, Yi Xian's total lifespan had reached 3,500 years. Using 3,000 years of lifespan to exchange for 3 Devour points was enough. Ding! The host has used 1,500 years of lifespan to exchange for 1 Devour point. The system notification sounded. Now, Yi Xian only had a few hundred years of lifespan left. However, this was enough for him. Chapter 1452. I can only use my lifespan to exchange for Devour points 3 times. Yi Xian felt a little regretful. If only he could use his lifespan to exchange for Devour points when he was in the rebirth state. Then, he could quickly collect Devour points and fuse the 2 battle bloodlines. But then again, now that the 3 benefits had been delivered, it was time for him to find the treasure. He quickly turned around and dashed toward the pillar of light that shot into the sky. Once he was close enough, he would be able to use his eye of revelation to scan the treasure. The treasure was round and looked a little like a compass. However, there were strange patterns engraved on it. He did not know what they were. Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly went over to put away the treasure. As the treasure entered the devouring space, the pillar of light that soared into the sky also disappeared. I got the treasure. It's time to leave. Yi Xian sent Wei Zhentian and the other 2 into the planting space and left by himself. He did not know if there were any experts in the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. To be safe, it was better to leave the treasure's location. But what he did not know was that the treasure's location was where Naylan Bing and Naylan Jie reincarnated. Yi Xian passed through the void door and arrived outside the land of reincarnation. Young master, what's that treasure? Luo Luo could not help but ask. I'm not sure. Take a look. Yi Xian sent the treasure into the planting space and threw it to Luo Luo and the other 2. However, even with Luo Luo's inherited memories, she did not know what the treasure was. Young master, there seems to be something missing in the middle. Luo Luo looked at the center of the disc. Yes, I don't know if it was found by Naylan Bing and Naylan Jie. Let me search their souls first. Yi Xian nodded and took out Naylan Yonghui's corpse. He was at the first level of the Profound Life Realm. Naylan Yonghui was also at the first level of the Profound Life Realm when he was alive. When Yi Xian finished searching, he knew that the treasure was indeed the reincarnation treasure that Naylan Bing and Naylan Jie found in their previous lives. However, it was not complete. Previously, when Naylan Bing and Naylan Jie returned to the Shadow Fox clan, they drew the diagram of the treasure based on their memories. Naylan Yonghui had also seen the complete treasure, so Yi Xian had also seen it indirectly. The complete treasure was called the Life and Death Disc. Compared to the disc that Yi Xian had obtained, it had an extra central piece. The missing part was the black and white area, which was similar to the 8 trigrams. Yi Xian guessed that the black and white areas represented the profound death qi and profound life qi. However, when Nailan Bing, Nailan Jia, and the others found the life and death plate again, the middle piece of the life and death plate was missing. This caused Yi Xian to be puzzled. The universe rings on the reincarnated bodies of Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia were still there, which proved that no one had entered the cave residence opened by their reincarnation. Moreover, even if someone had entered, why would they only take the central piece and not the base? Or could it be that the central part had grown legs and ran off on its own? Sigh, no matter what, the life and death plate is gone, and only this base remains. Yi Xian said helplessly. It turned out that he had only obtained the base of the treasure. However, this base might be valuable, so Yi Xian tried to devour it. Ding! The object cannot be devoured. The system notified. Cannot be devoured. Maybe my level is too low, or maybe the treasure is special and cannot be devoured, Yi Xian thought for a while, then threw the base of the life and death plate into the devouring space. Although the treasure was gone, he had collected a lot of profound life qi and profound death qi. This must be the contribution of the base of the life and death plate, and it was very important to Luo Luo. Overall, he had profited. Then, the next step would be to make a good plan. Young master, what should we do next? Should we head west? Luo Luo asked. No hurry. Let me search your soul. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took out the corpse of a second-level profound life realm expert that he had just killed. A soul search would only require a few hours. Very soon, he was able to read this person's memories like a computer. It was like a revolving lantern. These 3 people were from the Tiger Leopard Pavilion on the other side of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. The Tiger Leopard Pavilion was quite capable to be established in the land of reincarnation for thousands of years. However, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion probably did not know that Yi Xian had killed these 3 people. After looking at the maps in the 3 people's interspatial rings, Yi Xian and the others knew the layout of the land of reincarnation. The land of reincarnation was divided into 3 parts. The Samsara City Master in the east, the Fox Reincarnation in the west, and the Samsara Supremacy in the north. If the land of reincarnation was divided into 12 regions according to the clock, the Samsara City Master occupied the region from 1:00 to 6:00, the Fox Reincarnation occupied the region from 6:00 to 9:00, and the Samsara Supremacy occupied the region from 9:00 to 1:00. The Samsara City Master occupied the largest region, followed by the Fox Reincarnation and the Samsara Supremacy. However, Yi Xian also found a map of the land of reincarnation from decades ago. On this map, the Fox Reincarnation and the Samsara City Master were equally divided. The Fox Reincarnation's territory was only slightly smaller than the Samsara City Master's. In other words, the Samsara Supremacy was a newly emerged expert. He snatched the territories of the Samsara City Master and the Fox Reincarnation and became a third party. From the memories of the 3 people, the Samsara Supremacy appeared about 20 years ago. The land of reincarnation had a history of tens of thousands of years. The Samsara Supremacy was able to snatch the territories of the 2 giants within 20 years. This kind of means and strength was not something an ordinary person could possess. The Samsara Supremacy is so powerful. No wonder the Samsara City Master and the Fox Reincarnation joined forces to attack him. Luo Luo suddenly recalled the scene just now. Reincarnation Venerable's Eye of Reincarnation had been instantly destroyed to nothingness. However, this made sense. The Samsara Supremacy had snatched so many territories from the 2 of them. The 2 of them must have held a grudge against him. 2 mere Samsara wills were nothing to them. He is indeed powerful. However, why didn't the Fox Reincarnation and the Samsara City Master kill him in the cradle? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Maybe it's too late. Luo Luo shook her head. This kind of question was not something she could answer. 20 years was more than enough time. Perhaps the samsara supremacy had hidden too deeply in the past. Then, he suddenly became famous and grew to the point where he could fight against the fox reincarnation and the samsara city master. That was why he was able to stabilize his power. In any case, he was very powerful. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that the samsara supremacy's rise was very close to the time when Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were reincarnated. Young master, what is this big blank space on the map? Chapter 1453. This is called the reincarnation battlefield. It was built by the three great leaders. Those who enter will belong to the camp of the region they are in. Then, they can kill people from the other two camps to obtain reincarnation battle merits. Yi Xian explained. What can we do with these battle merits? Luo Luo asked. These battle merits can be exchanged for divine artifacts, elixirs, divine abilities, and so on. If we reach a certain level, we can even ask the three great leaders to help us reincarnate. Yi Xian answered. Help us reincarnate? Old Tree was stunned. Yes, as long as we have enough battle merits, regardless of whether we are in the profound life realm or the profound death realm, we can ask the leaders of our camp to help us reincarnate. Moreover, we can choose a specific region or awaken earlier. Yi Xian nodded. After reincarnation, one's memories would be temporarily sealed. However, if an expert helped them reincarnate, they would awaken their inherited memories earlier. This way, they would not have to worry about dying before they awakened their inherited memories. Some experts could even help 2 or 3 people reincarnate at the same time to the same region. Reincarnation is useless to us. However, the reincarnation battlefield is a good place to train. Don't you think so, young master? Luo Luo smiled sweetly and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian liked this kind of place the most. It was a good place for him to break through quickly. The 100 Fox Manor is in the far west of the land of reincarnation. It's close to the border. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get there. Why don't we enter the reincarnation battlefield to train? Yi Xian nodded and said, there's a one-way teleportation array on the other side of the Scarlet Flame mountain range. It's near the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Let's go there directly. Okay. Yi Xian and the other 3 immediately broke through the void and returned to the Scarlet Flame mountain range. As Yi Xian had used up his unicorn descent, they killed their way out of the Scarlet Flame mountain range. They traversed the Scarlet Flame mountain range in 3 days. At the same time, Yi Xian's unicorn cooldown had recovered to 60%. He would be able to use unicorn again after another 40% cooldown. Last time, he had used the unicorn descent when he was at the 9th level of the immortality stage. It was so powerful that he had instantly killed the 3rd level profound life stage expert from the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Currently, he was at the 1st level of the profound life stage. If he were to use unicorn descent, its power would likely be even more frightening, right? Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but quicken his pace towards the teleportation array. During these 3 days, Luo Luo, Wei Zhentian, and the old tree had also broken through to the 2nd level of the profound life stage. Their strength had undergone a qualitative improvement. Yi Xian alone was enough to contend against the entire Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the battlefield teleportation array. There was a small town next to the teleportation array for travelers to rest in. This teleportation array was built by the experts of the 100 Fox Manor. It doesn't belong to any faction. As long as you have a teleportation crystal, you can teleport to the reincarnation battlefield. Yi Xian thought to himself as he directly crossed the small town and arrived at the entrance of the teleportation palace. However, before he could enter, he was stopped by someone outside. You want to teleport to the reincarnation battlefield? A man at the 2nd level of the profound life stage blocked Yi Xian's way. Yes, what's the matter? Yi Xian coldly looked at the man. He felt that something was amiss. This teleportation array has been reserved by the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. If you want to teleport to the reincarnation battlefield, you have to pay 10 profound life pills first. the man said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did have 10 profound life pills. However, the teleportation array was built by the 100 Fox Manor. It was an ownerless item and anyone could use it. However, it was actually taken over by the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. You guys are quite bold. Using the 100 Fox Manor's name to charge a fee. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and coldly laughed. Don't use the 100 Fox Manor to pressure me. We, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion, have occupied this place for many years. If you don't want to, go elsewhere. The man could not be bothered with Yi Xian. The teleportation fee of the teleportation array was set according to the realm of the warrior. Yi Xian was at the first level of the immortality stage. The teleportation crystal he used was roughly the price of 10 profound life pills. The entrance fee was also 10 profound life pills. In other words, the price was doubled. Yi Xian did have profound life pills. However, why would he give them to him? What if I insist on using them? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. He liked such overbearing sections. It would be best if these people provoked him. This way, he would have a reason to destroy them. You, who are only at the first level of the profound life stage, dare to trespass into the teleportation palace. The man was immediately amused by Yi Xian. He raised his finger and pointed into the distance, saying, "Do you see those heads? These people have poor judgment and tried to trespass into the teleportation palace. Then, they were killed by the experts of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion." There were no lack of experts at the 3rd and 4th level of the profound life stage. The 40th and 41st heads are my spoils of war. After he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Yi Xian's Qian Kun ring, saying, "Kid, you've already angered me. Hand over your Qian Kun ring and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll hang your head and pee in your mouth." Yi Xian looked in the direction of his finger. Indeed, he saw several rows of heads. These were used to intimidate others and make them obediently hand over their money. "Ha, since that's the case, I'll hang your head too." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. His body did not move at all, but a crisp sound was heard. Rip. The man who blocked the way had his head chopped off. The one who chopped off his head was not a human, but Wei Zhentian, who was at the 2nd level of the profound life stage. Subsequently, Yi Xian used his 10,000 mammoth strength to hang the man's head at the end of the row of heads. There was a small town beside the teleportation palace. At this moment, some people in the small town noticed this and immediately started to make a ruckus. Revolt, revolt. Someone actually attacked a member of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion and even killed him. What? Someone killed a member of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion? There will be a good show to watch. Ha, who has the guts to provoke the Tiger Leopard Pavilion? The news of Yi Xian killing the guard of the teleportation palace spread from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100. Immediately, a large number of people ran out, ready to watch a good show. There were still some experts of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion in the teleportation palace. Immediately, they rushed out. Who dares to kill a disciple of my Tiger Leopard Pavilion? A burly man rushed out of the teleportation palace with a few other men. This burly man's aura was much stronger than the person Yi Xian killed. He was at the 4th level of the profound life stage. As for the few behind him, they were also at the 3rd level of the profound life stage. In the eyes of the surrounding people, Yi Xian was already a dead man. Chapter 1454. If this 4th layer profound life stage expert were to appear, Yi Xian would truly have no chance of survival. What caused the others to be astonished was that not only did Yi Xian not flee after killing, he stood in front of the teleportation palace and watched. Was he trying to commit suicide? When the burly man came out, he saw the headless corpse on the ground. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it, it wasn't easy for me to take in a disciple, but he was actually killed." After speaking, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. The latter's 1st layer profound life stage aura caused him to be startled. How is this possible? How can a first layer profound life stage expert kill a second layer profound life stage expert? The burly man was somewhat in disbelief. After all, the person who had died was his disciple. Yi Xian looked at the burly man and did not feel the slightest sense of danger. He said, "Your tiger leopard pavilion is quite impressive. Not only did you occupy the teleportation array, you even killed someone. How dare you? You clearly knew that he was a disciple of my tiger leopard pavilion, yet you still dared to kill him?" Suddenly, an elder took a step forward and sternly shouted. At the same time, the tiger leopard pavilion disciples who were lazing around the teleportation palace also surrounded him. There were more than 10 of them, and all of them were at the profound life stage. Enough nonsense. Are you all going to attack me together, or one by one? I'll take it. Yi Xian said somewhat impatiently. Originally, he could directly teleport to the reincarnation battlefield after killing someone. However, he did not do so because he was waiting for the other party. This way, he could level up. I really don't know where this foolish brat came from. A few of you, come and chop off his limbs. I want to hang him on the wall and bleed to death. The burly man roared. Yes. Immediately, 3 second layer profound life stage tiger leopard pavilion disciples stepped forward. Although Yi Xian had killed a second layer profound life stage disciple, no one had seen it. Everyone thought that Yi Xian had successfully killed the disciple through a sneak attack. Now that there were 3 second layer profound life stage disciples, how could they not take care of Yi Xian? However, they did not expect that they would not be able to take care of him. TSK, young master, leave these 3 small fries and those weak disciples to this old man. Suddenly, Old Tree's figure appeared beside Yi Xian, shocking everyone. Where did this person come from? Not only did the surrounding people not discover it, even the strong man at the 4th level of the profound life stage was the same. Strange, truly strange. Do it. The 3 tiger leopard pavilion disciples instantly attacked. But before that, the old tree was 1 step ahead of them and flashed behind them. Residual flame. Residual flame. Residual flame. 3 flames lit up one after another behind the trio. Immediately, these 3 second layer profound life stage tiger leopard pavilion disciples were turned into dust in front of everyone, leaving behind only 3 Qian Kun rings and 3 divine weapons. Instant kill. Instantly killing 3 tiger leopard pavilion disciples at the 2nd level of the profound life stage. This strength was at least at the 3rd level of the profound life stage. I was wondering where the courage came from to provoke my tiger leopard pavilion. So it's because there's a 3rd level profound life stage helper. So what if he's at the 3rd level of the profound life stage? The 3 elders beside Elder Xiong are also at the 3rd level of the profound life stage, let alone Elder Xiong who's at the 4th level of the profound life stage. Sigh, there's going to be 2 more heads on the human head wall. However, that flame is very powerful. It actually burned them into dust in the blink of an eye. Even the profound life chi would not be able to recover. The spectators in the small town were all whispering. At the same time, Old Tree attacked again after killing the 3 people. Bastard, stop! A tiger leopard pavilion elder quickly rushed out and rushed towards Old Tree. However, at this moment, Wei Zhintian suddenly turned into a dragon and intercepted this tiger leopard pavilion elder. What the hell? This tiger leopard pavilion elder raised his eyebrows and threw a punch at Wei Zhintian. Bang! Wei Zhintian was sent flying. However, the cracks were instantly repaired by the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. He was not injured at all. A weapon that can change its appearance and recover automatically. Good stuff. After seeing this, the brawny man immediately rushed out and prepared to subdue Wei Zhintian. Too naive. Yi Xian saw through his intention with a glance. However, he did not stop him and directly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon whizzed out. However, its target was the tiger leopard pavilion elder that was sent flying by Wei Zhintian. What? This Tiger Leopard Pavilion elder was extremely shocked. He did not expect that Yi Xian, who was only at the first level of the profound life stage, could actually unleash such an attack. It was simply unbelievable. Humph. He coldly snorted and raised his hand, preparing to destroy the golden flame dragon. However, at this moment, 9 Reincarnation Flash, 5th Flash. Suddenly, a beautiful figure rushed out and brushed past this Tiger Leopard Pavilion elder's body. Subsequently, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion elder's head flew up diagonally. His eyes were wide open as he flew far away like a soccer ball. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased tremendously. However, there was another huge increase in his killing intent. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 6th Flash. Luo Luo directly crossed the distance and rushed to the side of the 2 elders at the entrance of the teleportation palace. Immediately after, their heads flew up one after another. Double kill. Ever since the mutation, Luo Luo's 9 Reincarnation Flash had increased to the 6th Flash. Furthermore, Luo Luo was at the 2nd level of the profound life stage. It was simply too easy for her to use the 9 Reincarnation Flash to kill in a second. Most importantly, the large amount of true Qi consumed by the 9 Reincarnation Flash could be recovered by the immortal Phoenix bloodline. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. At the same time, on the other side, Old Tree had already killed the Tiger Leopard Pavilion disciples. Now, only the Brawny Man and the Tiger Leopard Pavilion members were left in the teleportation palace. The rest were all killed. What? How is this possible? The Brawny Man widened his eyes in disbelief. The 3 elders at the 3rd level of the profound life stage were individually weaker than him. However, if the 3 of them were to join forces, they would be able to fight against him. However, during the period of time when he rushed out, the 3 elders were actually killed one after another. This had truly frightened him. Not only that, the group of spectators at the edge of the small town had already stopped their discussions and were unable to speak for a long time. Originally, they thought that Yi Xian would be killed. However, why did it seem that the Tiger Leopard Pavilion was at a disadvantage? Would Elder Xiong be able to deal with the joint forces of these people? How dare you kill the elders of my Tiger Leopard Pavilion? At this moment, Elder Xiong was a little afraid and directly brought out the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Ha, since we dare to attack, we are not afraid of your Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Yi Xian coldly laughed. It seems that this brat is the leader. Elder Xiong narrowed his eyes and suddenly attacked. He was prepared to capture Yi Xian and threaten the old tree and Luo Luo. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. Chapter 1455. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. A huge golden flaming dragon whizzed out. Child's play, scatter. The Brawny Man clenched his fists and punched out. Tiger Leopard breaks the sky. A flaming tiger head and a flaming leopard head merged into one, forming a terrifying flaming head that looked like both a tiger and a leopard. However, before he could attack, the old tree seized the opportunity and used the remaining flames to flash behind the Brawny Man. Bang! The Brawny Man attacked Yi Xian with all his might, but he was successfully ambushed by the old tree. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high. Otherwise, this attack would have taken his life. However, he was successfully ambushed by the old tree, which caused the true qi that he had just condensed to disperse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The golden flaming dragon whizzed and swallowed the Brawny Man. However, the system notification that Yi Xian expected did not sound. Under the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw that there was an additional layer of water around the Brawny Man's body. This seems to be the Sea Emperor Flame, ranked 57th on the exceptional flame list. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he recognized it. The Sea Emperor Flame was mutated from the Sea Heart Flame. However, it was ranked much higher than the Sea Heart Flame. After refining the Sea Emperor flame into the Nirvana flame, it also had some water attributes, which specifically countered fire attribute attacks. The brawny man was not killed because of the Sea Emperor flame. However, so what? 9 Flash Reincarnation, 6th Flash. Luo, who was outside, was ready. She instantly flashed and cut off the brawny man's head. 4th Tier Profound Life Realm, dead. Now, all the experts of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion stationed in the Teleportation Palace were dead. Not a single one was left. TSK, what a great harvest. The old tree happily used the remaining flames to collect the spoils of war, then threw the universe rings to Yi Xian. Not bad. There are quite a lot of things, but it's not enough for me to break through. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and devoured the ores, weapons, and exceptional flames. Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian, and Old Tree's strength increased slightly. The immortal level powerhouses have life jade tokens. Now that they're all dead, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion should be sending a lot of experts to check on them. Yi Xian thought to himself. Originally, he had wanted to enter the reincarnation battlefield directly. However, who asked the Tiger Leopard Pavilion to be so blind as to provoke him? Now, quite a few elders had died. The 4th level of the Profound Life Realm held a lot of weight in the Tiger Leopard Pavilion because there were only 5 of them. Yi Xian reckoned that the Pavilion Masters would be coming soon. Everyone, the arrogant and despotic Tiger Leopard Pavilion has been dealt with by me. If any of you want to use the teleportation array, feel free to use it. Yi Xian said as he used the power of 10,000 mammoths to hang the corpses on the wall of human heads. After exchanging glances with each other, a few of the onlookers flew toward the teleportation palace. In any case, this battlefield teleportation array was unidirectional. It could only teleport to the battlefield, but not out of the battlefield. What was there to be afraid of? Seeing that someone had gone, many people immediately followed and teleported away one by one. As for the remaining people, they wanted to see how Yi Xian would contend against the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. The Tiger Leopard Pavilion was not far from the teleportation palace. 2 hours later, a group of people rushed over. Leading the group was the Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion, who was at the 5th level of the Profound Life Realm. In addition, there were 3 4th level Profound Life Realm experts and over 10 3rd level Profound Life Realm experts. They had thought that the teleportation palace had been occupied by others. However, it seemed that this was not the case. At a glance, there did not seem to be any experts. They were all at the 1st or 2nd level of the Profound Life Realm. There was not even a 3rd level Profound Life Realm expert. What happened? The Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion said in shock. Pavilion Master, look over there. Suddenly, an elder reminded him. Everyone followed his gaze and discovered that a familiar person had appeared on the wall of human heads outside the small town. Elder Xiong. Everyone was shocked. Elder Xiong, who was at the 4th level of the Profound Life Realm, had his head chopped off and hung on the wall of human heads. Who did it? The Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion shouted. When the group of warriors in the small town heard this shout, their necks immediately shrunk and they retreated a little, simultaneously looking towards the teleportation palace. Yo, you're finally here. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly drifted out from the teleportation palace. Immediately after, a few figures walked out. Who? The Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion raised his eyebrows. He was extremely unfamiliar with the faces of Yi Xian and the other 2. You must be the Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Don't look. Not a single one of you guarding the teleportation palace is left. Yi Xian went straight to the point. Even if he did not say it, the Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion already knew. This was because all of the life jade plates had shattered. You killed them. The Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion said in shock. That's right. Yi Xian nodded and said. This answer caused everyone in the Tiger Leopard Pavilion to be shocked. Any one of them was at the third level of the profound life stage, while Yi Xian was only at the first level of the profound life stage. The old tree and Luo Luo beside him seemed to be at the second level of the profound life stage. However, they did not possess the strength to kill Elder Xiong. Pavilion Master, if you don't believe me, you can send an elder to probe. Of course, don't blame me if he dies. Yi Xian slowly said. Sending someone to probe was a good idea. After all, who would jump out and say that they had killed someone from the Tiger Leopard Pavilion? Pavilion Master, I'll do it. A third level of the profound life stage Tiger Leopard Pavilion elder volunteered and walked out. After which, he madly dashed towards Yi Xian. However, his part did not even last a second. Canyon. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree joined hands and easily killed the other party. Although it was 2 against 1, Wei Zhentian and Old Tree were both at the second level of the profound life stage. So what if it was 2 against 1? It's them. I want them alive. Once the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master was certain, he immediately shouted in a low voice. In an instant, more than 10 Tiger Leopard Pavilion elders rushed out. At this moment, they did not care about bullying others with numbers. Killing someone must be repaid with their life. Come, let's have a great battle. Yi Xian also drew his longsword. After this battle, he could at least break through to the second level of the profound life stage and enter the reincarnation battlefield. In an instant, both parties began to exchange blows. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flaming dragon slash. 9 reincarnation flashes. Canyon. Yi Xian and the other 3 also attacked crazily. When dealing with such weaklings, there was no need to use group attack skills such as the Bladestorm. In just the first exchange, the other party had already lost 4 people. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 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 Yi Xian's killing intent had increased sharply. This time, Yi Xian also made a decision. That was to increase his killing intent to the upper limit at the first level of the profound life stage and then exchange it for devour points. Chapter 1456. Where did these people come from? The Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master's expression was similarly ugly. He originally wanted to take action to prevent too many elders from dying. However, after seeing the 3 core elders, he held himself back. However, he would probably regret it to the point of wanting to slap his own face. Good timing. Luo Luo looked at the 3 figures as her eyes suddenly flickered. Her hair instantly turned golden. 9 reincarnation flash, 5th flash. 9 reincarnation flash, 6th flash. Hiss. 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 3 crisp sounds rang out as 3 system notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. All of them were notifications that killing intent had soared. Luo Luo, second layer profound life stage, instantly killed 3 people in 1 move. There was nothing to say about this strength. After Luo Luo's transformation, even if Yi Xian was at the same level as her, he would not have the confidence to defeat her without using Unicorn's Descent. Reincarnators were really too frightening. After the deaths of the 3 4th-level profound life stage elders, another round of clashes erupted. Soon after, only 2 3rd-level profound life stage elders remained. Pavilion Master, save me. Before the Tiger Leopard Pavilion's Pavilion Master could react, the last 2 elders had fallen in succession. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Over 10 people were killed by Yi Xian and the other 3 in 3 seconds. This strength had already intimidated the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master. The Tiger Leopard Pavilion's strength was considered to be not bad in this area. However, the elders under them were actually so weak. What was going on? Could it be that everything in front of him was an illusion? The Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master subconsciously used his true energy to cut a small wound on his index finger. The pain was transmitted to his brain. This was real. It was not an illusion. However, what was laughable was that the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master, who was at 5th layer Profound Life stage, actually suspected that he was under an illusion. The Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master looked at the corpses on the ground as his heart violently twitched. The muscles on his face twitched as he asked in shock, who exactly are you? You don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that this time, it was your Tiger Leopard Pavilion's disciples who caused the disaster. Just now, there was someone who said that he would twist my head off, hang it on the wall, and piss in my mouth. Yi Xian said with a gloomy expression. Boom. Only now did the pavilion master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion know where it was destroyed. Who would have thought that the other party would go on a killing spree just because of a single sentence? Today is a calamity for the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. If I die, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion will be destroyed. The pavilion master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion thought to himself. He had built up the Tiger Leopard Pavilion single-handedly and had finally gained a foothold in the land of reincarnation. Who would have thought that Yi Xian and the others would wipe them out? He didn't know if he could win against these monsters, but looking at the corpses on the ground, he knew he had to fight. Come on. The pavilion master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion did not waste any more time. He immediately took out a level 7 divine weapon. His figure instantly turned into an afterimage and swept toward Yi Xian. This battle was unavoidable. In fact, Yi Xian could already break through to the 2nd level of the Profound Life stage. Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree could also advance to the 3rd level of the Profound Life stage. However, if Yi Xian continued to devour, he would not be able to accumulate killing intent. Therefore, there was a huge gap between their levels in this battle. However, so what? Dark Night Sky Curtain. Death Pursuit Order. At that moment, Yi Xian used his trump cards layer by layer. The sky instantly darkened. He had also successfully escaped into the darkness, passively increasing his movement speed and attack power. If the opponent was only at the 4th level of the Profound Life stage, he could fight one-on-one. However, the opponent was at the 5th level of the Profound Life stage. Therefore, he had to be cautious. After all, the Death Pursuit Order could be used twice a day. On the other side, Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree were both at the 2nd level of the Profound Life stage. The former would not be of much use this time. As for the Old Tree, he could use Canyon and the Flaming Sun Rope to restrain him. As for Luo, she was still in her transformation state. It would not be a problem for her to fight the pavilion master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion alone. Fight! Yi Xian's fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. However, what they did not know was that there was a large group rushing towards them from the distant horizon. Rumble! In front of the teleportation palace, 5 figures were continuously exchanging blows. It was difficult to determine who had the upper hand. The pavilion master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion was extremely powerful. He was most likely about to break through to the 6th level of the Profound Life stage. Otherwise, he would die at the hands of Yi Xian and the rest in 3 seconds at most. On the other side, the cultivators in the small town could no longer use words to express their current feelings. Yi Xian and the rest were actually able to fight to a draw with their opponents despite the difference in their levels. It was simply a miracle. Could it be that this world had changed? There were many people who challenged those who were 1 level higher. Those who challenged those who were 2 levels higher were super geniuses. Those who challenged those who were 3 levels higher were monsters. As for those who challenged those who were 4 levels higher, Yi Xian was the first to do so. Fortunately, Yi Xian was not challenging those who were 1 level higher. However, although Yi Xian was currently fighting 4 against 1, Luo and the other 2 were Yi Xian's subordinates. They could be considered as a group. For example, if someone previously said that those from the Thousand Beasts sect were not allowed to enter the Thousand Beasts sect, they would definitely be laughed at. The battle was still ongoing. In the beginning, the pavilion master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion could easily deal with them. he only needed to focus on dealing with Luo Luo and the old tree. However, when Yi Xian used the assassin's eye for the first time, he had no choice but to burn his lifespan. Fortunately, the establishment of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion was relatively smooth. Therefore, the Pavilion Master's lifespan was not short. However, he was still unable to withstand the onslaught of Yi Xian's group of 4. Assassin's Eye. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. Yi Xian once again flashed behind the Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion and ruthlessly slashed. This attack was extremely powerful. However, the Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion was not someone to be trifled with. With a backhand punch, he dispersed the attack. However, this time, he lost 20 years of his lifespan. Flaming Sun Lasso. At this moment, the old tree directly threw out a flaming chain and wrapped around the Pavilion Master's right leg. Immediately, the high temperature burned the Pavilion Master's right leg into a bloody mess, revealing the eerie white bone. Humph! The Pavilion Master's face sank. He had actually used his true energy to break the bone in his right leg. After which, he used the profound life chi to recover. In the blink of an eye, new bone and flesh grew out. The recovery ability of a 5th-level profound life stage expert was indeed not for show. However, it was time for Yi Xian to end. Pavilion Master of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion, die for the next attack. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This time, he did not attack with his sword. Instead, he attacked with his fist. Profound Life Super Ability, Tiger Leopard Splits the Sky. Elder Xiong had used this move before. Moreover, it happened to be of the fire attribute. Its power was much stronger than the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. Although the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash was not bad and was also a growth-type super ability, Mo Shui was only at the 1st-level Profound Life stage. Compared to the Tiger Leopard Splits the Sky, he was still lacking. Chapter 1457. Although the fist technique was not as powerful as the sword technique, the Tiger Leopard Destruction was also of the fire attribute and had the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline and the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline to increase its attack power. When the Flaming Tiger Head and the Flaming Leopard Head merged into one, the power of this attack was at least twice as strong as the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Boom! This punch directly landed on the back of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master. Although the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master blocked with all his might, he was still unable to block this attack. Pooh! The Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His back was already badly burned by the high temperature and he quickly used the Profound Life Chi to heal it. However, he only had 2 fists after all. It was difficult for him to fight against 4 hands. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 6th Flash. Luo Luo took advantage of the time when he was healing and suddenly swept past him. The power of this attack was not the slightest bit weaker than the Tiger Leopard Destruction. Rip! Another crisp sound rang out and the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master's right hand was cut off. From the beginning until now, he did not know how many hands had been cut off. However, if he did not use his hands to block, he would have died long ago. However, although the Profound Life Chi was used for healing, there was always a limit. As long as the destructive power of Yi Xian and the other 3 exceeded this limit, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master would definitely die. However, at this moment, the large group in the sky had already swept to the sky above the transfer palace and was reflected in everyone's eyes. Who? When this large group appeared, the warriors in the town were all shocked. This was because everyone in this large group had a much stronger aura than them. Everyone's aura was not much weaker than the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Masters. In other words, all of them were at least at the 5th level of the Profound Life stage. Where did these people come from? Yi Xian and the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master also glanced from the corner of their eyes and landed on this group. However, when the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master clearly saw the newcomers, his pupils rapidly shrank. He recognized the newcomers. How could this be? The Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master widened his eyes. However, at this moment, the leader of the mysterious group, after glancing at Yi Xian's direction, opened his mouth and said, "Leave no one alive, kill." Immediately, the experts behind him came out in full strength. Even the weakest of these people was stronger than the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master. It was extremely easy to kill these people. Seeing that, the expression of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion's Pavilion Master sunk. He suddenly thought of something. Yi Xian also frowned. He felt that the leader was extremely strong, terrifyingly strong. But he was not worried, he could make use of this opportunity. Eye of assassination. Eruption of killing intent. Sky Tiger Leopard Destruction. This attack was Yi Xian's final attack, and he had no choice but to burn his lifespan. Moreover, it was 50 years this time. Boom! Luo Leopard Head Sex. And burning flames. Was says it's the. In the blink of an eye, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master was turned into ashes. If the sudden arrival of this group had not frightened the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master, it would have taken Yi Xian a few more seconds to kill the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master, who was at the peak of the 5th level of the Profound Life stage. However, now was not the time to celebrate, because there were still 2 5th level Profound Life stage experts who were charging towards Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. After placing a death pursuit order on the leader, he instantly hid Luo and the other 2 in the planting space. Then, he directly broke through the void and left. Hua! The void door closed. The 2 experts who were charging towards Yi Xian looked at each other in shock. However, this time, Yi Xian did not bring Wei Zhentian with him. Wei Zhentian had already transformed into a thin needle and burrowed into the ground, leaving the transfer palace. Afterwards, Yi Xian relied on the special positioning of the void to break through the void and arrive beside Wei Zhentian. In the distance, there was a bloody storm in the transfer palace. Other than them, everyone in the small town had been killed. It was an extremely brutal scene. Who are those people? Why did they kill as soon as they saw them? Luo asked in confusion. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to clearly see the actions of the group of people in the distance. When everyone in the small town was killed, the leader suddenly entered the transfer palace. Then, he actually changed the transfer formation. They seem to be changing the landing point of the transfer formation. Yi Xian said in astonishment. Changing the landing point of the transfer formation? Old Tree and Luo looked at each other. What was the point of changing it? However, in the next moment, they understood. Could it be that these people are not from this area, but from the eastern camp? Then, they changed the landing point of the transfer formation to the eastern camp. This way, those who are transported to the reincarnation battlefield through the transfer formation will become members of the eastern camp. Old Tree said. We are not far from the border between the east and west. Although we are in the west, we are not far from the eastern territory. Therefore, the people from the eastern camp directly crossed the border and came here to change the landing point of the transfer formation. Luo immediately understood. Yi Xian nodded and said, I think so. As long as they kill everyone and disguise themselves, it will be very difficult to discover that this transfer formation has been tampered with because it is a one-way transfer formation. Unless it is an expert from the western camp, young master, what should we do if the transfer formation is changed to the eastern camp? Luo could not help but ask. Hearing this question, Yi Xian could not help but become silent. This team was too strong. There were more than 10 5th-level Profound Life Realm experts and a few 6th-level Profound Life Realm experts. The leader was suspected to be at the 7th-level Profound Life Realm. Looking at their side, there was 1 1st-level Profound Life Realm expert and 3 2nd-level Profound Life Realm experts. How could they win? Unless they could break through. I have already gathered enough cultivation resources to break through to the 2nd-level Profound Life Realm. As long as I devour, Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree will also break through, and the strength of the team will increase by a lot. At that time, we will be able to easily kill a 5th-level Profound Life Realm expert. As long as we kill a few more people, we might even be able to break through to the third-level profound life realm. Therefore, it was not impossible for the four of them to win if they were to fight head-on with the opposing team. However, Yi Xian's current plan was to reach the upper limit of killing intent once at the first-level profound life realm. This way, he would be able to obtain a devouring point. If he were to break through now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. If they had broken through earlier, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion Master would not have been able to hold on until the arrival of this team. Young Master, how long will it take to change the landing point of the transfer formation? At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly asked. Maybe 1 or 2 days. Yi Xian replied. With so much profound life qi, it would not be a problem for Luo Luo to break through to the third-level profound life realm in 1 or 2 days. Chapter 1458. Why don't I wait until I break through to the third level of the profound life realm before burning my lifespan in battle? Luo Luo suddenly suggested. Wei Zhentian and the old tree were already treasures. As long as Yi Xian's 3 doppelgangers did not die, they would not die. Luo Luo was not a treasure, so she still had a lifespan. Previously, Yi Xian had greatly restricted Luo Luo's use of burning her lifespan in battle. At most, she could only use it for 20 years. Therefore, Luo Luo, who was at the second level of the profound life realm, still had 3,000 years of lifespan. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Actually, there was no need to restrict it. It would be fine as long as she did not use it casually. Alright, I'll allow you to burn your lifespan without limit. However, you have to report to me. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. At the profound life realm, each breakthrough would increase one's lifespan by 500 years. Luo Luo was only in her teens. It would be enough to keep her lifespan for a few hundred years. The rest of her lifespan could be used in battle. As long as she could win this battle, her future path would be even smoother. Moreover, Luo Luo could break through to the 9th level of the profound life realm or even the 9th level of the profound death realm just by relying on the profound life qi. There was no need to worry about her lifespan. Alright. Luo Luo smiled sweetly. She returned to the planting space and continued to refine the profound life qi. Wei Zhentian, keep watch here. If they leave, call me. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. As for him and the old tree, they left immediately. There was a suitable training ground nearby that had more Tong Tian beasts. Before the teleportation formation was completed, he could not just sit here and wait. He had to cherish his time. Yi Xian and the old tree went to kill monsters, Luo Luo cultivated, and Wei Zhentian kept watch. The 4 of them had their own duties. Time slowly passed. Soon, a day had passed. It was not that easy to change the teleportation formation's location. Therefore, the team had not finished changing it. However, it would be done soon. During this period, Yi Xian occasionally came back to check if Wei Zhentian was slacking off. He realized that the team had split into several small teams and went out to patrol. If there were any passers-by, they would kill them. A small group will typically have 2 5th-level profound life stage experts, and at most 3. If Luo Luo makes a breakthrough at this moment, she will be able to attack these small groups. Yi Xian looked at the small teams that came back from time to time to report, and then went out for a stroll. His eyes were full of killing intent. As long as he killed these people, his killing intent value would reach the upper limit. It had to be said that after exchanging killing intent for devour points several times, it was getting harder and harder to reach the upper limit. However, as long as there was a way to obtain devouring points, Yi Xian would still fight for it. After all, he needed devouring points very much. He needed devouring points to fuse the 2 combat bloodlines. Ding! Luo Luo has made a breakthrough. Current level is at the 3rd level of the profound life realm. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification interrupted Yi Xian's thoughts. Luo Luo had finally broken through. Young master, I broke through. Luo Luo's delighted voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Since you've made a breakthrough, let's begin. Yi Xian couldn't help but lick his lips, and immediately summoned Luoluo. As a third-level Profound Life Stage expert, Luoluo could fight against a fifth-level Profound Life Stage expert. If she transformed, it wouldn't be a problem for her to kill a small group. Let's go. At that moment, Yi Xian directly rushed out. Yesterday, he had asked Wei Zhentian to guard this place, and also took note of the patrol time of the small groups. Coincidentally, it was almost time for one of the small groups to report back. Hence, Yi Xian's plan was to intercept them halfway. As expected, after 10 minutes of traveling with Luoluo, they encountered this small group of 3. The 3 of us can hold one of them back. Luoluo, burn your life force and quickly kill the other 2. Yi Xian said to Luoluo. Okay. They immediately rushed towards the small group of 3. These 3 were all experts at the 5th level of the Profound Life Stage, a full 4 levels higher than Yi Xian. Before making a breakthrough, Yi Xian could only team up with the old tree and Wei Zhentian to fight against them. Another passerby. His cultivation level doesn't seem high. You 2 go first. I'll catch up after killing them. A middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. Hey, it's my turn this time. Why is it you again? A long-haired man beside him said unhappily. Fine, fine. It's just a third-level Profound Life Stage expert. You can't take it to heart. The middle-aged man shrugged. However, he soon rejoiced at the decision he had made. Of course, this feeling only lasted for a few seconds. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. The long-haired man didn't plan to waste time. He immediately raised his hand and attacked Yi Xian and Luoluo. However, at this moment, swoosh! Luoluo suddenly turned into a stream of light and dodged. At the same time, she rushed towards the long-haired man at a speed that was beyond his imagination. So fast. The long-haired man's expression changed. In the blink of an eye, Luoluo arrived in front of him. Die! The long-haired man couldn't care less. He immediately sent out a wave of true energy in an attempt to send Luoluo flying. Unfortunately, 9 reincarnation flash, 6th flash. The speed of the 6th flash was much faster than the 5th flash. Furthermore, Luoluo had burned 20 years of her life, so the speed was even faster. Therefore, the long-haired man was instantly killed. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. Yi Xian heard a system notification. He originally thought that the other party would attack together. He never imagined that they would take turns to die. This was pretty good. However, the long-haired man originally had the strength to fight Luoluo. However, he was too careless and was killed. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, which 5th-level Profound Life Stage expert would burn his life to fight a 3rd-level Profound Life Stage little girl? Now that one of the 3 5th-level Profound Life Stage experts had died, there were only 2 left. This greatly reduced the pressure on Luoluo. How is this possible? He was actually killed in an instant. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in disbelief. If he had been the one to go out, he would have been the one to have his head sent flying. Impossible. A 3rd-level Profound Life Stage expert killed a 5th-level Profound Life Stage expert in an instant. Could this little fox be a genius nurtured by the 100-fox manner? The other person was also filled with doubt. However, they didn't have time to think because Luoluo and Yi Xian had already attacked. Killing intent explosion. Tiger leopard sky destruction. Yi Xian punched out with both his fists. At the same time, Wei Zhentian and the old tree appeared one after another. The latter instantly condensed a remnant flame clone behind the middle-aged man and shifted his position. Bang! Although the middle-aged man was very careful, he didn't expect someone to be able to teleport. Therefore, he suffered a setback. Chapter 1459. Rumble. The middle-aged man unleashed a powerful wave of true energy and instantly killed the old tree. He then raised his hand and defeated Yi Xian's attack. However, the old tree reappeared behind the middle-aged man in the next moment. What the hell is this? The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He had clearly killed the old tree. How did it suddenly come back to life? Moreover, he did not know how the old tree had appeared. What the hell? On the other side, the third person was already fighting with Luo Luo. Although the latter had used the 9 reincarnation flash once and consumed a lot of true energy, she quickly recovered to her peak with the help of her immortal phoenix bloodline and used it again. However, before that, 100-layer demon fox clone. The opponent was dazzled by the 108 Luo Luos. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the 108 Luo Luos were all moving at high speed. Luo Luo used the 9 reincarnation flash, while the other true energy clones used the demon fox flash to confuse. 9 reincarnation flash, 6th flash. Rip. With a crisp sound, the man's head was cut off by Luo Luo and he died. Ding. The killing intent of the host has increased. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Now, there was only one 5th level profound life realm expert left. He's also dead. The middle-aged man who was being held back by Yi Xian had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. It was as if he had eaten a rotten durian. He, who had been on the battlefield for a long time and experienced countless life and death battles, actually panicked at this moment. Who are you? The middle-aged man could not help but ask. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and the rest did not intend to answer this question. Soon, the middle-aged man's head was separated from his body. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. 3 5th-level profound life realm experts had died in 10 seconds. Yi Xian had obtained a large amount of killing intent, but he was still some distance away from the upper limit. He estimated that he would need to destroy another small team. Luo Luo, you did well this time. Yi Xian put away the 3 Qian Kun rings and lovingly stroked Luolua's hair. Young master, let's hurry. If the teleportation array on the battlefield is completely changed, won't we have to look for it again? Luo Luo reminded. That's right, we have to interrupt them while the teleportation formation on the battlefield is still being modified. Yi Xian also came to his senses. He immediately tore through the void and returned to his sentry post. Then, he used the Eye of Revelation to observe the situation. About half an hour later, a 2-man team returned, and 2 of them took turns to patrol the area. This team had become Yi Xian's target. As long as I kill them, my killing intent value will almost reach the upper limit. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After a few minutes, he decided to make a move. Anyway, it wouldn't take more than 10 seconds, so there was no need to run too far. Even if the leader in the teleportation palace heard the commotion, so what? Do it. Under Yi Xian's command, Luo Luo rushed out. Just like before, they pretended to be weak at first, then suddenly burst out. Oh, a little fox is here. Not bad, not bad. I've been capturing slaves recently and have already collected 46 tribes, but I haven't found a fox yet. This girl looks so tender, it will definitely be fun to play with her. I want her. In the 2-man team, one of the men's eyes lit up. He didn't wait for his partner to react and immediately rushed back. This guy, his partner was a little unhappy. However, the 3rd-level Profound Life Realm Luo Luo and the 1st-level Profound Life Realm Yi Xian probably wouldn't have anything good, so he was too lazy to make a move. However, he was shocked in the next moment. After his partner came into contact with Luo Luo, his head was instantly separated from his body. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't even have the motivation to make a move. He just watched silently. One more. As long as the remaining person died, his killing intent value would reach the upper limit and he would be able to exchange for 1 devour point. In the distance, his partner was extremely shocked. He knew that he had met someone who was pretending to be weak. Although Luo Luo looked like she was only at the 3rd level profound life realm, she must have hidden her strength and was at the 6th level profound life realm, or even higher. If he got close to her, he would definitely die without a burial place. Enemy attack. At that moment, this person used a large amount of true chi to roar at the sky. He only hoped that there was a teammate nearby so that he could join forces with them. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone nearby. RIP. Luo Luo exchanged blows with him for less than 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, his head flew off. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent value has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange for 1 devour point? When he heard this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. The time had finally come. Yes. At that moment, he quickly replied. Ding. Host's killing intent value has reached 0. Host has obtained 1 devour point. Now that he had 2 devour points, he could once again advance to unicorn descent. However, he didn't need it for now. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at profound life realm 2nd level. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at profound life realm 3rd level. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at profound life realm 3rd level. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at profound life realm 4th level. Ding. Unicorn descent is off cooldown. 5 system notifications sounded out in a row. Yi Xian's strength instantly soared. Due to the large number of fire attribute heavenly and earthly treasures, the Ash Spirit Tree was the first to break through to the 4th level of the profound life realm. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the 2 Qian Kun rings. Then, he devoured them once again. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at profound life realm 4th level. After Yi Xian devoured all the weapons, Wei Zhentian also made a breakthrough. Just a little more and I can break through to profound life realm 3rd level, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He had accumulated quite a number of heavenly treasures and thought that he could break through to profound life realm 3rd level. However, this didn't matter to him. However, just as they were about to return to look for another small team, a figure suddenly rushed over from the horizon. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian could tell that this person was an expert from the previous team. Furthermore, he was at profound life realm 6th level. What I wish for really comes true. Since I've already made a breakthrough, I'll start with you. A wave of killing intent suddenly surged out from Yi Xian's body. A 6th level profound life realm expert was definitely comparable to a few 5th level profound life realm experts. After killing him, Yi Xian might be able to make another breakthrough. He was at 2nd level profound life realm, while Luo Luo was at 3rd level profound life realm. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree were both at 4th level profound life realm. Chapter 1460. Just now, there was a 3-man team that didn't come back. They were probably killed by you guys. The man said from afar. That's right. Yi Xian nodded in response. He guessed that he had seen the scene of the 2 men being killed by Luo Luo. After hearing Yi Xian's reply, the man didn't waste any more words and directly attacked. Heavenly Flames Burning Sea Palm. An enormous flaming palm condensed above the heads of Yi Xian's group of 4 before abruptly covering them. This move had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Even a 5th level profound life stage expert wouldn't be able to block it so easily. However, Old Tree happened to have a move that could block it. Leave it to me. Old Tree shouted in a low voice. Yi Xian instantly understood. He then recalled the 3 people nearby and quickly attacked them together. Raging Inferno Shield. Old Tree used a skill. The Raging Inferno Shield could absorb fire damage. In addition to the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, it wouldn't be a problem to block this attack. Boom! The Heavenly Flames Burning Sea Palm fell. What surprised the man was that his most prized move couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. How was this possible? However, his power was actually enough. If it weren't for the two bloodlines' fire resistance, the Raging Inferno shield would definitely shatter. At the same time, besides absorbing attacks, the Raging Inferno shield had another special feature. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled True Flame Dragon Slash. Taking advantage of the opponent's surprise, Yi Xian and the other two launched an attack. So what if you blocked it? The man snorted and attacked again. However, at this moment, Residual Flame. Old Tree suddenly appeared behind the man in a flash and punched out. What? The man didn't react, but he still had a layer of defense on his body. Therefore, he was able to block Old Tree's punch. However, the Raging Inferno shield was used on Old Tree. At this moment, there was another Raging Inferno shield around Old Tree that had completely absorbed the Heavenly Flame's burning sea palm. Have a taste of this move. Raging Inferno Cover, Explode. The Old Tree's eyes flashed and the Raging Inferno barrier around him suddenly exploded. A terrifying wave of flames swept out, instantly breaking through the man's defense and slamming into him. Bang! The man felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. His entire body flew out like a sandbag. The direction in which he flew out just happened to be opposite the direction in which Luo Luo was charging. Reincarnation Flash, Sixth Flash. Hiss. With a crisp sound, the sixth layer Profound Life Stage male's head was separated from his body, and flew diagonally away. He would never have thought that he would also be insta-killed. Furthermore, the one who had instantly killed him was not a 7th level Profound Life Stage expert, but a few younger generation members who were weaker than him in terms of cultivation. He couldn't die in peace. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected the corpse and the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is currently at the 3rd level of the Profound Life realm. Another system notification sounded. However, although Yi Xian had consecutively broken through twice this time, he still felt somewhat powerless. After all, he was only at the 3rd level Profound Life stage, the same as Luo Luo. However, it was fortunate that their strength had increased qualitatively. Now that my cultivation has increased, I have the strength to contend against the leader. Let's go, let's hurry back. Otherwise, we will waste quite a bit of time when they finish changing the teleportation array. Yi Xian hurriedly broke through the void and returned to the sentry post from that day. After which, he quickly rushed towards the teleportation palace. From the beginning until now, this group had already lost 5 5th level Profound Life Stage experts, as well as 1 6th level Profound Life Stage expert. Furthermore, there were quite a few people who had gone out to patrol. Therefore, there was only the leader and 4 5th level Profound Life Stage experts in this palace. Young Master, that leader seems to be at the 7th level Profound Life Stage. Let me hold him back. Luo Luo turned her head and asked. No need. Let Wei Zhentian use the 1,000 ancestral swords to hold him back. It will be faster for you to deal with the remaining 4. Come and help after you're done. All right. Luo Luo nodded. With her cultivation level, dealing with the 4 5th level Profound Life Stage experts was not too difficult. After completing the plan, the two simultaneously rushed out. Who's there? The 2 5th level Profound Life Stage experts guarding the teleportation palace discovered Yi Xian and Luo Luo. However, 2 were not enough. Coincidentally, the 2 people inside also rushed out when they heard the commotion. The 4 5th level Profound Life Stage experts had all arrived. That leader is changing the teleportation array. Old Tree, go and interrupt him. Yi Xian immediately said. No problem. Old Tree instantly appeared. After which, he used the remaining flames to flash over. After 3 flames, he entered the teleportation palace. Boom! Old Tree threw out a punch. The leader was startled for a moment before he raised his hand and scattered the punch. He did not understand how Old Tree was able to break through the 4th level profound life stage experts. Trash, you dare to disturb me? The leader coldly snorted as his figure burst out. However, at this moment, a pink sun suddenly rose outside the teleportation palace. Eye of Enchantment. Luo Luo currently had 9 tails. Furthermore, 3 of her tails had turned golden. Her strength was extraordinary. Although the 4th level profound life stage experts were 2 levels higher than Luo Luo, the Eye of Enchantment was enough to control all of them. Everything was ready. Next, it was time to fight the leader. Let's attack together. After Luo Luo had enchanted the 4 of them, she made them take off their interspatial rings before charging in together. These 4 interspatial rings naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. However, he was still far from breaking through. Might shocks the heavens, storm of swords. Yi Xian hastily shouted. In an instant, the Sky Quake sword transformed into thousands of swords and swept into the teleportation palace. Luo Luo and Yi Xian also quickly charged in. The leader immediately became a turtle in a jar and was attacked by a group of people. Eye of Enchantment. Not bad, the leader narrowed his eyes. The true energy in his body gathered and merged with the 10,000 mammoth force. A small dazzling sun was formed above his head. Divine Cleansing Technique. The dazzling white light landed on the 4th level profound life stage experts. Immediately, 2 of them were dispelled from the enchantment. What? Yi Xian and the rest were shocked. They immediately gave the order to Old Tree. At the same time, they slashed out with their swords. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. Not far away, Old Tree's figure flashed. Waning Flame. In the blink of an eye, the 2 5th level profound life stage experts who had just gotten rid of the enchantment were killed. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Only 2 of the original 4 were left. In order to prevent the remaining 2 from recovering, Wei Zhintian hastily stood in front of them to prevent them from being shone on by the light. Sky Flames Burning Sea Palm. Chapter 1461. Yi Xian had seen this move before. However, at that time, the Old Tree had used the Raging Inferno barrier to avoid the attack and even killed the opponent. Now, the person who used this move was a level higher than the previous person. He had reached the 7th level of the profound life stage. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the advantage in numbers. You know it, so do I. Yi Xian formed a palm with his left hand and struck out with all his might. At the same time, Luo Luo instantly split into hundreds of clones. 100-layer Demon Fox Clone, Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. As for the other 2, they also burned their life force to attack. Rumble. These attacks collided with the heavenly flames burning sea palm, immediately creating waves of violent air waves that incinerated all the dust in the teleportation palace. Yi Xian actually knew the heavenly flames burning sea palm, which was out of the leader's expectations. However, while he was feeling astonished, the Old Tree had already flashed to the leader's head with a remnant flame. After which, he shattered the small sun with a punch. You do have some ability. Who are you? The leader asked in astonishment. Faced with this question, Yi Xian did not plan to answer and directly attacked. Although they were attacking the leader in a group, their movements were too loud and could be heard by the patrolling people in the surroundings. Therefore, they had to end this quickly. Sword Blade Storm. Wei Zhintian led his underlings and swept over. He had already broken through to the 4th level of the profound life stage. In addition to the immortal Phoenix bloodline, no one would be able to completely shatter him. At the same time, the Old Tree would occasionally flash behind the leader and attack. This was really too annoying. This was only the beginning, but the 7th level profound life stage leader was already being suppressed and was forced to retaliate. Yi Xian also joined forces with the other 2 to continuously attack and restrain the leader. In this battle, the most important battle force was Luo Luo. In order to end the battle quickly, Luo Luo could not help but use her transformation. Hua! A golden light suddenly flashed and illuminated the entire teleportation palace. After transforming, Luo Luo's strength had increased by a level. Fourth level of the profound life stage. In addition to those annoying clones, the leader was suppressed to the point of suffocation. With the bloodline of the immortal divine phoenix, once Luolua's doppelganger was destroyed, she could form another one. Wei Xintian's blood sword was the same. As long as the damage was not too great, it could be restored. Right now, it wasn't 6 people besieging one person. Damn it, where did these people come from? The leader's face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that he was actually at a disadvantage. He immediately took out an item and prepared to inform his companions. However, at this moment, death warrant, eye of assassination, killing intent explosion, burning heaven sword art. Yi Xian suddenly flashed behind the leader and chopped down with his sword. A flaming sword chi, after being enhanced by various means, struck the leader's back. Old Tree had just been killed by the leader, so the leader had let down his guard. As a result, he was ambushed by Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's cultivation level was not high and was only at the 3rd level of the profound life stage, under the enhancement of various techniques and bloodlines, his attack was not any weaker than a 6th level profound life stage expert. Most importantly, this strike played a crucial role. It interrupted the leader's rhythm. Sword Blade Storm. Residual Flame. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 6th Flash. Originally, the leader could have defeated these attacks one by one. However, these attacks were piled up together, causing him to be at a loss as to what to do. Over time, flaws were revealed one after another. Bang! Clang! Boom! The leader was finally injured. However, the profound life chi in his body quickly allowed him to recover. However, his recovery speed was not as fast as he wanted to. No, it was not that he was not as fast as he wanted to, but that he could not keep up. Damn it, what should I do? The leader's face was gloomy. He smelled the scent of death. Today, it was very likely that he would die. However, was there any other way? 9 Reincarnation Flash, 6th Flash. Luo Luo took a large stride forward and arrived behind the leader. She directly sliced off a large chunk of flesh from his back. If not for the latter's quick reaction, it was likely that he would have lost his head. Luo Luo was only at the 3rd level of the profound life stage. She had only increased by 1 level after transforming. If she was at the 4th level of the profound life stage, the leader might have already died. However, he did not have much time left to live. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Rip. 3 seconds later, a crisp sound rang out from the teleportation palace. At the same time, a few figures landed at the entrance of the teleportation palace. That crisp sound was the sound of the 7th level profound life stage leader's head being sliced off. Those few figures were the members who had just returned from their patrol. There is still one 6th level profound life stage. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian gave the orders to the others, while he kept the leader's Qian Kun ring. There are quite a lot of things. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This leader seemed to have done quite a number of robberies. The items in the Qian Kun ring had exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. However, the items in the Qian Kun ring were not enough for him to break through to the 4th level of the profound life stage. However, this might not be the case after killing these people. Leader. When those few members saw this, they were extremely shocked. A 7th level profound life stage leader had actually died in front of them. Just as they were feeling astonished, an ice-cold voice rang out in their ears. None of you will be able to escape. These words were naturally spoken by Yi Xian. Before these people could react, Wei Xintian and Old Tree had already charged out. Luo Luo was the same. In less than 3 seconds, these few people had fallen one after another, including the 6th level Profound Life Stage expert. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A series of system notifications caused Yi Xian's killing intent to soar. However, this was not the end. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 4th level of the Profound Life Stage. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 5th level of the Profound Life Stage. Ding. Hui Jin's spirit has made a breakthrough. Current level is 5th level Profound Life Stage. Yi Xian's aura soared, causing the strength of the entire small team to increase by several times. If he had been at this level previously, he would not have needed to use the Bladestorm to deal with the leader. Woo woo woo. I have already worked so hard to refine the Profound Life Qi. Why am I still at the bottom? When Luo Luo felt Yi Xian's soaring aura, her small mouth could not help but twitch. During this period of time, she had been using the base of the Life and Death plate to refine the Profound Life Qi for her own use. However, her cultivation level was actually not as fast as Yi Xian and the other two. This was really too hurtful to her self-esteem. Ha, you can't compare to me. Yi Xian laughed a few times. What a joke. How could the base of the Life and Death plate be compared to him? However, with these natural treasures and the base of the Life and Death plate, Luo Luo was able to break through to the 4th level Profound Life Stage quickly. At most, it would take half a day. Chapter 1462. Half a day later. Ding. Luo Luo has made a breakthrough. She is currently at the 4th level of the Profound Life realm. Alright, get ready to enter the reincarnation battlefield. Yi Xian said. This team specialized in snatching teleportation portals. Every time they snatched a teleportation portal, they would be able to return to receive their rewards. They were originally determined to get the portals. After all, there wouldn't be any experts in this area. However, they didn't expect Yi Xian to appear out of nowhere. The teleportation portals were only an hour away from completion. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed in the end. The reincarnation battlefield was jointly created by the 3 great leaders. As long as one passed through the battlefield's teleportation portal, they would automatically obtain a battle imprint. In the future, they would be able to obtain battle merits by killing people from the enemy camp. At the same time, the reincarnation battlefield was divided into 3 areas. The first was the Profound Life battlefield, then the Profound Death battlefield, and finally the reincarnation battlefield. Yi Xian was going to teleport to the Profound Life battlefield. This represented a Profound Life battlefield. Before the teleportation, Yi Xian asked Luo Luo and the other 2 to come out together. Although they had to spend a little more teleportation stones, they might be able to obtain battle merits imprints. Hua! The teleportation began. Due to the distance, Yi Xian spent some time. Outside the teleportation portal was a vast expanse of white. There was nothing. 5 minutes later, the illusion around them began to change, but the difference was that the place where they landed was actually dark. Could it be that it was night in the reincarnation battlefield? That's strange. It's daytime outside. The teleportation only took 5 minutes. How did it become night? Yi Xian subconsciously muttered. He carefully sensed and realized that he was in a huge cave. No wonder it was so dark. After the teleportation, he suddenly felt a strange energy in his body. Ding! Battle merits imprint activated. Your current battle merits are 0. The system notified. Young master, I have a battle merits imprint. Me too. Luo Luo and Old Tree said one after another. They looked at Wei Zhentian, who had a blank expression. Strictly speaking, Wei Zhentian is a divine weapon. It's normal that he doesn't have a battle merits imprint. However, I hope that the people he kills will be counted as my. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. Next, he would have to kill people from the enemy camp and obtain battle merits. Of course, they could also rob their own people or sell things to gain military merits. Come on, let's go out. As Yi Xian spoke, he started to walk out. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly stepped into Yi Xian's range of perception. Soon, it appeared in front of them. Who are you? This person's spiritual sense also swept over Yi Xian's group and asked in astonishment. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took a look. The person who had arrived was an old man with 3 pigtails. However, this old man was actually at the 7th level of the profound life stage. We were just teleported here, Yi Xian replied. The old man couldn't help but raise his brows and say, what kind of joke is this? This teleportation formation has been abandoned for 100 years. You're here to steal my cave, right? Abandoned for 100 years? When Yi Xian and the other 2 heard this, they were also at a loss. This teleportation formation was guarded by the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Many people had been teleported here before them. How could it be abandoned for 100 years? Young master, could it be? At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly said in astonishment, that teleportation formation has been changed by half. Could it be that we were sent to the wrong place? Hearing this, Yi Xian was startled and hurriedly asked, Senior, whose territory is this? The reincarnation fox. The old man frowned and said, I see. If the teleportation formation has been changed, then the teleportation formation would not be the same as before. Sigh, poor people, to be teleported to such an unlucky place. Since it's the reincarnation fox, then there's no problem, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that they would be teleported to the territory of the reincarnation venerable or the reincarnation city master. What do you mean by no problem? This teleportation formation is one way. I'm afraid you can't get out. The old man saw that Yi Xian and the other 2's auras were not very strong, so he directly walked to the wall and sat down. He took out a gourd and drank. Old grandpa, what do you mean? Luo Luo asked in astonishment. This is the Tianfeng prison, built by the Tianfeng city master. He will capture people here and then send his geniuses to the prison to kill and gain experience, the old man explained. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but frown and ask, can't we get out? There are ways to get out. The old man drank a mouthful of wine and said, first, capture a genius who comes in to gain experience, then you can exchange it for a place to get out. Second, kill the 2-headed flaming hound at the entrance of the prison. Third, break this dam formation. Just these 3. Old Tree was surprised. Yes, just these 3. The old man nodded and said, however, other than the first method, no one can do the second and third methods. The first method was to capture a genius who came in to gain experience and then exchange it for a place to leave. What's the cultivation of that 2-headed flaming hound? Luo Luo asked again. Sigh, it's at the profound death realm. The flames it exhales can burn me to ashes. Even the experts in the prison do not dare to challenge it. The old man shook his head helplessly, I'm still fine. I was captured for 100 years, but I heard that some people have been here for more than 5,000 years, more than 5,000 years, this sounded a little terrifying. However, this old man was at the 7th level of the profound life realm. If he did not burn his lifespan, it would not be a problem for him to live for more than 6,000 years. Profound death realm, then even a 9th level profound life realm expert would not be able to leave. Yi Xian frowned. He had a few methods, such as the Eye of the Void and the Eye of Assassination. However, the former required him to locate it himself. This reincarnation battlefield was in the center of the land of reincarnation, far away from the Tiger Leopard Pavilion's teleportation point. If he wanted to leave, he would have to get his second clone in the eastern continent to come here and locate it outside before breaking through the void and leaving. This heavenly peak prison was protected by a high-level formation. Even if he used the death hunting order to mark the people outside, he did not know if he could pass through the formation. At this moment, the old man said, Kid, if you are not more than 1,000 years old, you can join King Jin Huang. He is looking for talented people to nurture. In the future, you might be able to break through to the profound death realm in this heavenly peak prison and defeat the two-headed flaming hound at the entrance of the formation. Who is King Jinhuang? Yi Xian asked. They had all reached the age requirement. Yi Xian was 26 years old, Luo Luo was 16, and the old tree was not more than 1,000 years old. Chapter 1463. King Jinhuang is one of the earliest prisoners in the Sky Peak prison. He's already at the peak of the 9th level of the profound life stage. I heard that he was imprisoned because he offended the Sky Peak City Lord. He's now one of the 3 leaders of the Sky Peak prison. The old man paused for a moment before continuing. The other 2 leaders are the Black Venom King and the White Shark King. The former is temperamental while the latter is extremely violent. Compared to these 2, King Jinhuang is considered to be much better. The other 2 are probably at the 9th level of the profound life stage. Why don't they join forces to kill the blazing two-headed hound outside the Sky Peak prison? Luo Luo asked curiously. The rule is for a one-on-one duel. The old man shook his head. This is the territory of the White Shark King. The White Shark King is a human and hates foreign races. It's not suitable for a little girl like you to appear in this place. Hurry up and leave. Hates foreign races. Yi Xian's heart froze. To humans, beastmen and demonic beasts were considered foreign races. He never imagined that his luck would be so bad that he would be transported into a prison. What a tragedy. Most importantly, there was no way to break through the void to leave. With his cultivation, there would be a lot of restraints. This was a prison built by the Sky Peak City Lord. When they captured people, they would definitely empty their interspatial rings. Therefore, there wouldn't be much to gain from killing people here. Moreover, this was a prison. There definitely wouldn't be a place to exchange for battle merits. What a tragedy. Since this is Senior's cave, then before Yi Xian could finish speaking, 3 figures rushed in from outside the cave. Old Jiu, it's time to hand over the profound life pills. An unfriendly voice drifted in. Soon after, 3 people entered Yi Xian's sight. Isn't there still a month? The old man suddenly crawled up from the ground and asked in astonishment. Is there a difference if it's a month earlier? It's still the same. 10,000 profound life pills, hand it over. The man in the lead said. These 3 people were all at the 7th level of the profound life stage and weren't weak. 10,000 profound life pills was nothing to a 7th level profound life stage expert in the outside world. They could easily kill some heaven-connecting beasts. Not to mention the 7th level of the profound life realm, even the 6th level of the profound life realm would be extremely easy. However, this was the heavenly peak prison. There were no natural treasures here. When he was captured, everything of value in his cosmos ring, except for his weapons, had been taken away. Therefore, the people inside could only gather the chi of heaven and earth and refine it into life-generating pills. Under normal circumstances, an expert at the 7th level of the profound life stage would need to refine 10,000 profound life pills every year. As long as one was diligent, it was still possible. If this was outside, only a fool would do such a thing. Old Jiu clenched his teeth, took out 10,000 Xian life pills and threw them over. Very good, I like hard-working people. The man in the lead nodded in satisfaction, and then his gaze fell on Yi Xian and the other 2. When he saw Luolua's appearance clearly, his eyes flashed. Fox Clan. Moreover, it was a woman. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed as he sensed an unfriendly aura. Just now, Old Jiu had said that they were in the territory of the White Shark King, and the White Shark King hated the other races. Now, there was a Fox Clan member here. This was not a good sign. Fox Clan member? Where did you come from? The man in the lead turned his head and looked at Old Jiu. She was sent here by accident after the teleportation array was changed. Old Jiu honestly replied. So that's how it is. Your cave is a good place. There have already been 7 batches of people sent here wrongly. The man in the lead slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Little girl, follow me. I'll protect you." Before he finished speaking, one of the people behind him reminded, "Big brother, this little girl is from the Fox clan. If the White Shark King knows, he will definitely. What are you afraid of? Women are rare in the Heavenly Peak prison. Don't the other generals have a few women from other races hidden in their caves?" The man in the lead revealed a greedy expression. "That's right. Big brother treats us well. After she's done, she will definitely let us have a taste. Moreover, we won't have to go to that place anymore. We can save a lot of money, right?" Another person laughed lecherously. "That's right." The man in the lead nodded and said, "The Ichuan brothel is a bottomless pit. We can only afford to go there once every 100 years. If we can hide a woman now, we can play there every day." After hearing this, Luo Luo's expression turned serious. If not for other factors, she would have already taken action. "Good guys, watch me burn their little bastards." Old Tree could not bear to watch any longer. "Shio!" Before the 3 of them could finish speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian finally could not hold back. Killing intent explosion. Sky-scorching sword art. Waning flame. The 2 of them attacked at almost the same time. What? The 3 of them were shocked. They had previously sensed that Yi Xian was only at the 4th level of the Profound Life realm. But now, he was able to unleash such a powerful attack. What was going on? Bang! The man in the lead was unable to react in time and was sent flying by Old Tree's punch. He then faced Yi Xian's sword attack head-on. Rip! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The man's head was chopped off and instantly incinerated. So what if he was at the 7th level of the Profound Life realm? Wasn't he killed in an instant? Old Jiu was also shocked. He did not expect Yi Xian to attack, nor did he expect that he would be able to kill his opponent in an instant. One must know that the leader was stronger than him. However, the most shocking part was yet to come. Luo Luo, who had already broken through to the 4th level of the Profound Life realm, had also quickly killed one of them. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 7th level Profound Life realm experts had all fallen. Yi Xian quickly kept the interspatial ring and checked its contents. The 3 of them were the subordinates of the White Shark King who were in charge of collecting Profound Life pills. It just so happened that they were collecting protection fees, so there were millions of Profound Life pills in their ring. Unfortunately, it was just a drop in the bucket for the current Yi Xian. "I'll return these 10,000 to you." Yi Xian took out 10,000 Profound Life pills from his interspatial ring and threw them to Old Jiu. Old Jiu swallowed his saliva and said, "These 3 are the subordinates of the White Shark King. You'll be in big trouble if you kill them. That's our problem. If anyone asks, just tell them the truth." Yi Xian could tell that Old Jiu was a good person. Otherwise, Old Jiu would have attacked when he saw that they were only at the 4th level of the Profound Life realm. If Yi Xian was not strong enough at that time, he would have been killed, and Luo Luo could have been captured or killed. Therefore, Yi Xian did not plan to kill Old Jiu. As his voice faded, Yi Xian had already left the cave. "I thought that I would die of poverty in the Heaven Peak prison, but I forgot that Profound Life realm experts can already condense Profound Life pills. If that's the case, I can break through." Chapter 1464. Using Old Jiu as an example, if he could condense 10,000 Profound Life pills in a year, it would be 100,000 in 10 years, 1,000,000 in 100 years and 10 million in 1,000 years. This was just the labor of a 7th layer Profound Life realm expert. Of course, if he were to condense Profound Life pills, his cultivation would not improve at all. A 7th layer Profound Life realm expert could condense 10 million Profound Life pills in 1,000 years. This was enough to create a 6th layer Profound Life realm expert. If there were 100 of them, it would be 1,000,000,000. These Profound Life pills were probably in the hands of the White Shark King. They were either used to nurture geniuses or for the White Shark King to make a breakthrough himself. However, with so many profound life pills, he would be able to reach the profound death realm. Why was he still stuck at the peak of the 9th layer profound life realm? Young master, what should we do now? Luo Luo could not help but ask. Although I can't use the eyes of the void, we can still survive in this heavenly peak prison as long as we can locate it. Yi Xian replied. With their current strength, killing a 7th layer profound life realm expert was not a problem. Even if they were to face an 8th layer profound life realm expert, they could still escape. As long as they did not face a 9th layer profound life realm expert, they would not be in danger. Therefore, this heavenly peak prison was a good place for them to train. When Yi Xian's strength was sufficient, he would challenge the profound death realm blazing two-headed hound and leave the heavenly peak prison. Then, why don't we use me as bait? Luo Luo's watery eyes turned as she suggested. I was thinking the same. Our cultivation is too low. If anyone dares to target you, this young master will kill them. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The bait plan was a method he often used. He would use himself to attract hatred and let others take the bait. If they were weak, they would be killed by them. If they were strong, they would run. However, Yi Xian's actions were faster. The White Shark King had already started to collect the profound life pills. In order to prevent these pills from being refined, he had to snatch them as soon as possible. The image of the Fox Clan girl, Luo Luo, was too eye-catching. Just as they left the teleportation array, they attracted many people's attention. Quick, capture them. If we capture that Fox Clan girl, the White Shark King will definitely reward us with a large amount of profound life pills. Ha ha ha, before I hand it over to White Shark King, let me have some fun first. Me too. Damn it, I haven't slept with a woman in 500 years, the people around them all pounced on Yi Xian like crazy. There are quite a lot of people who want to die. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. These people were at most at the 6th level of the profound life stage, and were far too weak for them. Even if he used broadcast gymnastics, he would still be able to defeat these people. In addition, they had spoken rudely to Luo Luo, so Yi Xian had ordered them to be killed. In just a few seconds, these people were all killed by Yi Xian and the others, and all the loot was taken away. At the same time, Yi Xian deliberately let a few of them go so that they could spread the news. While the others were in pursuit, Yi Xian searched the souls of the dead and learned of the distribution of the White Shark King's forces. The White Shark King was an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the profound life realm. He was only one step away from the profound death realm. Under his command, there were 4 generals, 3 at the 9th level of the profound life realm, and 1 at the peak of the 8th level of the profound life realm. In addition, there were 16 halls, and all of them were experts at the 8th level of the profound life realm. Those at the 6th and 7th level of the profound life realm were all hired thugs. However, these thugs had some benefits. They did not need to hand in profound life pills, and could cultivate. Old Joe did not join, so he had to hand in profound life pills. The extra profound life pills were used to exchange for wine. Yi Xian had obtained a map from the universe rings of the 3 people. Now, he was going to capture all of these halls in one fell swoop. Only the strong survive in the heavenly peak prison. All of you will become my experience. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and directly rushed towards the nearest hall. After learning of the conditions to leave the heavenly peak prison, Yi Xian's fighting spirit was ignited. This time, he wanted to rely on his own strength to leave, and not use the eyes of the void or the assassination eye to leave. Along the way, as long as Yi Xian encountered someone, he would attack them. Hence, all of them would become his experience. Among them, there were many White Shark King's thugs. These people had quite a lot of battle merits, but due to the difference in cultivation level, it was not easy for Yi Xian to control them. Hence, he directly killed them. Half a day later, they finally arrived at the nearest hall. The hall master of this hall was at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm, and there were many 7th and 6th level Profound Life Realm thugs under his command. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he did not see the so-called hall master with the help of the insightful eye. Good, let's start the massacre. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and directly rushed towards the hall. There's someone. The two guards outside the hall narrowed their eyes when they saw Yi Xian. When they saw Luo Luo behind Yi Xian, their eyes widened. It's actually someone from the Fox clan. General Gale will definitely reward us handsomely if we capture her. The two glanced at each other, and immediately rushed out. The White Shark King was the leader of this area, but there were also 4 generals under him. Only they could see the White Shark King. Hence, under normal circumstances, the women in the Sky Peak prison would be taken away by these 4 generals. It was the same for the foreign race women. As long as they kept it a secret and did not let the White Shark King know about it, it would be fine. However, these 2 people had gotten themselves into big trouble. 2 mere 6th level Profound Life Realm thugs dare to block my path. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Leave it to this old man. Old Tree took the lead, and instantly crossed a large distance, arriving behind the 2. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds rang out, and the 2's heads directly exploded. Flesh and blood splattered, and were incinerated in the air. Old Tree was already at the 5th level of the Profound Life Realm. Using the remaining flames to launch a sneak attack, the other party did not have any ability to resist. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian had increased the killing intent of 2 6th level Profound Life Realm thugs. At this moment, he was wondering if he could reach the upper limit of his killing intent when he reached the 4th level of the Profound Life Realm. If that was the case, he would have 3 Devour points. 1 Devour point was extremely useful to him. For example, it could be used to strengthen Old Tree's remaining flames technique, or it could be used to strengthen it. It could also be used to make blessings. In addition, 2 Devour points could be used to upgrade the Unicorn's descent technique. At that time, he would be able to stomp 3 times in a row. Who could block that? However, he still had to wait and see. He would first destroy this hall before thinking about it. There's an enemy attack. The fall of the 2 was seen by an expert who had just come out from afar. Humph. Chapter 1465. Bang! That person's head also exploded. An ordinary person would not be able to block a single attack from Old Tree, unless they were at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. There are 4 7th level Profound Life Realm experts in this hall. Let's focus fire on one of them before they can react. Yi Xian instructed Old Tree and the other 2. Unfortunately, the 4 experts had already heard the commotion and rushed out of a cave along with the other experts. How dare they attack our Baimo Hall? It's actually a young lady from the Fox clan. I've never heard of her in the territory. Let's capture her first. There haven't been any newcomers recently. It seems like they're from other places. If we offer them to the Fierce Wind General, we'll be rewarded greatly. Yes, the last woman from the Fox clan was accidentally killed by the Fierce Wind General 1,000 years ago. He hasn't enjoyed a woman from the Fox clan for 1,000 years. After whispering to each other, the 4 7th level Profound Life stage experts simultaneously charged out. Yi Xian and the other 2 had killed several people consecutively. Their strength was extraordinary, so they decided to take action personally. Although Luo Luo did not hear what they were saying, she knew what they meant by looking at their expressions. Humph, none of you are good. Die. She instantly created hundreds of clones and formed an invisible lotus. 100-layer fox clone, purifying demonic lotus flame. This move was very powerful. After the 4 felt the aura, they did not dare to be careless and attacked together. Rumble. The 4 people's attacks destroyed the purifying demonic lotus flame, and waves of air swept out. But at this moment, they lost sight of one person. Residual flame. Bang! One of them did not react in time and was hit in the back. He met Yi Xian's flaming sword aura head-on. Rip! His head was sent flying and burned into ashes in the air. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian and Old Tree's cooperation was perfect, but there was no other way. After all, the Old Tree's residual flame technique was too terrifying. Seeing their companion die in an instant, the other three people's expressions changed greatly. Go all out! One of them shouted. They didn't have time to think about where Yi Xian had come from. They had to finish the battle first. Not far away, there were more than 10 6th-level Profound Life Realm martial artists. They were also attacking with all their might, but they were all captured by Wei Zhentian in one fell swoop. Let's see how many times you can block. Luo Luo was unwilling to give up. She once again expended a large amount of true qi to condense the purifying demonic lotus flame. Bang! The three of them were once again forced to fight back, but in the next moment, one of them fell for the trap and was sent flying by Old Tree's punch. He then collided with Yi Xian's sword gleam. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Now, only 2 of the 4 great 7th-level Profound Life stage experts remained. Again. Luolua's Zhenqi recovered and another purifying demonic lotus flame fell. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In less than 3 seconds, the last 2 people were also killed by Yi Xian. The entire battle only lasted 10 seconds. Well done! Yi Xian shouted in a low voice as he quickly collected the spoils of war. Originally, there were quite a few people in this hall, but they had all gone out to collect protection fees, so there weren't many people left. However, under normal circumstances, the hall master would be overseeing this place. This hall master was also one of Yi Xian's targets. After all, he was a hall master and was probably extremely wealthy. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let him go. He just didn't know where the hall master had gone. However, just as he was guessing where the hall master had gone, a figure appeared from the horizon. Who dares to behave so atrociously in my territory? A loud shout came from afar. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was at 8th level Profound Life Realm. It seemed like he was the hall master of the Northern Wood Hall. Fight! Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward to meet him. Usually, the strongest experts in an area were extremely wealthy. As long as they killed this hall master, the Old Tree might be able to break through to 6th level Profound Life Realm. Killing intent explosion. Sky burning sword art. Residual flame. Yi Xian and the other three's coordination was almost perfect. Although their cultivation levels were low, when they joined forces, they could instantly suppress their opponent to the point that he couldn't retaliate. In just the first exchange, the hall master of the Northern Wood Hall was suppressed. Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, he had used a large amount of Profound Life pills to break through to 8th level Profound Life Realm. His battle strength was relatively weaker. This battle finally came to an end after 10 seconds of coaxing and pestering by Yi Xian and the other three. However, Yi Xian regretted that most of the items in this interspatial ring were Profound Life pills. There weren't many natural treasures, so the Old Tree couldn't break through to 6th level Profound Life Realm. However, this didn't matter. After all, this was only the first hall. Immediately, Yi Xian rushed towards his second target. If he could destroy all 16 halls under the White Shark King, he would probably be able to break through. However, while he was rushing, a group suddenly arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Peak prison. It was a golden dragon. There were 11 people sitting on its back. These people's cultivation levels weren't high. The weakest was at 6th level Profound Life Realm, while the strongest was only at 8th level Profound Life Realm. However, the leader was at 9th level Profound Life Realm. This golden dragon landed at the entrance of the Heavenly Peak prison. Greetings to the Junior City Lord. A guard of the Heavenly Peak prison respectfully kneeled and cupped his hands. Sitting on the head of the golden dragon was a youth wearing a golden crown. He was the Junior City Lord of Heavenly Peak City. His strength was unfathomable, and he was the #1 genius of Heavenly Peak City. Open the array. The Junior City Lord of Heavenly Peak City directly said. Yes. The guard, who was at the peak of 9th level Profound Life Realm, nodded. He immediately turned around and used his all-creation strength to open the city gate behind him. Rumble. The city gate opened, revealing a long passageway on the city wall. At the same time, a huge figure entered everyone's sight. This was a huge heaven-connecting beast. Its entire body was red and black, and it had 2 heads. Every time it breathed, the red patterns would emit bursts of light, illuminating the entire passageway on the city wall. At this moment, this huge heaven-connecting beast was sleeping on its stomach. Amazing. Is this the blazing 2-headed hound? It's really amazing. It's said that it's at the profound death realm, and is the descendant of the 2 from the City Lord Mansion. The temperature of its breath is enough to melt us. With it guarding, the people in the Heavenly Peak prison won't be able to escape. Chapter 1466. Shut up and follow him. The young city lord of Tianfeng City bellowed as he walked in. When the crowd heard the bellow, they immediately fell silent and followed him. Although the blazing 2-headed hound was raised by the City Lord Mansion, these people were still a little worried when they passed by. Huff huff, at this moment, the blazing 2-headed hound suddenly opened its eyes, giving the 10 people behind the young city lord a fright. Waiter, this is for you. The young city lord of Tianfeng City waved his hand and took out a large number of heaven-connecting beast corpses from his interspatial ring. They were all fresh, and the smell of blood immediately spread through the entire passageway. The blazing 2-headed hound was a heaven-connecting beast. It only nodded slightly at the young city lord of Tianfeng City before it began to eat the food. This trial will last for a month. You will have to stay here for a month. After a month, those who haven't been caught will be able to enter the City Lord Mansion and be nurtured by the City Lord Mansion. The young city lord of Tianfeng City said to the people behind him. Yes. The 10 people replied in unison. Then, they passed through the array and entered the Tianfeng prison. Rumble. A loud rumble resounded as the city gates closed. At the same time, the appearance of these 10 people attracted the attention of the people inside. These 10 people are wearing the trial robes. It seems like they are from the City Lord Mansion. Quick, inform the higher-ups. Tisk tsk, there are 10 people this time. I wonder how many of them will be caught by us. This is a safe zone. We can't make a move here. Quick, follow them. Don't let them escape. Immediately, many of the prisoners in the Tianfeng prison caught up with the team. The news of the trial team's appearance quickly spread to the ears of the 3 tycoons in the Tianfeng prison. At this moment, in a luxurious platinum palace in the Tianfeng prison. White Shark King, the city gates opened half a day ago. This time, 10 trial takers have come. The strongest one is at the 8th level of the Profound Life stage. A cultivator reported. In front of him sat a fair-skinned young man. No one would have thought that this fair-skinned young man was one of the 3 tycoons in the Tianfeng prison, White Shark King. Another 10 people. White Shark King's eyes flashed as he said, I've already captured 8 8th layer Profound Life stage experts. Once I capture 2 more, I'll be able to leave this bullshit Heaven Peak prison. Those who captured the members of the trial team could indeed leave the Heavenly Peak prison. However, this also depended on one's cultivation level. A 6th level Profound Life Realm martial artist could only leave the Heavenly Peak prison after capturing a 6th level Profound Life Realm trial taker. In other words, he had to capture people who were at the same level as him. If a 7th level Profound Life stage prisoner wanted to leave, he would have to capture 10 6th level Profound Life stage trial takers. After all, there were over 10,000 prisoners in the entire Heaven Peak prison. Capturing one was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, so how was it possible to capture 10? Fortunately, there would be trial takers sent in every once in a while. There would be a few batches in a year, and there would be quite a few after 1,000 years. However, most people prioritized survival in the Heaven Peak prison. Let's forget about arresting him. Even if someone caught a trial participant of the same level, they would probably be intercepted and killed before they could reach the entrance. Then, they would be handed over to the 3 big shots. Not only the White Shark King, but the other 2 big shots also received the news and sent people out to capture them. Among the 3 big shots, other than the White Shark King who had already captured 8 8th level Profound Life Realm martial artists, the other 2 were about to do the same. Therefore, the 3 parties would not give in. Everyone wanted to leave this damned place. At the same time, the White Shark King also received the news that the halls under his command had been destroyed. However, he did not think much of it. This was because it did not matter even if all of these halls were destroyed. The true experts were with the White Shark Hall and the 4 great generals. Although this was what he said, the White Shark King still sent a general to investigate. It was the Gale General, who was at the peak of the 8th level Profound Life Realm. At this moment, at a certain location in the Heavenly Peak prison. After a day, Yi Xian had already destroyed 3 halls. The Old Tree and Wei Xintian had both broken through to the 6th level Profound Life Realm, while Yi Xian and Luo Luo were about to break through to the 5th level Profound Life Realm. As long as they broke through, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Heavenly Peak prison. These poor bastards. It seems that all the good stuff is with the 4 great generals and the White Shark King. Wait for me to break through, then I'll go and meet you guys. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he headed towards the 4th hall under the White Shark King. With the strength of Wei Xintian and the Old Tree, they could already deal with 8th level Profound Life Realm experts. Therefore, these halls did not have the ability to resist and were quickly destroyed. However, when Yi Xian destroyed the 5th hall. Hey, bastard! You actually dare to behave so atrociously in my territory. You're courting death. An explosive roar was heard. Yi Xian turned his head and discovered that it was a tall and sturdy person. The Gale General under the White Shark King. Yi Xian immediately reacted. The reason why he recognized the other party was because he had already destroyed several halls. Naturally, he had the portrait of the Gale General. Although Yi Xian had already annihilated a few halls before, the strength of this Gale General couldn't be underestimated. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm, and was half a step into the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. However, one should not forget that Wei Xintian and the Old Tree had already broken through. There's a path to heaven but you didn't take it. There's no door to hell but you came knocking on my door instead. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart and instantly placed a death pursuit order on the Gale General. After this battle, he might be able to break through to the 5th level Profound Life Realm. Therefore, he went all out. Waning Flame. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky-scorching Sword Art. Yi Xian and the Old Tree first cooperated, while Wei Xintian took the side. As for Luo Luo, she also transformed and her cultivation instantly rose to the 5th level Profound Life Realm. 9 Reincarnation Flashes. The 4 instantly launched their attacks on the Gale General. There's actually a little fox. Very good, I'll let you know the power of the Gale General in a while. The Gale General's eyes flickered as he raised both his hands. Immediately, the surrounding air began to flow rapidly. Wind and cloud indestructible palm. Yi Xian, who was running wildly, was instantly injured by the flowing air. However, he quickly recovered. However, when his attack struck the Gale General, it was weakened by at least half. Not only that, but Old Tree, who had used Waning Flame to flash behind the Gale General, was also blown away by the Gale General's defense. You're not bad. Old Tree did not hesitate as he immediately transformed into his original form and used Waning Flame again. However, he was still blown away. Ha ha ha, do you know what it means to be suppressed by one's cultivation level? Even an 8th level profound life realm expert would be blown away by me, let alone you. The Gale General laughed loudly. Chapter 1467. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind blades were powerful enough to kill Yi Xian instantly. The Wild Wind General, who was at the peak of the 8th tier profound life realm, was indeed capable. Luo, be careful. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded. All right. Luo nodded and immediately split herself into two. However, the wind blades quickly sliced half of her body. 9 flash of reincarnation, 6th flash. Not bad. It's enough to kill an 8th tier profound life realm expert. However, it's not enough for me. The Wild Wind General's eyes flickered as he dispelled Luolua's 9 flash of reincarnation with a single palm strike. After all, he specialized in wind attribute martial arts. Dispelling the attack in one move was nothing to him. Just as he was about to capture Luo, Yi Xian suddenly sent Luo into the planting space. Where is she? The Wild Wind General was shocked. In the next moment, he discovered Luolua's figure in the distance. What was going on? He didn't know how she did it. However, he had to capture her first. All of you, die. The Wild Wind General made a mental note. The wind suddenly sped up and doubled its speed. Of course, the wind was targeted at Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian, and the old tree. Luo was the Wild Wind General's target. The Wild Wind General naturally wouldn't touch her. At this moment, Yi Xian finally felt a sense of pressure. If he didn't use his trump card today, he might not be able to kill the Wild Wind General. Fortunately, I have many heaven-reaching beast corpses. Let's see what gives you the right to be so arrogant. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly used his most powerful trump card. Unicorn Descend. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A unique sound of wind rang out. It wasn't the sound of wind blades slicing through space. The source of the sound was above the Wild Wind General's head. What? The Wild Wind General was shocked. He immediately raised his head and saw a huge flaming hoof above his head. This flaming hoof was quite powerful. Its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Not good. Wild Wind, roll. The Wild Wind General reacted quickly. He immediately directed the surrounding wind blades to attack the flaming hoof above his head. Boom! 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 A series of sounds rang out as the wind blades collided with the flaming hoof and were immediately dispersed by the blazing flames of the flaming hoof. Bang! The flaming hoof finally landed. The Gale General burned 100 years of his lifespan in order to reinforce the Gale barrier around his body. However, this attack still shattered his defense. Unicorn Descent was currently 2 levels, so it could be used twice consecutively within a short period of time. Consider yourself lucky that you didn't die the first time. Let's see if you can survive this time. Yi Xian widened his eyes and condensed another flaming hoof. Not good. The fierce wind great general's expression changed greatly. Just now, he had used all of his true chi to resist, but now his true chi was unable to be mobilized. This attack was disastrous. Bang! The second strike landed on the High Wind General's body. The raging flames climbed up the High Wind General's body, and the High Wind General suddenly became a living person. In the blink of an eye, he was burned into a bloody mess. However, the High Wind General was currently in a state of near death. He used the last bit of his will to quickly recover with mysterious life chi and at the same time, used his true chi to disperse the flames on his body. He could not understand who launched this attack. Such a powerful attack could not have been launched by Yi Xian and Luo. However, he could only carry this question with him to the underworld. Reincarnation Flash, 6th Flash. While the High Wind General was still recovering from his injuries, Luo took a big stride forward and swept the High Wind General's head off with a sharp wind blade. Because the High Wind General was limp on the ground, his head did not fly off. However, blood still spurted out from his head and splattered several meters away. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and put away the High Wind General's corpse and the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now at level 5 Profound Life Realm. After swallowing tens of millions of mysterious life pills, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed and he finally broke through. It was a pity that the Heavenly Peak prison lacked natural treasures. Most of them were mysterious life pills. Therefore, the old tree and Wei Xintian's strength increased a little slowly. Ding! The host has triggered a chain random mission. Kill the other 3 generals under the White Shark King. A system notification suddenly sounded. Not bad, a chain random mission has finally come. After Yi Xian heard this, his eyes could not help but light up. He had not received this mission for a long time. There was still no notification of the mission reward. This meant that there might be something good. Now that the High Wind General under the White Shark King was dead, there were only 3 people left. However, these 3 generals were at the 9th Profound Life Realm. It would not be easy to kill them. Before Yi Xian broke through, he relied on Unicorn to kill the High Wind General, who was at the peak of the 8th Profound Life Realm. Now that he had broken through, he might not be able to fight against a 9th Profound Life Realm general, let alone the White Shark King who was at the peak of the 9th Profound Life Realm. If he wanted to fight and kill the White Shark King, he might have to break through once more. There's no hurry. I'm only at the 5th Profound Life Realm. Let's clear the remaining halls of the White Shark King first. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he continued on his journey. With the special positioning of the void, it was much more convenient for him. This way, the old tree and Wei Xintian could continue on their journey. As long as they arrived at their destination, Yi Xian could directly break through the void and head over. In a short 2 days, all the halls under the White Shark King were wiped out. In these 2 days, Luo Luo had also broken through to the 5th Profound Life Realm. Luo Luo had relied on the base of the life and death plate to refine the profound life qi. Under normal circumstances, her breakthrough speed was unparalleled. Who could compare to her breakthrough every few days? It was a pity that her master was Yi Xian, who possessed an even more insane breakthrough speed. Now that I've wiped out all the halls of the White Shark King, why haven't they made a single move? Yi Xian was puzzled as he thought to himself. At this moment, he was heading towards the residence of the Wild Gale General. That place was comparable to several halls. There were quite a few experts there, and there was quite a lot of profit to be made. Soon, he arrived at the residence of the Wild Gale General. Luo Luo, Old Tree, Wei Xintian, kill anyone who poses a threat. Yi Xian immediately gave the 3 of them an order. All right. The 3 of them were already used to it, and directly rushed into the residence of the Wild Gale General. In these 2 days, other than Luo Luo's breakthrough, Wei Xintian and Old Tree had also improved by quite a bit. Although they had not reached the 7th Profound Life Realm, they were close. Yi Xian estimated that the 2 of them would be able to break through as long as they looted the residence of the Wild Gale General. Chapter 1468. As a newly promoted general, the Wild Gale General was highly valued by the White Shark King. He had obtained a lot of benefits, and at the same time, he had secretly kept many female slaves, including those of foreign races. When Yi Xian and the rest killed the experts in the cave, they had also saved them. However, Yi Xian did not feel sympathy for them. He only allowed them to leave on their own, and did not intend to escort them. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent continued to rise. Soon, he heard 2 different notifications. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Current Profound Life Realm at 7th level. Ding! The Old Tree has broken through. Current profound life realm at 7th level. The two treasures were the first to break through, and reached the 7th level of the profound life realm. This cave could be considered to have been ransacked. Yi Xian had the eye of perception, and found the places where the treasures were hidden. Now that the old tree and Wei Zhentian have broken through, as long as I break through, I will be able to fight the other 3 generals. Yi Xian thought to himself. He knew what he was capable of. Previously, he had relied on the Qilin's descent to kill the Wild Wind General. Although he could kill the Wild Wind General now, he would not be facing an 8th stage Profound Life Stage expert, but a 9th stage Profound Life Stage expert. Every level would result in a qualitative improvement. The Wild Gale General was promoted to a general in advance because he was about to break through to the 9th level Profound Life Realm. In these 2 days, Yi Xian had obtained many sky-connecting beast corpses. However, Unicorn had only recovered 30% of the sky-connecting beast's cooldown, which was pitifully little. Therefore, he did not want to fight the other 3 generals for the time being. However, it was not up to him to decide whether to fight or not. Just as he was about to leave the Wild Gale General's cave, someone arrived. It was a man with sky-blue hair. His body was extremely cold, and the yuan qi around him flowed rapidly, as if it was about to freeze. Behind him was a young man who looked somewhat similar to the man. The leader has gone out to capture that 8th level Profound Life Realm trial taker. Kuang Feng has also been sent out, and has yet to return. Now, I am the only one left to oversee the situation. TSK, that bastard Kuang Feng, the last time I asked him for a Catwoman slave, he actually refused to give it to me. Today, I will deal with her. The blue-haired man clicked his tongue and said. Father, this fierce wind's luck is not bad. He caught a lot of female slaves, but he's a little stingy. Today, we're going to play with all of them. If we take a few more, I don't think he'll dare to tell the leader. The young man suddenly revealed a lewd smile. The blue-haired man smiled and said, that's right. Fierce wind is very cruel. He played with many female slaves to death. He doesn't know how to take pity on them, but it's different if he follows us. Father, let's go in quickly. The blue-haired man couldn't wait any longer. He directly landed in front of the Gale General's cave. And at that moment, people happened to walk out of the cave abode. 2 humans and a white fox girl. They were none other than Yi Xian and company. White Fox Clan. Seeing this, the eyes of the blue-haired man and the young man lit up. This was the first time in nearly 1,000 years that they had seen a female from the White Fox Clan. Moreover, it was such a young girl. Although she wasn't young, at their level, age was no longer a limit. So what if she was 8,000 years old? It was fine as long as she had a good figure. When Yi Xian and company sensed the auras of the blue-haired man and the young man, their bodies also paused. 9th layer Profound Life Stage. Yi Xian was shocked. Why would a 9th layer Profound Life Stage expert be here? He focused his eyes and realized that the blue-haired man was somewhat familiar. He seemed to be the frozen general under the White Shark King. As for the young man, he was only at the 7th layer Profound Life Stage. There was no need to fear him. How unlucky. This frozen general should be looking for the fierce wind general, and just so happened to bump into me. Yi Xian frowned. Although he really didn't want to fight a 9th layer Profound Life Stage expert, the frozen general was different. The frozen general was ranked 3rd among the 4 generals. He was only stronger than the fierce wind general, and weaker than the other 2. Most importantly, the frozen general's attributes were countered by Yi Xian. This battle may not be impossible. TSK, kid, who are you to the fierce wind general? The blue-haired man asked directly. He saw that Yi Xian was able to bring Luo out, and clearly had some status. He might even be the descendant of the fierce wind general. So it's the frozen general. You've come at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Yi Xian suddenly put on a harmless appearance and said. When the blue-haired man heard this, he said in shock, why are you looking for me? It's like this. The great ancestor went out this time and was seriously injured. Even the mysterious life chi couldn't heal his injuries, so he asked me to take the female slave to visit the icebound general, hoping that the icebound general could help. As long as you can suppress the old ancestor's injuries, he said that you can choose 10 female slaves. Yi Xian randomly made up a reason. After hearing this, the frozen general and the young man looked at each other. The fierce wind general, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the profound life realm, was heavily injured. Who was it? In the White Shark King's territory, other than the White Shark King and the other 3 generals, no one should be able to severely injure the fierce wind general. Could it be the subordinate of the Black Venom King or the Golden Brilliance King? That's right. Now that an 8th level profound life realm trial taker had appeared, the 3 parties would be fighting over him. The fierce wind general might have encountered one of the other parties while carrying out a mission. I see. No problem. The frozen general did not think too much and directly landed in front of the cave. However, in the next moment, he felt a little strange. Yi Xian was the descendant of the fierce wind general. No matter how weak he was, he should have a 7th level profound life realm guard. However, just as he was feeling strange, a strange change occurred. Waning flame. Killing intent explosion. Sky burning sword technique. Suddenly, the sound of wind could be heard. Yi Xian and the rest instantly made their moves. Old Tree and Wei Jintian directly attacked the frozen general, while Yi Xian and Luo Luo attacked the 7th level profound life realm youth. What? The frozen general immediately reacted and immediately formed an ice crystal shield, blocking the attacks of Old Tree and Wei Jintian. Unfortunately, the 7th level profound life realm youth was not lucky enough to escape. Rip! A crisp sound was heard as the youth's head was sent flying. This person was the frozen general's son. The frozen general was lascivious, but he only had one son, which was this youth. At this moment, his only son was dead. Moreover, he died right in front of him. When the head was tossed into the air, the icebound general went berserk. I will kill all of you. The frozen general's anger had already surged to his head, and the true energy in his body gushed out. Chapter 1469. Fortunately, Yi Xian possessed the unicorn true energy within his body, which was the nemesis of the ice attribute true energy. Because of Yi Xian, Luo Luo was not affected by the environment. At this moment, the icebound general had already gathered his true energy. With a wave of his cloak, ice arrows shot towards Yi Xian and Yi Xian. The Old Tree and Wei Jintian were the 2 closest enemies to him. However, he chose to attack Yi Xian and Luo Luo instead. This was enough to prove how furious he was at this moment. You'll have to ask this old man first if you want to hurt the little master. The Old Tree blocked in front of Yi Xian with a remnant flame. After which, he threw out a few punches, burning the ice arrows into steam. The Old Tree was already at the 7th profound life stage. Thus, it was not a problem for him to destroy these small attacks. The icebound general had underestimated Yi Xian. If he were to attack, his attack power would be several times stronger than the ice arrows. It seems that I have to use my trump card this time. Wei Jintian, Blade Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he gave the order to Wei Jintian. Wei Jintian was at the 7th profound life stage. The Blade Storm was quite powerful. Even if the icebound general was powerful, he would still be exhausted to death. At the same time, Luo Luo also used her one-day transformation. Her cultivation instantly rose from the 5th profound life stage to the 6th profound life stage. If he were to encounter the other 2 generals, Yi Xian would not attack. However, the icebound general was the weakest. Furthermore, he was restrained. Therefore, Yi Xian was going to kill him today. Full power. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide as he continuously used his techniques. Dark Night Sky Curtain. Death Pursuit Order. Killing Intent Erupted. Burning Sky Sword Art. The might of this flaming sword glow was not the slightest bit weaker than an attack from an 8th profound life stage expert. Furthermore, it had the effect of burning the heavens. It might be able to match the Icebound General's attack. However, the Icebound General's expression had already changed. He felt that the old tree, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo posed a greater threat. 10,000 miles of ice. Another wave of ice energy was unleashed, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Yi Xian's attack was weakened by 30%, and the Blade Storm and the old tree were also frozen quite a bit. Due to the Icebound General's high cultivation level, Yi Xian, who was only at the 5th level of the Profound Life Realm, was unable to see through his body with the Eye of Revelation. What he didn't know was that the Ice Sealing General had actually concocted the Ice Crystal Flame, which was ranked 45th on the Wondrous Flame list. His strength, if he went all out, was actually not weaker than the other two great generals. Yi Xian, you've really kicked an iron plate this time. However, Yi Xian would not give up so easily. Could it be that the four of them couldn't beat him? Eye of Charm. Luo Luo, who had forcibly raised her cultivation to the 6th layer of the Profound Life stage, directly formed an Eye of Charm. Although it was not possible to charm the Icebound General, it could still cause a soul attack. Furthermore, Yi Xian had been using the Eye of Soul from the start, so the Icebound General was still somewhat affected. In any case, every bit of influence counted. Yi Xian estimated that this battle would not end so quickly. Hence, they could only fight a protracted battle. The Profound Life energy would still be depleted. Once the Profound Life energy in the Icebound General's body was completely depleted, it would be time for him to die. Kid, are you not a general under someone? The Icebound General finally couldn't help but ask. When Yi Xian and the others joined forces, they were not the slightest bit weaker than him. However, he had been in the Heaven Peak prison for thousands of years, and had never heard of such a technique. Why do you care who I am? Yi Xian could not be bothered to waste time with the Icebound General, and continued to attack. The Blade Storm, thousands of blood swords, hundreds of Luo Luo's doppelgangers, and the undying old tree that came and went without a trace. The Icebound General was beaten to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. 3 seconds. 6 seconds. Time slowly passed. The Icebound General was forced to defend and was unable to attack. However, Yi Xian had underestimated his strength. Looking at the Icebound General, he probably still has a lot of Profound Life energy in his body, and the Bladestorm's duration is about to end. If this continues, it will be dangerous. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had been able to fight until now because of the Bladestorm. Once the Bladestorm's duration was over, Wei Zhentian and Old Tree alone would not be able to stop the Icebound General. When that time came, he would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture. Hence, Yi Xian already had thoughts of retreating. If he failed this time, he would wait for another breakthrough before coming back to cause trouble for the Icebound General. However, at this moment. Ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. A system notification suddenly sounded. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He saw that one of the blood swords had broken through the Icebound General's ice crystal helmet, and directly pierced through his head. This. He did not expect that such a low-probability one-hit kill would be triggered at such a critical moment. It was like a free lunch falling from the sky. This was the second time he had triggered the one-hit kill effect. Furthermore, it was to break the enemy's attack and then deal the most fatal blow to the enemy. The Icebound General's eyes widened as he felt the blood swords pierce through his head. He would never have thought that the defense he was most proud of would be broken through. During the battle, he had only focused on defending his heart and head. Even the other two generals would not have been able to break through his defense. However, Wei Zhentian had broken through his defense. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded again. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a large margin. The one-hit kill had been triggered. The Icebound General was instantly killed and fell. Ha, your luck is really good. Wei Zhentian, you've done a great job this time. Yi Xian immediately praised him. Wei Zhentian had already applied the oil of blessing once, which increased his luck by 1 point. This directly increased the triggering rate of the one-hit kill. If he increased his luck to 9 points, he did not know what would happen. These things could be dealt with in the future. Wow, another one-hit kill has been triggered. Luo Luo could not help but widen her eyes when she saw this scene. She found it unbelievable. Yes, this is the will of the heavens. Yi Xian smiled and quickly swept over to the icebound general's corpse and the interspatial ring. An experienced general was indeed different. He was much wealthier than the fierce wind general. There were hundreds of millions of profound life pills in the interspatial ring. If a 7th level profound life realm expert were to condense them, it would take tens of thousands of years. If it was an 8th level profound life realm expert, it would take close to 10,000 years. If it was a 9th level profound life realm expert, it would take a few thousand years. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 6th level profound life realm. After Yi Xian swallowed the profound life pills, he had broken through. If he had been at 6th level profound life realm earlier, it would have been enough to deal with the icebound general. A quarter of the random mission has been completed. Only the 2 generals and the White Shark King are left. Chapter 1470. Now that the icebound general was dead, his cave dwelling was also a considerable amount of wealth. The icebound general's cave dwelling was very close to the fierce gale general's cave dwelling. Yi Xian only spent half a day to reach it. No one in the cave dwelling could stop him. Soon, the entire cave dwelling was cleaned. After Yi Xian collected all the interspatial rings, he left. The icebound general's cultivation was much higher than his, so it was difficult to search his soul. However, the icebound general's son could do it. From the icebound general's son's memories, Yi Xian knew that the trial teams from the outside world had entered the Heavenly Peak prison. The other 2 generals were already on the move. Not only that, but the White Shark King was also on the move. Therefore, Yi Xian conveniently went to the 3's cave dwellings and plundered them as well. In the Heavenly Peak prison, there were usually no hidden treasures. One's own interspatial rings were the safest. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't gain much. Yi Xian came out of the White Shark King's palace and said inwardly, the Heavenly Peak prison is quite big. I wonder where the White Shark King and the other 2 generals went. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, let's split up. Okay. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree nodded and left one after another. Yi Xian had the Eye of Souls, so it was easy for him to search. He searched their souls along the way. Soon, he found a clue. So they went to the central region of the Heavenly Peak prison. It seems that the other 2 generals are also there, Yi Xian thought in his heart as he rushed towards the central region. He had already broken through to the 6th level of the profound life stage. Using the shadow steps, he arrived in less than a day. The appearance of the trial teams made the place very lively. He encountered many people along the way. However, these people all ran out one after another. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Souls to control one of them and asked about the situation. Master, there's an 8th level profound life stage expert captain in this training squad. However, during these few days of pursuit, he suddenly broke through to the 9th level profound life stage. At this moment, the 3 great leaders are currently fighting with him. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. What the F***ck? The captain of the trial team, who had just broken through to the 9th level of the profound life stage, was actually fighting 1 against 3? One must know that the 3 great chiefs were all at the peak of the 9th layer profound life stage. Moreover, they also had several generals under their command. Wasn't this a little too fierce? As expected of someone from Tianfeng City, you have some ability. Just nice, I can take advantage of this opportunity to profit. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He was the one with the main character aura. No one could steal his limelight. Of course, his main target this time was White Shark King and the other 2 generals. He continued his journey and found the battlefield in less than half an hour. The battle was extremely intense. There were exactly 10 figures on the battlefield. Furthermore, all of them were at the 9th level of the profound life stage. Among the 10 figures, 3 of them were at the peak of the profound life realm. They were the White Shark King, the Black Venom King and the Golden Brilliance King. The other 6 people were the generals under the 3 leaders. As for the last person, he was the captain of the trial team. The leader of the trial team wasn't just fighting 1 against 3, but 1 against 9. 1 against 9. F***ck, isn't this a little too strong? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. This was the first time he saw someone fighting 1 against 9. Moreover, it was against 9 people of the same level. Furthermore, 3 of them were at the peak of their level. Wasn't this too terrifying? Young master, look at that person's attack. At this moment, the old tree suddenly reminded him. Yi Xian focused his eyes and realized that the attack of the trial team captain was indeed a little strange. Is that the profound death chi? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he saw the clues. The attack of the trial team captain was actually infused with the profound death chi. It was no wonder that it was so fierce that even the 3 leaders couldn't block it. This should be a disciple of some large family. He cultivated the profound death stage super ability and cultivated the profound death chi in advance. Yi Xian immediately reacted. The profound life chi could only be used to heal injuries. However, the profound death chi could be used to attack and defend. It was no wonder that the trial team captain could fight 1 against 9. He had this trump card. It was a pity that 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands, let alone 9 people. He was powerful now, but the 9 of them cooperated well and there were no casualties. Once the profound death chi in his body was exhausted, it would be time for him to be captured. Young master, should we attack? Luo asked. During this period of time, she had also broken through to the 6th level of the profound life stage. Her cultivation didn't fall behind at all. If she used her transformation, she would be at the 7th level of the profound life stage. It wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with a few people. The White Shark King still has 2 generals under him. One is the Boulder General and the other is the Flaming Sun General. Our target is him. Kill these 2 first, then attack the White Shark King. The Flaming Sun General is the strongest, and the Boulder General is second. Let's find the Boulder General first. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the 3 of them. In the next moment, the sky darkened. Dark night sky curtain. At the same time, the 4 of them rushed out together. Scram, this isn't a place for you. A 9th level profound life stage martial artist shouted angrily. They thought that Yi Xian was here to help. Coincidentally, this 9th level profound life stage martial artist was Yi Xian's target this time, the Boulder General. Seeing that Yi Xian and the other 3 didn't react, the Boulder General turned around and threw a punch. Although he was called the Boulder General, other than his shocking defense, his offensive power was also not weak. His punch was enough to kill an 8th level profound life stage expert. However, he never expected that he would be Yi Xian's target. Waning Flame. Old Tree took the lead and flashed behind the Boulder General, then threw a punch. What? The Boulder General was shocked and hurriedly defended. Crack. Old Tree's flaming fist landed on the hard rock, but couldn't break through the defense. The Boulder General was indeed capable. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Art. 9 Reincarnation Flashes. Yi Xian and Luo also attacked together. Boom! The Boulder General formed several stone shields and blocked all the attacks. In terms of offense, he was better at defense. At the same time, the strange change on this side attracted the attention of the others. They couldn't understand why someone would attack them. What was going on? The 9th level profound life stage trial team leader was the same. He saw that Yi Xian wasn't a member of his trial team, so why would he help him? However, he couldn't care less. After all, he still had to fight 1 against 8. He had already consumed a lot of the profound death chi in his body. If he used up all of it, he would definitely be captured. He didn't expect that he would fail the trial after just a few days. Boulder, take care of these bastards. The fair-skinned White Shark King shouted angrily. Okay. The Boulder General replied. Chapter 1471. Luo Luo, use your charm to control the Boulder General. Yi Xian instructed Luo Luo in his mind. Luo Luo immediately understood. Yi Xian wanted to weaken the Boulder General's soul before controlling him. The Boulder General's attack was considered the weakest among all the people present. However, his defense was strong and he was very difficult to deal with. Controlling him was not a bad idea. Charm. Eye of Soul. Luo Luo, who had grown 9 tails, had a strong charm. Yi Xian's Eye of Soul was at the immortal eye level. The effect of his soul attack was very obvious. After a few glances, the Boulder General's soul was injured. His movements slowed down. Damned brat! The monolith cursed and suddenly slammed his fist into the ground. Stone walls immediately rose around him, protecting him from all directions. He didn't use all his strength to defend. Instead, he used the stone walls to block the opponent's soul attack. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a round ball was thrown at him. The Boulder General was about to explode it with a punch. However, his body trembled violently in the next moment. This round ball was actually a head. Furthermore, it was his son's head. I'm going to kill you all. The Boulder General reacted quickly. Yi Xian had probably killed everyone in his cave abode. At this moment, the furious him directly removed all of his defenses and fiercely charged towards Yi Xian. This method not only enraged the Boulder General, but also made him reveal his weakness. It could even destabilize his soul. Although it was a little sinister, in this world where the strong were respected, who didn't have thousands of lives under their hands, killing people was something they were used to. Charm. Eye of Soul. While the Boulder General was in a frenzy, Yi Xian and Luo Luo worked together again. This time, the effect was more obvious than before. Luo Luo, now is the time. Yi Xian shouted angrily in his mind. Hearing this, Luo Luo immediately understood and condensed an Eye of Charm. The Eye of Charm stared at the Boulder General. No. Although Great General Boulder was at the 9th level profound life stage and had lived for several thousand years, his soul was affected by various kinds of things. Now that he faced the bewitching eyes, he was only able to resist for a moment before he was successfully bewitched by Luo Luo. Good, well done. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. After praising her, he asked, Luo Luo, can you charm another one? These people are all old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. I might be able to charm one, but 2 is going to be a problem. Luo Luo shook her head. If that's the case, then use the power of 10,000 mammoths on the Monolith General and kill the Flaming Sun General. Yi Xian said. The Eye of Charm, in addition to being able to charm others, could also enhance the power of all creations. The Monolith General's speed had increased significantly after receiving the blessing of the power of 10,000 mammoths. His combat prowess had even surpassed the Flaming Sun General. The Monolith General tossed the Yin and Yang ring to Yi Xian and pounced towards the Flaming Sun General like a ferocious tiger. What? General Boulder was bewitched. The Flaming Sun General and the White Shark King were shocked. The Monolith General's strength was second only to the Flaming Sun General. How could he be bewitched by a little girl at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm? This was impossible. However, the Monolith General's betrayal was real. Yi Xian and the other 3 followed closely behind the Monolith General and charged towards the Flaming Sun General. Damn it, when this is over, I'll definitely kill you all. The White Shark King roared angrily in his mind. He had originally come to capture the 8th level Profound Life Realm Trial Team Captain, but he didn't expect the other party to break through to the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. This meant that he could leave as long as he captured the Trial Team Captain. Just now, the 3 leaders had come to an agreement. Whoever caught the leader of the trial team first would get the spot. Therefore, the White Shark King didn't have the time to care about Yi Xian. Flaming Sun, kill them. The White Shark King roared angrily. Yes. The Flaming Sun General responded. Right now, he didn't care that the Monolith General was once on their side. He directly used his killing move. The White Shark King had promised that as long as he left the Heaven Peak prison, he would be the next leader. Flaming Sun Explosion. The Flaming Sun General directly used his ultimate move. A meteor-like fireball smashed towards Yi Xian and the others. Killing Intent Explosion. Flaming Sky Sword Art. 100-layer Demon Fox Avatar, Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. Yi Xian and the other 2 attacked together. Before this, Wei Zhentian first went up and used his body to block a portion of the damage. Then, he used the Flaming Sky Sword Art and the Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. However, the power of this Flaming Sun explosion was not to be underestimated. All of the attacks were dispersed. The Flaming Sun General was actually at the middle 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. His strength was second only to the White Shark King. His full-strength attack was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Fortunately, the old tree had a countermeasure skill. Blazing Fire Dome. Just as the meteor-like fireball was about to hit Yi Xian and the others, the old tree flashed to the center with a remnant flame and activated the Blazing Fire Dome, completely absorbing the attack. The strength of the Blazing Fire Dome increased explosively. Of course, if the Blazing Fire Dome could not withstand the attack, there was still the Boulder General, a defensive powerhouse. Yi Xian and the others would be fine. How is this possible? The Flaming Sun General was shocked as he watched his fireball being absorbed by the old tree. While he was surprised, the old tree flashed behind the Flaming Sun General with another remnant flame. Flaming Sun General, you're finished. The old tree's aged voice entered the Flaming Sun General's ears. Blazing Fire Dome, explode. Boom. The power of this attack was not any weaker than the Flaming Sun General's Flaming Sun Explosion. Because the Flaming Sun General had used a powerful attack, he could not connect his true energy. The powerful impact caused him to vomit blood and feel dizzy. He flew toward Yi Xian and the others. This was a good opportunity. Kill. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he attacked again. The 9th level Profound Life Stage Boulder General also unleashed his strongest attack. Sky-shattering Vajra Shatter. Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian also attacked. 9 Flash of Reincarnation, 6th Flash. Facing these attacks, the Flaming Sun General was in despair. In just an instant, he smelled the scent of death. Who were these people? A dignified 9th layer Profound Life Stage expert had actually been insta-killed. Even after death, he would not be able to show his face. But this was reality. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the air. The Flaming Sun General's body was shattered by the Boulder General's sky-shattering golden shatter. The wild power tore his body apart, sending flesh and blood flying. The Flaming Sun General was dead. Ding, host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang. At this time, Yi Xian had already rushed over and collected the universe ring of the Flaming Sun General. Chapter 1472. Although the Boulder General wasn't dead, he had been bewitched by Luo Luo. With a single thought from Luo Luo, the Boulder General would commit suicide. However, the Boulder General was still useful, so Yi Xian wouldn't let him commit suicide. As the strongest subordinate of the White Shark King, the Flaming Sun General had the most benefits. In addition, he cultivated a fire attribute ability, so there were many fire attribute treasures in his ring. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Now at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. Another system notification sounded. The old tree had broken through. Now, it was time for the old tree to show off. Ha ha ha, this old man will kill all of you. The old tree laughed loudly. He used residual flames to flash behind a 9th level Profound Life Realm warrior and attacked. Bang! This person couldn't react in time and was sent flying. His injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen, but they were quickly healed by the Profound Life Chi. Bastard, you're courting death. This person cursed angrily. He was the Black Venom King's subordinate, the bloodthirsty general. Although he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't easy to deal with. Unfortunately, the old tree was currently at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. Residual flames. The old tree kept flashing from a different angle every time, giving the bloodthirsty general a headache. At the same time, Yi Xian, the bolder general, and the others arrived and attacked the bloodthirsty general. Originally, there were 10 people attacking the trial team leader, 3 leaders, and 6 generals. Now, the bolder general had changed sides and the flaming sun general had died, so there were only 4 generals left. Yi Xian's plan was to get rid of these 4 generals first. Maybe Wei Zhintian could break through to the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. At that time, he could kill these people with a blade storm. The White Shark King, the Black Venom King, and the Golden Brilliance King would all have to kneel on the ground. The 3 leaders didn't know where Yi Xian came from. It was rare for him to have the strength to kill a 9th level Profound Life Realm warrior. They glanced at each other and increased their attacks. They knew that if this continued, there would be an unforeseen event. At this moment, not far away. Sky-shattering Vajra Shatter. Sky-burning Sword Art. Reincarnation 9 Flash. Residual Flame. Under the siege of Yi Xian and the others, the bloodthirsty general was instantly defeated and killed in less than 3 seconds. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. This meant that there were only 3 generals left. Damn! Bloodthirsty was killed. The Black Venom King's expression changed greatly, and he immediately bellowed, "The 3 of us will suppress him. You guys go and kill those people." He only had 1 general left. As for the other 2 generals, they belonged to King Jinhuang. The 2 of them looked at King Jinhuang. When they saw King Jinhuang nod, they immediately turned around. Next, Yi Xian would have to face 3 great generals at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. All of them were super experts who had lived for thousands of years. They would not be easy to deal with. General Monolith will deal with 1, Old Tree will deal with 1, and Megatron will deal with 1 with us. Wait for my order, then attack together. Yi Xian immediately assigned the tasks. General Monolith was at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, so it would not be a problem for him to deal with 1 of them. Although Old Tree was 1 level lower, he was immortal. With residual flame, it would not be a problem for him to fight 1 of them alone. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to kill his opponent. Megatron was at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. With Luo Luo, who was at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm, and Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the Profound Life Realm, it would not be a problem for them to fight 1 of the generals alone. The battlefield was instantly divided into 2. Go! Under Yi Xian's low shout, everyone went forward to welcome him. The White Bone General under the Black Venom King, and the 2 generals under King Jinhuang, were the Flood Dragon General and the Frenzied Blade General. Among them, the Flood Dragon General was from the Demon Clan. He was a Flood Dragon and was the strongest under King Jinhuang. At the same time, he was also the opponent of Yi Xian and the others. The Flood Dragon General was the strongest of the 3 generals, and Yi Xian and the others were under great pressure to face him. However, in order to achieve a certain plan, Yi Xian had to do this. Brat, watch me smash you into minced meat. The Flood Dragon General, who looked like a burly middle-aged man, shouted angrily and threw a punch. Dodge! Yi Xian instantly used the shadow step to escape and counterattacked at the same time. Killing intent explosion. Sky burning sword technique. At the same time, Megatron General and Luo Luo attacked from both sides of the Flood Dragon General. Humph! Flood Dragon's roar. The Flood Dragon General snorted and suddenly opened his mouth. A sound wave attack instantly spread out and sent Megatron and Luo Luo flying. If it was an ordinary 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, Yi Xian would be able to fight one-on-one. However, these people were all experienced experts and could fight 2 or 3 experts of the same level. Therefore, they were very difficult to deal with. However, Yi Xian did not want to kill the Flood Dragon General. His target was another person. The Frenzied Blade General. The Frenzied Blade General's opponent was the Boulder General's opponent. The Boulder General could not retaliate against the Boulder General. Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to attack the Flood Dragon General while observing the Frenzied Blade General. He also gave instructions to the old tree and the others in his mind. Rumble. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle was also very intense. Although there were 6 less people, the pressure on the trial team captain did not decrease. Previously, the White Shark King and the others were afraid that they would accidentally kill the trial team captain, so they held back. However, now that there were only 3 of them left, they immediately increased their attacks. However, although the White Shark King, the Golden Brilliance King, and the Black Venom King seemed to be on the same side, they were actually trying to trip each other up. In a sense, they were not on the same side. They had an agreement. Whoever captured the trial team captain first would get the chance to leave. Therefore, they would not be able to finish this quickly. However, on the other side, there might be some unforeseen events. It's about time. Yi Xian, who was attacking the Flood Dragon General, had a flash of light in his eyes. The battle on this side was within the range of his perception. He also gave instructions to the old tree and the others through voice transmission. At the same time, he set up a trap. At this moment, "Kid, die for me." Flood Dragon Nail. The Flood Dragon General suddenly opened his mouth and a fang shot out from his mouth. It was so fast that it could almost instantly pierce through Yi Xian's head. It's finally here. Yi Xian swept his gaze and found that the Frenzied Blade General had already stepped into his trap. Eye of the Void. Trap, open. Xiao. The Flood Dragon Nail flew into the gate of the void and then shot out from the other side, accurately nailing a person's back. The Flood Dragon General's true form was called the Poison Wind Flood Dragon. Its fangs were highly poisonous. The person who was hit by the Flood Dragon Nail was the Frenzied Blade General on the Flood Dragon General's side. Yi Xian had been constantly commanding the battle just now, and now he had finally succeeded. Chapter 1473. How is this possible? The Flood Dragon General was shocked. He did not expect that his attack would not only fail to kill Yi Xian, but also accidentally injure his own comrade. How was this possible? The Frenzied Sword General did not understand why the Flood Dragon General would attack him, but he did not have time to think. The poison spread in an instant. The Frenzied Sword General felt that his body was paralyzed. Both his true chi and speed had decreased by at least 30%. He hurriedly activated his true chi and mysterious life chi to remove the poison. However, at this moment, focus fire, Frenzied Sword General. Yi Xian immediately gave an important order to everyone. In an instant, the old tree general who was fighting the White Bone General flashed continuously and appeared behind the Frenzied Sword General. Not only that, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were also instantly put into the plant dimension by Yi Xian and then summoned again. After being summoned, they landed near the Frenzied Sword General. Reincarnation Flash, 6th Flash. Luo Luo had been accumulating the speed of the 5th Flash. Now, she finally unleashed it. Bang! Hiss! The Flood Dragon General and the White Bone General looked over and saw that the Frenzied Sword General's body had been penetrated and his head had been sent flying. Clearly, he was not going to survive. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. Now, there were only 2 generals left. It was 3 against 3. Yi Xian had used the Eyes of the Void to set a trap and killed one of them instantly. This method had already shocked the White Bone General and the Flood Dragon General. Originally, the 3 of them could still be tied. However, with the death of the Frenzied Sword General, it had become 3 against 2. This was not right. The Flood Dragon General knew that he could not hide anymore. With a dragon roar, he transformed into his original form. The venomous blood flood dragon. Has he finally transformed? Yi Xian could not help but shudder when he heard the dragon roar. He quickly passed through the void gate and arrived beside the Frenzied Sword General's corpse. He then took the interspatial ring. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now at LV8 Profound Life Realm. The system notification sound boosted Yi Xian's morale. So what if he transformed into his original form? Wei Zhentian, Storm of Swords, kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. As for Yi Xian and the others, they would deal with the skeletal general. He estimated that it would take at most 3 seconds for the skeletal general to be defeated and killed. If it wasn't for the fact that the white skeleton general had a decent defense, it probably wouldn't have lasted more than 3 seconds. On the other side, when the White Shark King and the others heard the dragon's roar, they couldn't help but glance over from the corner of their eyes. The Frenzied Sword General was dead, and the Flood Dragon General was beaten into his original form? What was going on? The Flood Dragon General was the 4th person in the Heavenly Peak prison. Although he had not reached the peak of 9th level Profound Life Realm, he was able to fight against King Jinhuang in his original form. He was King Jinhuang's confidant and good brother. Both of them were captured at the same time. Otherwise, Heaven Peak Prison would have been divided into 4 parts. Now that he had transformed into his original form, it was enough to show that Yi Xian and the others were not ordinary people. The Flood Dragon General was actually King Jinhuang's trump card. Other than King Jinhuang, no one knew that the Flood Dragon General was from the Demon Clan. King Jinhuang originally wanted to let the Flood Dragon General fight at the critical moment, but he didn't expect to be exposed in advance. And the ones who made the Flood Dragon General transform into his original form were the juniors. The Flood Dragon General was challenged. I'm going to kill all of you. The Flood Dragon General transformed into a purplish-black poisonous flood dragon. He spoke human language and rushed toward Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. He immediately controlled the thousands of blood swords to meet him. Get lost! The Flood Dragon General's body flashed and he whipped his tail. Many of the blood swords were instantly shattered. However, with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, the blood swords quickly recovered and continued to fight. In fact, the Flood Dragon General had fallen into Wei Zhentian's trap. After transforming into his original form, the Flood Dragon General's body was hundreds of meters long. He was a huge target. Wei Zhentian's blood swords were scattered all over the place as he continued to stab the poison-blooded Flood Dragon. Although the Flood Dragon General's defense was unparalleled after transforming into his original form, Wei Zhentian still had his luck attribute, which allowed him to trigger the critical hit effect and one-hit kill. It would be fine if it was a critical hit, but if it was a one-hit kill, the venomous blood flood dragon would die instantly instead of being pierced through. Previously, when Wei Zhentian was fighting with the Frost General, the critical hit effect triggered by his blood swords only broke through the Frost General's defense. Then, the blood swords pierced through the Frost General's head. Now, the Flood Dragon General who had transformed into his original form couldn't use his true chi. Once the critical hit effect was triggered, the Flood Dragon General would instantly die. This was the power of the critical hit effect. On the other side, Yi Xian, Old Tree, the Rock General, Luo Luo, and the others besieged the White Bone General. The latter had already used his strongest defense, but it was still broken through by everyone's attacks. Leader, save me! The White Bone General's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted. The leader he was referring to was the Black Venom King. However, the Black Venom King was currently besieging the trial team leader and didn't have the time to help him. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, the White Skeleton General was also killed. Then, there was only one general left. Yi Xian quickly kept the White Bone General's remains and devoured them. Although he didn't manage to break through, he was close. As long as he killed the Flood Dragon General, he might be able to break through to the 7th level Profound Life Realm. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to deal with these people. Flood Dragon General, die! Yi Xian shouted angrily and rushed over. In fact, the Flood Dragon General was already having a hard time dealing with the Sword Blade Storm. Now that Yi Xian and the others joined in, he had no chance of winning at all. In the distance, King Jinhuang couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. Although it was important to leave the Heavenly Peak prison, the Flood Dragon General had been with him for so long. He was his sworn brother. How could he leave him in the lurch? I give up. King Jinhuang shouted and made his decision. He then turned around and rushed toward the Flood Dragon General. King Jinhuang is at the peak of the 9th level Profound Life Realm. His strength is too terrifying. I have to kill the Flood Dragon General before he arrives. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the Death Hunt command to mark the Flood Dragon General. Then, he instantly kept the old tree and Luo Luo into the planting space. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian crossed a distance and arrived behind the Flood Dragon General. In the next moment, the old tree and Luo Luo appeared again. The Eye of Assassination had been upgraded once. After using it, the power of the first attack would increase by 30%. In addition, the immortal I Qilin bloodline also had the Qilin deterrence skill. If the demon race was in human form, the Qilin deterrence skill would not be effective. However, if the Flood Dragon General was in his original form, then it would be effective. Chapter 1474. 100 Years of Life. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. This time, Yi Xian did not hesitate to burn 100 years of his life. His attack was extremely powerful. Swoosh! The flaming sword Qi slashed down fiercely and instantly broke through the venomous blood dragon's tough defense. Then, it slashed down without any resistance. Rip! The venomous blood dragon's head was directly chopped off. Instant kill. This scene shocked everyone. Even the White Shark King and the Black Venom King were the same. How could this attack be so powerful? Even if it were them, it would take a lot of effort to kill the venomous blood dragon. However, Yi Xian did it just like that. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. King Jinhuang stopped in his tracks. He could not believe that his brother who had followed him for thousands of years was dead. He was furious. Wah, human, I will kill you. King Jinhuang roared to the sky. In the next moment, his body suddenly enlarged and released a dazzling pillar of light. In the blink of an eye, King Jinhuang had enlarged hundreds of times and turned into a golden giant. Demon Clan. King Jinhuang was not a human but a golden giant. King Jinhuang, who was at the peak of 9th tier Profound Life Realm, was not weak. Now that he had transformed into his original form, his defense was even stronger than the venomous blood dragon. He could be said to be invincible under the Profound Death Realm. Oh my god, I was scared to death. Yi Xian shuddered. He could feel that King Jinhuang was much stronger than the venomous blood dragon general. After all, he had been stuck at the peak of 9th tier Profound Life Realm for thousands of years. Now, this is troublesome. Fortunately, King Jinhuang was from the Demon Clan. After transforming into his original form, Unicorn's deterrence was effective against him. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. There was still some time left for the Sword Blade Storm. This battle was not impossible. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly put away the venomous blood dragon's corpse and devoured the items in the interspatial ring. The Flood Dragon General was a good friend of the King of Jinhuang. He was much wealthier than the Flaming Sun General. After swallowing the mysterious life pill, Yi Xian finally heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. He had broken through to the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. Right now, Yi Xian was an invincible existence under the Profound Life stage. Come on! Yi Xian's fighting spirit surged as the scarlet flame sword in his hand ignited. 100 years of life. Killing intent explosion. Burning heaven sword art. A fierce flaming sword chi tore through the air. After transforming into his original form, King Jinhuang's defense had reached its peak. Even White Shark King and Black Venom King would not be able to break through it so easily. King Jinhuang was very confident in his defense. Furthermore, Yi Xian had killed the Flood Dragon General. He could not wait to swallow Yi Xian alive. Thus, he would not dodge this attack. Instead, he directly extended his hand to block it. But in the next moment, he was shocked. Bang! The flaming sword chi directly pierced through King Jinhuang's palm. Then, it passed through his palm and blasted into King Jinhuang's chest. King Jinhuang suffered a heavy blow. His body trembled violently and he almost fell to the ground. He was extremely shocked. He did not expect this attack to be so powerful that it could pierce through his hand. Of course, he did not know that Yi Xian had the unicorn deterrence skill. When the attack hit him, the power of this attack was doubled. However, since the attack could hurt him, it was a threat to him. This kid is only at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. How can he hurt me? This is impossible. King Jinhuang could not believe it. While he was in shock, the profound life chi in his body had already healed his wound. However, due to the large size of the wound, it consumed a lot of profound life chi. This scene was seen through by Yi Xian. I see. Even if you can still use profound life chi after transforming into your original form, the more serious the injury, the more profound life chi will be consumed. I would like to see how many times you can heal yourself. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he continued to attack. At the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm, he could use the Eye of Revelation to see through the Golden Giant's body. There was a golden core in the latter's body. This must be the Golden Giant's weak point. This golden core happened to be at the Golden Giant's heart. Therefore, Yi Xian's attacks were all aimed at the Golden Giant's heart. At the same time, Wei Zhentian's storm of swords attacked the Golden Giant's heart from the back. The Golden Giant was attacked from both sides. In the following attacks, Yi Xian did not burn his lifespan. Instead, he continuously used the Heaven-Burning Sword skill to attack. After all, he had already found the Golden Giant's weakness and flaw. As long as he consumed a little of it, the Golden Giant would definitely die. Then, there was no need to burn his lifespan. Even so, he suppressed the Golden Giant and forced it to retreat. When the Black Venom King and the White Shark King saw this scene, they were so shocked that they were speechless. King Jinhuang's strength was probably enough to beat the two of them. However, he was suppressed by a kid and was very passive. How was this possible? This kid, where did he come from? The White Shark King was extremely shocked. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared behind him. It scared him so much that he quickly released a burst of true chi. Unfortunately, he was still one step too slow. Bang! The old tree remnant flame came over and punched the White Shark King's back. Fortunately, the White Shark King liked to use water attribute supernatural powers. It could be considered as restraining fire, so his injuries were not serious. The two of you, join forces to kill the White Shark King. Then, my young master will let you go. The old tree's voice fell into the ears of the trial team captain and the Black Venom King, causing them to be shocked. Because they were fighting too fiercely, those people were afraid of being affected, so they all ran far away. Therefore, they immediately reacted. The young master that the old tree mentioned was most likely that white-robed youth. However, they did not react. Why did Yi Xian only want to kill the White Shark King? I have no problem. The trial team captain nodded and agreed. There was not much mysterious death chi left in his body. If it was used up, then his attack power would be greatly reduced, so he naturally agreed. On the other side, the Black Venom King was already convinced after seeing Yi Xian's strength. He knew that he would not be able to capture the trial team captain this time. King Jinhuang looked like he was about to fall. Once King Jinhuang fell, Yi Xian would join the battle. At that time, he and the White Shark King would both die. Rather than that, he might as well agree. Are you serious? The Black Venom King could not help but ask. This is naturally true. However, there is a condition. I must be the one to deal the final blow. The old tree nodded. All right. The Black Venom King did not hesitate and directly agreed. In an instant, this battlefield became 3 against 1. The old tree, the Black Venom King, and the trial team captain besieged the White Shark King. Why are you targeting me? Chapter 1475. The old tree did not answer this question because he did not know why Yi Xian wanted to kill the White Shark King and not the Black Venom King. In any case, the old tree would carry out Yi Xian's orders. The trial team captain who was surrounded suddenly relaxed a lot. He then joined forces with the old tree and the Black Venom King to attack the White Shark King. In the blink of an eye, the White Shark King was at a disadvantage. He still did not understand why he was being targeted. Xiao. The trial team captain was very strong. He suddenly stabbed out a black sword ray and directly pierced through the White Shark King's abdomen. In an instant, the mysterious death chi spread out. Fortunately, the strength of the mysterious death chi was not as strong as the White Shark King's mysterious life chi. The wound quickly closed. But just as the wound was about to close, the old tree suddenly flashed in front of the White Shark King and then cut into the wound with his palm. The wound was suppressed. White Shark King, die. The old tree's hand that reached into the White Shark King's body suddenly pulled back. Pang! The White Shark King's body made a muffled sound as a flame chain was pulled out by the old tree. This move was another of the old tree's skills, the blazing sun rope. It bound the White Shark King's heart and burned it to ashes. The White Shark King's heart was burned to ashes. The mysterious life chi and true chi in his body suddenly became leaderless and scattered between heaven and earth. The White Shark King was dead. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian, who was fighting the golden giant in the distance, suddenly heard the system notification and raised his eyebrows. But the mission was not over yet. Pang! The rock generals behind him suddenly used their true chi to detonate their own hearts and died one after another. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Random mission completed. Host can choose any one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, Spirit of Ashes Remnant Flames skill has advanced. After advancing, the number of Remnant Flames clones will increase by 1. After using Remnant Flames for the first time, the attack power will increase by 30%. Reward 2, One-Hit Kill skill has advanced. After advancing, the activation rate of One-Hit Kill skill will increase. Reward 3, Shadow Steps has evolved once. After evolution, the speed of Shadow Steps will be increased. These 3 were the rewards for completing this random quest. Yi Xian did not expect the rewards to be so generous. He had really earned a lot. He could choose any one of the 3 rewards. However, was there a need to consider this? Without hesitation, Yi Xian chose Reward 1 and Reward 2. Ding! Remnant Flame has successfully evolved. Ding! Instant Kill skill upgrade successful. With the advancement of his one-hit kill skill, the chance of triggering it had increased, and with the addition of his luck stat, he could sometimes surprise Yi Xian. As for the evolution of Remnant Flame, it was needless to say. With one more Remnant Flame doppelganger, he could create 2 doppelgangers at once. One of them could be used to confuse the enemy, which was extremely useful. Most importantly, Remnant Flame had the same effect as Assassin's Eye. His first attack would increase his attack power by 30%. This was very practical. Under normal circumstances, the old tree would use Remnant Flame to attack, which was equivalent to increasing his attack power by 30%. How could he not choose such a reward? After choosing the reward, the next step was to kill the golden giant. Yi Xian transmitted the good news to the old tree through telepathy. After the latter heard the good news, his eyes lit up. Wei Zhentian's blade storm had opened up a large hole in the golden giant's back. He used the blood sword to fill in the hole, preventing the golden giant from recovering. At that moment, the old tree continued to use Remnant Flame to drill into the hole. Since the golden giant was so big, the golden core in its body was much bigger than the old tree's. At that moment, the old tree had already drilled into the golden giant's body. However, he did not immediately find the golden core as there were many forks in the path. He had to rely on Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation to find it. Not good. King Jinhuang felt an aura in his body and knew that this was bad. Fortunately, the structure of his body was more complicated. It would not be easy for the old tree to find the golden core. Yi Xian could use the Eye of Revelation to find it, but why go through so much trouble? Old tree, I'm not leaving. Burn! Yi Xian directly said from afar. Although the old tree's flames were not as strong as his, it was not a problem to melt the golden core. This time, King Jinhuang panicked. At that moment, the Black Venom King and the trial team leader had already turned around and left, disappearing without a trace. Now, only Yi Xian and a few others were left. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. Yi Xian continued to attack. Since the mission was completed, there was no need for him to be anxious. If he continued to fight, the golden giant would be the one to die. Luo Luo's transformation time had passed, so she hid in the plant space to cultivate. Soon, Wei Zhentian's blade storm time was up. However, just as it was about to disappear, it drilled into the golden giant's body. No, no, King Jinhuang's voice kept ringing. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Not only was the Flood Dragon General killed, but he was also going to die. Why? Who was Yi Xian? He could only ask the Grim Reaper these questions. Found it. Suddenly, a shout rang in Yi Xian's mind. It turned out that the old tree had found the golden core. The battle was finally coming to an end. No, no, I choose to surrender. King Jinhuang immediately said. Sorry, I don't need it now. Yi Xian shook his head and directly gave the order to the old tree. Bang! In the next moment, there was an explosion in the golden giant's body. The golden core was directly destroyed by the old tree. Ding! The killing intent value of the host has increased. King Jinhuang, dead. In this battle, 2 of the 3 leaders of the Heavenly Peak prison were killed, and all the generals were killed. At the same time, Yi Xian had grown a lot. Yi Xian quickly kept the golden giant's body and the interspatial ring. Young master, give me the golden giant's body. I can refine it. Old tree said. Yi Xian nodded and directly threw the body into the planting space. Unicorn could only use the body of a heaven-reaching beast, not the body of a monster. However, Old Tree could use all the corpses to increase his cultivation, including the golden giant. Although there were not many heavenly treasures of the fire attribute in the Heavenly Peak prison, Old Tree could still refine corpses to increase his cultivation. Let's go after those 2. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said. Young master, didn't you say to let them go? Old Tree asked in surprise. In order to fulfill his promise to Mo Shui, Yi Xian chased after the Xianming duo demons all the way here. Was he going to break his promise now? Chapter 1476. That made sense. Both of them were at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, and the Black Venom King was one of the 3 leaders. He had a lot of wealth, so how could Yi Xian let him go? Yi Xian and the old tree immediately split up and chased after the Black Venom King and the trial team leader. In less than half a minute, Yi Xian was the first to catch up to the Black Venom King. It's you. What do you want? The Black Venom King was immediately alarmed when he saw Yi Xian chasing after him. You can go, but leave the items behind. Yi Xian replied from afar. No. The Black Venom King subconsciously replied. Yi Xian's expression turned cold when he heard this reply. I gave you a way out. Since you don't want it, then, before he could finish speaking, the Black Venom King shuddered and immediately said, Fine, I'll hand it over, I'll hand it over. He threw an interspatial ring at Yi Xian. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to see that the Black Venom King had no more interspatial rings on him, so he gave up on the chase. If the Black Venom King didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. This way, the old tree would have one more corpse to refine. As one of the 3 leaders, the Black Venom King had a lot of wealth, but it could only increase his cultivation base. Neither of them had a breakthrough. Next up was the captain of the trial team. Young master, I've caught up. The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Next, Yi Xian broke through the void and arrived beside the old tree. With the special positioning ability of the void, he could instantly arrive beside the items he wanted. It was very convenient. What do you want? The trial team leader looked at Yi Xian with fear. I only want the interspatial ring. Yi Xian slowly said. The trial team leader thought that Yi Xian would go back on his words and attack him. He didn't expect that he only wanted the interspatial ring. Fortunately, he had hidden the item when he entered the Heavenly Peak prison. I can give you the interspatial ring, but I want to leave the weapon behind. The trial team leader replied. Up to you. Yi Xian did not refuse. After all, it was just a weapon. What was the big deal? As soon as he caught the interspatial ring, he quickly checked its contents. As expected, there wasn't much. Fine, you can go. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. He was still planning to move the entire Heavenly Peak prison there. After all, there were still many generals' residences that he hadn't plundered yet. Wait. At this moment, the trial team leader suddenly called out to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian heard this, he turned around and asked, Yes? Your aptitude is not bad. If you want, I can bring you out of the Heaven Peak prison, replied the leader of the trial team. He could be considered a person of status. If he wanted to, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take a few people away. Oh. When are you leaving? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he replied. My trial will last for a month. I can leave once I'm done, the trial team leader replied. 1 month is too long. Goodbye. Yi Xian shook his head and passed through the void door, disappearing in an instant. The trial team leader had only been here for a few days. If he made Yi Xian wait for so long, he might as well forget it. In half a month's time, Yi Xian might be able to break through to the profound death realm. After leaving, Yi Xian split his troops into 3 groups. He sent Wei Zhentian and Old Tree to the residences of the generals. In the Heaven Peak prison, the 3 generals each had 4 generals under them. Now, the 4 generals under the White Shark King were dead. The Black Venom King and Jinhuang King each had 2 generals under them. In other words, there were still 4 generals alive. Even an expert like Jinhuang King had died at the hands of Yi Xian. The remaining 4 generals were simply too weak to withstand a single blow. This time, Yi Xian spent a total of 7 days to plunder. After 7 days, other than the Black Venom King and the trial team leader, there was no third ninth stage Profound Life Realm expert left in the Heaven Peak prison. Young Master, we caught a 7th stage Profound Life Realm trial team member. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly said. There was a rule in the Heaven Peak prison. As long as you caught a trial team member of the same level, you could exchange for a spot to leave. Yi Xian was currently at the 7th stage Profound Life Realm. Therefore, he could already leave. Alright, let's go to the entrance and leave the Heaven Peak prison. Yi Xian nodded and directly rushed to the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. It just so happened that he was very close to the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. He only needed half a day to reach it. At the same time, he had a 7th stage Profound Life Realm trial team member in his hands. Of course, this trial team member was already under his control. Someone actually managed to catch a trial team member. 7th stage Profound Life Realm. His luck is pretty good. Looks like he can leave. What a joke. There were many prisoners waiting at the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. Just as Yi Xian approached, some people surrounded him with ill intentions. Wei Zhentian, kill anyone who comes close. Yi Xian immediately gave Wei Zhentian an order. Buzz! Wei Zhentian, who was in his flying sword form, violently trembled to show that he understood. Yi Xian, who was at the 7th stage Profound Life Realm, had become a thorn in many people's eyes. He carried the trial team member in his hand and rushed towards the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. Kill! In the blink of an eye, several figures charged toward him. You're courting death. Yi Xian coldly snorted and raised his sword. A mere 7th stage Profound Life Realm cultivator dared to find trouble with him. He was truly courting death. The news in the Heaven Peak prison spread quickly. Ever since the death of the 2 great leaders and various generals, the Heaven Peak prison had become a mess. The Black Venom King was afraid of Yi Xian, so he went into hiding. No one knew that Yi Xian was the super expert who killed King Jin Huang. There were more than 10 people who came to find trouble with him. However, under Wei Zhentian's attack, these people's heads were quickly crushed. Then, they were thrown into the planting space by Yi Xian for the old tree to refine. This level of strength was enough to intimidate everyone. Is there anyone else? Yi Xian walked to the front of the city wall and shouted loudly. No one answered. Since no one came, Yi Xian directly turned around and used his 10,000 mammoth strength to push open the city wall door. Rumble. The door opened and a scorching aura burst out, causing the group of people to take a few steps back in fear. At the bottom of the city wall was a huge flaming 2-headed dog. However, it was too lazy to open its eyes at this moment, because Yi Xian was only at the 7th stage Profound Life Realm. Rumble. The other city wall door suddenly opened and a middle-aged man walked in. He was the guard of the Heaven Peak prison. You're quite lucky to have actually captured someone. The guard was a little surprised. He recognized the person in Yi Xian's hand. It was the trial team member who had entered the Heaven Peak prison. Yi Xian grabbed him and walked over. At the same time, he said, "Can I leave now?" Yes. The Peak 9th stage Profound Life Realm guard nodded. Chapter 1477. However, the second method was impossible. This was because the Heaven Peak prison had a special formation that no one knew about. The people inside were unable to condense profound death energy, which meant that they were unable to break through to the profound death realm. This was why King Jin Huang, White Shark King and Black Venom King were stuck at the peak of the profound life realm, unable to break through to the profound death realm. They had actually guessed it, but unfortunately, so what if they guessed it? At their level, they did not dare to challenge a profound death realm blazing 2-headed hound. Therefore, they might as well stay inside and call themselves kings. Yi Xian carried the controlled member and passed by the blazing 2-headed hound. If I can kill this blazing 2-headed hound and let the old tree refine its corpse, I might be able to break through to the 9th level of the profound life realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked. He hesitated in his heart whether to kill this blazing two-headed hound. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided to put it aside for now. This was because he did not know how many people were here. Who knew if there was a profound death realm expert outside? If he ambushed this blazing two-headed hound and failed to finish it off, it would be a tragedy if the guards outside came to help. Therefore, he decided to wait until he had located the location outside. After that, he would still be able to escape even if he failed. Yi Xian walked in front of the guard and handed the member in his hand to him. The guard used his 10,000 mammoth strength to carry the unconscious member, then turned around and left with Yi Xian. Rumble. The city gate at the entrance closed, and Yi Xian could finally see the light of day again. He immediately located the location in the void, and at the same time, used his eye of revelation to scan the area. In the distance, there was a small palace, and there seemed to be a person cultivating inside. A profound death realm expert, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There was indeed a profound death realm expert overseeing this place. However, there was only one. "Alright, you can go now." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly entered Yi Xian's ears. Before Yi Xian could turn around, a hand pierced through his chest. His heart was shattered into two halves. This guard, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound life realm, attacked Yi Xian. "I'm sorry, but the city lord has ordered that no one is allowed to leave," the guard said slowly. If Yi Xian was an expert at the 8th or 9th level of the profound life stage, the guard might try to recruit him. If he agreed, he would recommend him to the city lord mansion. If he didn't agree, then he would kill him. With the profound death realm two-headed blazing hound guarding the city walls, even if King Jinhuang came out, he would most likely die here. However, the guards of the Heavenly Peak prison did not know that Yi Xian possessed the Eye of Eternity. His heart was not his vital point. Anyone who dares to touch the young master will be killed without mercy. An old voice suddenly rang out from behind the warden. What? The peak 9th layer profound life stage guard's body suddenly trembled. Despite his cultivation level, he was actually unable to discover how the person behind him had appeared. How was this possible? Before he could react, the old tree punched out, penetrating the watcher's chest. Yi Xian's heart had been penetrated, but he would not die. However, this watcher was definitely going to die. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind, causing him to feel somewhat helpless. He had originally wanted to deal with the profound death realm two-headed blazing hound. Now, he could legitimately make a move. After the peak profound life stage guard died, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at the small palace in the distance. He realized that the profound death realm expert cultivating inside did not notice him. Since he did not notice, then he had to act. Yi Xian returned to the front of the city gates and used his all-creation strength to open the city gates. However, what shocked him was that the profound death realm two-headed blazing hound sleeping below the city walls actually opened its eyes. Its two eyes, which were larger than a washing machine, landed on Yi Xian's body. Have I been discovered? Yi Xian's body trembled as this thought flashed across his mind. Just now, he had just killed the guard outside, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound life stage, when this blazing two-headed hound woke up. Could it be that this blazing two-headed hound had discovered him? In the next instant, he understood. Roar! The blazing hound roared, opened its two large mouths, and spat a mouthful of flames at Yi Xian. Indeed, he had been discovered. This blazing hound was Yi Xian's must-kill target. Hence, he did not hide anything. Death Hunt Command. Eye of Assassination. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian flashed behind the blazing hound, and viciously slashed with his sword. Rip! The back of the blazing two-headed hound was cut open, and blood spurted out like a fountain along with flames. A profound death stage heaven-connecting beast was indeed not that easy to deal with. Yi Xian saw that his attack had been mostly neutralized by the profound death energy within the blazing hound's body. Even with Unicorn's deterrence, he was unable to severely injure this blazing hound. Don't assume that only humans and demons possess profound life energy and profound death energy. Many heaven-connecting beasts possess them as well. They could use profound life energy to heal, and could also use profound death energy to attack and defend. Might shakes the heavens, myriad swords return to origin. Yi Xian did not hesitate, and immediately used his trump card. This blazing hound had to die. As long as it was killed, the old tree would be able to break through to the 9th layer profound life stage, Unicorn's deterrence might be able to cool down, and Yi Xian would be able to break through to the 8th layer profound life stage. 3 kills in one fell swoop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of blood swords appeared in the sky. At the same time, Luo Luo also created hundreds of doppelgangers, and rapidly flashed. Transform. 9 reincarnation flashes, 6th flash. While Yi Xian was collecting the spoils of war in the Heavenly Peak prison, Luo Luo had devoted herself to cultivation. She had also broken through to the 7th layer profound life stage after Yi Xian. After transforming, her cultivation level soared, and she broke through to the 8th layer profound life stage. Their group attack had seriously injured the profound death stage blazing twin-headed hound. At the same time, the commotion had attracted the attention of the cultivators in the palace. Not only that, some of the people in the vicinity of the Heavenly Peak prison heard the commotion, and could not help but come closer. Then, they used their all-creation strength to open the city gates. In the next moment, they were shocked. Someone was fighting with the profound death stage blazing hound. Furthermore, this person was the youth who had just left. How could a 7th layer profound life stage blazing hound challenge a profound death stage blazing hound? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? A 7th layer profound life stage blazing hound challenging a profound death stage blazing hound. Isn't that courting death? That's not right. Just now, one person had clearly entered, and the other person was also a man. Why is there an old man and a young lady from the Fox clan now? Our senses must have been wrong. They must be 9th layer profound life stage experts. It's just that our cultivation levels are lower. Fuck, I hope they can kill this profound death stage blazing hound. That way, we might be able to leave this damned place. Chapter 1478. The spectators in the Heavenly Peak prison were in an uproar. They saw Yi Xian severely injure the profound death stage blazing two-headed hound in the blink of an eye. If not for the profound life chi, the blazing two-headed hound would have died. The profound death stage is indeed difficult to deal with. The profound death stage has the profound death chi, which can be used for defense, and the profound life chi for healing. Looks like I have to kill it in one hit. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he planned in his heart. He then gave the order to Old Tree and the other two. Attack the blazing two-headed hound's two heads with full force. Sword Blade Storm. Residual Flame. Reincarnation Flash. Burning Sky Sword Technique. The 4 of them attacked the blazing two-headed hound's left head at the same time. Even if the blazing two-headed hound had the profound death chi for defense and the profound life chi for healing, it could not withstand the combined attacks of the 4 of them. Under this round of attacks, the left head of the blazing two-headed hound exploded, leaving only the right head. Roar! The right head spat out a mouthful of flames infused with the profound death chi and blasted onto Old Tree's body. Although Old Tree had the immortal Phoenix bloodline's fire resistance and was the spirit of ashes, he could not withstand the attack and was corroded by the profound death chi. Ding! The spirit of ashes is dead. Ding! The spirit of ashes is revived. Fortunately, the blazing two-headed hound attacked Old Tree. If it was Luo Luo, Yi Xian would have hidden Luo Luo in the planting space. Another round. Yi Xian shouted in his mind. However, just as their attacks were about to land, stop! Suddenly, a roar came from outside the city gate, echoing throughout the passageway of the city wall. This roar came from the outside, not from the Heavenly Peak prison. Yi Xian did not care who the intruder was, nor did he care what realm they were at. He would kill them first. Rumble. Under the combined attacks of the four of them, the right head of the blazing two-headed hound exploded. At this moment, the left head had yet to fully recover. The blazing two-headed hound was a special creature. At the profound life stage, as long as both of its heads were not destroyed at the same time, it could be healed by the profound life chi within its body. Moreover, they didn't have hearts, so their two heads were vital points that had to be destroyed at the same time. Fortunately, the blazing two-headed hound was not as strong as Yi Xian had imagined. Yi Xian had probably been lying here for thousands of years. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After the blazing two-headed hound died, Yi Xian heard the sound of a system notification. He immediately put the corpse away. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 8th level of the profound life realm. Ding! The ash spirit has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 9th level of the profound life realm. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. Unfortunately, Unicorn's cooldown was still 5% away from being fully restored. However, Yi Xian did not have the time to be happy because there was already the sound of something breaking through the air. Swish! Residual flame. Sky burning sword technique. Yi Xian and Old Tree attacked together and destroyed the sword ray that came from the outside. At the same time, Yi Xian focused his eyes and his gaze landed on the young man outside. The young man had a golden crown on his head and was standing in the air. It seemed that he had a strong background. The aura on his body was actually that of the profound death stage. Is that the person cultivating in the palace? I didn't expect him to be at the peak of the first level of the profound death stage. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough at the last moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that sword attack. Although he had killed the blazing two-headed hound, it was a heaven-connecting beast. Other than possessing the profound life chi and profound death chi, its battle strength was extremely weak. He estimated that the blazing two-headed hound's strength was not even a third of the person in front of him. Good fellas. Even little fool died at your hands. You have some skills. Go down and accompany little fool. Without saying a word, the young man with the golden crown slashed the wall in half with a sword ray and charged in. Yi Xian remembered that the last time he killed a young man with a golden crown, it seemed to be before he stole the eternal core fire. This time, he would try to kill another one. So what if you're at the peak of the first level of the profound death stage? I'll kill you. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he issued a death order to the young man with the golden crown. Although he was only at the 8th level of the profound life stage, Old Tree was already at the 9th level of the profound life stage. Coupled with the 8th level of the profound life stage Wei Jintian's sword blade storm, he might be able to put up a fight. However, he was too naive. Humph, the human wave tactic is useless against me. The golden-crowned young man charged in and shouted. Suddenly, a powerful profound death chi erupted. The group of blood swords led by Wei Jintian was instantly corroded by the profound death chi. Even the recovery speed of the immortal phoenix bloodline could not compare to it. In the blink of an eye, the sword blade storm was broken. Ding! Wei Jintian is dead. Ding! Wei Jintian is resurrected. The 2 system notifications caused Yi Xian to stop in his tracks. It seemed like the profound death chi of the trial team leader was too weak. This was the strength of a true profound death stage expert. However, Yi Xian did not plan to give up just yet. Residual flame. Old Tree suddenly appeared behind the young man with the golden crown in a flash and threw out a punch. The residual flame skill had evolved once. Every time it was used, its attack power would increase by 30%. In addition, Old Tree was already at the 9th level of the profound life stage. Yi Xian estimated that he should be able to take on a first level of the profound death stage expert alone. However, this punch was out of Yi Xian and Old Tree's expectations. Bang! The fiery fist landed on the young man with the golden crown, but it was neutralized by the vigorous profound death chi. Not only that, even Old Tree's fist was stained by the profound death chi. This was the profound death chi of a peak first level of the profound death stage expert. Once it was stained, it would rapidly spread like flames. Old Tree was the spirit of ashes, but he was not spared. In the blink of an eye, Old Tree was enveloped by the profound death chi and turned into nothingness. Ding! The spirit of ashes is dead. Ding! The spirit of ashes is resurrected. The two system notifications rang out. Old Tree's sneak attack failed and he was killed by the recoil. How was this possible? You're too naive. I've consumed the root of death. The profound death chi is not any weaker than a second level of the profound death stage expert. Kill yourself. The young man with the golden crown sneered. Although he did not know how Old Tree appeared behind him, he did not want to think too much about it since he was already dead. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Old Tree appeared in front of him once again. Why aren't you dead? The young man with the golden crown was shocked. Rebirth was the ability of an undead stage expert. Whether I die or not is not up to you to decide. Old Tree sneered. Although he had not reached the undead stage, he was almost immortal after forming a contract with Yi Xian. Chapter 1479. However, the death of the Old Tree had reduced Yi Xian's fighting spirit by half. The young man with the golden crown would not be easy to deal with. There was not much difference between the immortality realm and the profound life realm. The only difference was that the latter had more profound life chi that could heal injuries. However, there was a huge difference between the profound life realm and the profound death realm. The attack of a profound death realm expert was not something a profound life realm expert could block. Even the Old Tree could not break through the young man's defense. Yi Xian would not be able to do the same. It seems that I have no choice but to leave. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It was not that he did not want to fight, but he had no choice. He could not even break through the young man's defense. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat. Kid, I can see the intention to retreat in your eyes. However, do you think you can leave? The young man with the golden crown suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Who could escape with a peak first-tier profound death realm expert like him guarding the door? Yi Xian had also thought of this. However, he had already left a void tracker outside. He could leave at any time if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hid Luo Luo in the planting space and quickly retreated. You want to leave after killing Shao, er? The young man with the golden crown raised his eyebrows and quickly went after him. However, as soon as he gave chase, Yi Xian broke through the void and left. Breaking through the void? The young man with the golden crown was shocked. The Old Tree could be reborn, which was a technique of the imperishable realm. However, breaking through the void to leave was a technique of the Ascension realm. Furthermore, Luo Luo had suddenly disappeared. What kind of technique was that? Where did these people come from? Interesting. When I catch you, all of your abilities will belong to me. The young man with the golden crown suddenly revealed a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with greed. Immediately, he closed the formation. No one could leave, and no one could enter. Then, he prepared to return to Tianfeng City and transfer a few people to find Yi Xian. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had already set a death pursuit order on him. Yi Xian could accurately sense his distance. Has he left? In Tianfeng prison, Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. After the young man with the golden crown left, he once again broke through the void and arrived at the formation's entrance. Fortunately, he had come out first before making his move. If he had made his move directly on the city wall, it would have been difficult to deal with this situation. At that moment, he quickly left. At the same time, he searched the soul of the dead guardian. Fortunately, Yi Xian had a death pursuit order. Otherwise, he would have lost his target. Yin Tianjian did not know that he had been marked. He spent half a day hurriedly rushing to Tianfeng City. Soon, a team departed from Tianfeng City and headed to Tianfeng Prison. As for Yin Tianjian, he stayed behind in Sky Peak City instead. He seemed to have some important matter to attend to. However, this team encountered Yi Xian. Yi Xian encountered this group before he even arrived at Tianfeng City. This team consisted of 10 people and was led by 2 profound death stage experts. When they saw Yi Xian, their faces turned pale with fright. Capture him. He is one of the people wanted by the young city lord. A profound death stage expert furiously shouted. When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately understood that this team was sent by the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion to capture him. The young city lord's strength has exceeded my expectations. However, you are just a few ordinary profound death stage experts. Do you think you can stop me? Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. This team was destined to be annihilated. All 4 of them are here. Kill. Seeing the 4 figures suddenly appear beside Yi Xian, the profound death stage expert was startled. After a furious roar, he took the lead and charged towards Yi Xian. Old Tree, deal with the small fries first. We will hold back the 2 profound death stage experts. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. He was at the 8th level of the profound life stage. Wei Zhentian was also at the 8th level of the profound life stage. Luo Luo was still a little behind as she was still at the 7th level of the profound life stage. With their strength, it would not be a problem for them to hold back the 2 profound death stage experts. Old Tree's teleportation ability was too heaven-defying. It would not take more than 3 seconds for him to deal with the 8th-9th level profound life stage experts. 3 seconds. Yi Xian and the other 2 only needed to hold their opponents back for 3 seconds. Killing Intent Explosion. Burning Sky Sword Art. 9 Reincarnation Flashes. Yi Xian and the other 2 immediately launched attacks at the 2 profound death stage experts to attract their aggro. These 2 wanted to capture Yi Xian and the other 2 alive. After dodging the attacks, they rushed towards Yi Xian and the other 2. However, at this moment, Old Tree suddenly appeared behind one of the 9th level profound death stage experts with a flash. Bang! The effect of residual flame increased one's attack by 30%. Old Tree, who was at the same level, instantly turned one of them into ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Before the profound death stage experts could approach Yi Xian, the people behind them died one after another. It seemed that Old Tree's strength had exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. At most, he would need 2 seconds to kill the 8 of them. 1 second. 2 seconds. Yi Xian and the rest rapidly retreated, stalling for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the 8th-9th level profound life stage experts were all dead. The 2 profound death stage experts were slightly astonished by this. They never imagined that they would not be able to gain any advantage in their first confrontation. Instead, they were completely defeated by the other party. It was truly humiliating. When they were on the move, the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, had warned them to be careful. However, they did not use this advice. He does have some ability. One of the profound death stage experts thought in his heart. He did not feel sorry for those who had died, because there were many 9th level profound life stage experts in the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion. These people had been stuck at 9th level profound life stage for many years, and probably did not have the possibility of breaking through to the profound death stage. Therefore, it did not matter how many of them died. Kid, you are wanted by the young city lord. The young city lord has recognized you. Come with us. An old man said to Yi Xian. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. This was because the young city lord of Tianfeng City had said that Yi Xian was in the Tianfeng prison. However, how did he appear in the vicinity of Tianfeng City? What does it have to do with me? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows with an indifferent expression. He reckoned that the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, was only interested in his methods. Since that is the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 1480. This time, Yi Xian did not dodge but went forward to face him head-on. The old tree was at 9th level Profound Life Realm and could fight a Profound Death Realm expert alone. His opponent was the old man. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, was at 2nd level Profound Death Realm. With the powerful Profound Death Qi, the old tree could not do anything to him. However, the old man was just an ordinary Profound Death Realm expert. How could the old tree not win? Residual Flame. The old tree formed 2 residual flame clones on both sides of the old man. The residual flame skill had leveled up and could form 2 residual flame clones at once. Although it could only change one position, it was enough to confuse the enemy. The old man had seen the old tree's ability. He could only spread a wave of true energy in an attempt to destroy the residual flame clones. However, the old tree was one step ahead. Before the old man could make a move, he moved to the left and threw out a punch. Bang! The 1st level Profound Death Realm old man was hit and was sent flying. The old tree's flame injured the old man. At the same time, the old tree's arm was stained by the Profound Death Qi and it quickly spread. Humph! The old tree's eyes flashed and extinguished the Profound Death Qi. Compared to the young city lord of Tianfeng City, the old man's Profound Death Qi was too weak. Although the old tree did not have Profound Life Qi in his body, he had the immortal phoenix bloodline and he recovered in the blink of an eye. Of course, the old man was the same. This attack was considered a loss for both sides. However, the old tree still had the upper hand because the immortal phoenix bloodline was free and the old man's Profound Life Qi had been slightly depleted. Again. The old tree's eyes flashed and he charged forward again. On the other side, Yi Xian, Luo Luo, and Wei Zhintian were fighting against the other Profound Death Realm expert together. Young master, this place seems to be very close to Tianfeng City. If we continue fighting, their reinforcements will arrive. Luo Luo reminded him. I know, but it's fine even if the reinforcements are here. I can use my trump card now. Yi Xian replied. The trump card he was referring to was the surrender of unicorn. Half a day ago, if his unicorn descent could be used, the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, would have already died. So what if the reinforcements came? However, it was truly difficult for a Profound Life Realm expert to challenge a Profound Death Realm expert. The mysterious Death Qi was too difficult to deal with. If the old tree had helped them, they could have easily killed one of them. However, the old tree had gone to fight another person, so they couldn't do anything to the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man couldn't do anything to him either. If he couldn't kill them, then he would control them. Luo Luo, prepare the Eyes of Charm. Yi Xian said. Understood. Luo Luo nodded. Yi Xian had been using the Eyes of Soul since the beginning. However, as Luo Luo hadn't broken through to the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm, her Eyes of Charm wouldn't have much effect if she didn't transform. At the same time, Yi Xian was also setting up a trap, which was the Void Positioning System. It would be best if he could kill them. Both parties were evenly matched, and time slowly passed. The few 9th level Profound Life Realm experts had released a signal before they died, and it was estimated that reinforcements from Tianfeng City would be arriving soon. After the battle lasted for about 10 seconds, Yi Xian's opponent suddenly stepped on the right spot, which meant that he fell into the trap. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed when he saw his opponent stepping on the right spot to attack. Hua! A void door opened. The middle-aged man's sword light swept past the void door and attacked his back. Pooh! The sword light sank into the middle-aged man's back. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man's heart was directly pierced. The Profound Life Qi could regenerate severed limbs and heal injuries, but it couldn't repair the heart and brain. The middle-aged man had trapped himself in a trap and killed himself. This was also out of Yi Xian's expectations. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to control the middle-aged man to work for him, but he didn't expect the middle-aged man to commit suicide. However, Yi Xian could only face it calmly. After all, there was still one more person, right? Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly rushed over, took the universe ring and the corpse, and then charged toward the old man. The old man was shocked when he saw the situation and quickly retreated. However, with the old tree around, it was impossible for him to escape. Under everyone's attacks, the old man was seriously injured, and his profound life chi couldn't recover at all. However, he would rather die than submit, and didn't dare to be controlled by Yi Xian. Luo had no choice but to transform and use the Eyes of Charm to control him. The Eyes of Charm can be easily seen through. Luo, hand him over to me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he used the Eyes of Soul. The old man's soul opened, and the Eyes of Charm covered up the effect of Yi Xian's Eyes of Soul. He became Yi Xian's servant. Yi Xian could send a message to the person controlled by the Eyes of Soul, but the Eyes of Charm couldn't. Moreover, it was easy to see through the Eyes of Soul, so the Eyes of Soul was more useful. Let's leave first. After controlling him, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and left the area. Not long after, experts from the Tianfeng City's City Lord's mansion arrived, but they didn't find anyone. However, 9 of the life jade tokens in the Tianfeng City's City Lord's mansion had been shattered. Yi Xian left the battlefield and took the old man's universe ring. Unfortunately, there weren't many things, so it seemed that he had to go to Tianfeng City to scavenge. When you return to Tianfeng City, say that you were seriously injured and couldn't fight them, then ran away. Yi Xian said to the old man. This old man's surname was Yin Ming Lu, and he was a family member of the Tianfeng City's City Lord Mansion. Moreover, the Eyes of Soul wouldn't be seen through by others, so there wouldn't be any problems if he returned. Then, Yin Ming Lu left. As for Yi Xian, he took a long detour and entered Tianfeng City with a disguise. Just as he entered Tianfeng City, a large group of people left, and the person leading them was the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian. This gave Yi Xian a fright. He guessed that this group of people was probably out to capture him. But who would have thought that he had already entered Tianfeng City with a disguise? Although I've changed my appearance, the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian, might have remembered my aura. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and he couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile as he watched the group leave. Then, he prepared to go to those auction houses and families to make a fortune. Stop! But right at this time, that group of people suddenly stopped. Yi Xian's footsteps came to a halt, and when he turned around, he saw the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian, looking in his direction. That pair of eagle-like eyes turned and finally landed on Yi Xian. How is this possible? Yi Xian was shocked beyond words.